Chapter 3179, _. Of course, what I just said is only my guess for the time being. Whether the true strength of the heavenly sword Marquis is equal to or stronger than Duan Lang is still uncertain. For the sake of the opportunity, countless top immortal saints in the Bloodwave realm fought fiercely and killed crazily. If the heavenly sword Marquis' strength doesn't meet the requirements, he naturally doesn't have the qualifications to enter. So, before the final quota is determined, I have to test this little guy's real strength. Temple Master Bai Xing smiled, his eyes flashing with a strange luster. In the true martial mystic realm on the time-space island, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged under an iceberg, his consciousness completely immersed in the image of the iceberg. In the image, a white-clothed figure seemed to be transparent, flickering randomly in the void. In the blink of an eye, his figure constantly appeared in every corner of the void. It was obvious that the owner of the iceberg, the principal's master, had left behind a movement technique. This movement technique was very strange, and its use of the power of time and space was unfathomable. Every flicker of his was completely integrated with the surrounding space and time. The power of time and space is self-integrated with the space and time? So that's how it is. Jian Wushuang had been carefully watching the flashing white-clothed figure in the picture, but many insights had emerged in his heart. On the space-time rule, the difficult problem that had been troubling him for a long time was gradually solved. In a flash, more than half a day had passed. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang opened his eyes, and a fierce light suddenly flashed in them. The fourth stage of the space-time principles has been completed. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, and there was an uncontrollable ecstasy in his heart. The fourth stage, yes, his comprehension of the space-time principles had only reached the fourth stage, which was also the last stage of the space-time principles. If he took another step, he would completely comprehend the space-time principles. He would become the master of the space-time principles. When Temple Master Bai Xing knew that Jian Wushuang had passed the 29th level of the Heavenly Bridge, he had said that his comprehension of the space-time principles had reached the fourth stage immediately. But now, it seemed that he had not. Temple Master Bai Xing did not know that Jian Wushuang had passed the 29th level because his comprehension of the space-time principles was very close to the fourth stage. The most important thing was his swordsmanship. In the past 290 years, with the help of the many resources on the time-space island, especially the scenes in the true martial mystic realm, his strength had improved by leaps and bounds, and his comprehension of the space-time principles had greatly increased. At the same time, his swordsmanship had also improved. It was his swordsmanship. His swordsmanship had made great strides and even made a breakthrough. Because of this, his swordsmanship combined with his comprehension of the space-time principles was able to pass the 29th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Now that I've entered the fourth stage of space-time principles, my strength has soared again. If I combine my swordsmanship, I might even pass the 30th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Jian Wushuang was pleasantly surprised. In addition, as soon as he reached the fourth stage, he naturally mastered teleportation. He could also comprehend the third move of the space-time divine skill, space-time teleportation, in the secret skill pavilion. Buzz! A figure suddenly appeared beside Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang turned his head. When he saw the person, he immediately bowed respectfully and said, "Temple Master Bai Xing. Heavenly Sword Marquis, judging from your pleasant surprise just now, you seem to have gained something big again?" Temple Master Bai Xing looked at Jian Wushuang. "A little." Jian Wushuang nodded with a smile. "It's indeed a good thing to have gained something. But do you still remember what I told you 290 years ago?" Temple Master Bai Xing said, "I told you to cultivate well and improve your strength as soon as possible. Maybe you can catch up with the event 300 years later." Jian Wushuang's expression changed. Of course, he remembered what Temple Master Bai Xing said. However, he did not know what Temple Master Bai Xing was referring to at that time. 300 years, and now 290 years have passed. Temple Master Bai Xing, is that why you came here today? Jian Wushuang was looking forward to it. Yes. Temple Master Bai Xing smiled. The thing I'm talking about is the Blood Wave Realm. Blood Wave Realm? Jian Wushuang frowned. Obviously, he had never heard of it. The Blood Wave Realm is an extremely unique secret realm of heaven and earth in the divine beginning realm. It was created by an extremely ancient super expert. There are opportunities in the Blood Wave Realm. These opportunities are only useful to the immortal saint, and they are enough to make any immortal saint go crazy. Temple Master Bai Xing said. Oh? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Enough to drive any immortal saint crazy? What kind of status and strength did Temple Master Bai Xing have? Since he dared to say so, he must have his reasons. The opportunities in the Blood Wave Realm must be extraordinary. However, the Blood Wave Realm only opens once every 100,000 years. Every time it opens, only the immortal saint is qualified to enter. As for the Principal's Master, he is completely excluded from the Blood Wave Realm. Every time the Blood Wave Realm opens, the sects of the divine beginning world will send their top immortal saints into it. There are also many independent immortal saints who can enter the Blood Wave Realm through some means. As for the Temporal Temple, it's one of the 3 freedom alliances in the divine beginning realm. Although there aren't many cultivators, we still have 5 slots to enter the Blood Wave Realm. 10 years later, the Blood Wave Realm will open again. Now, the Temporal Temple is selecting 5 people to enter the Blood Wave Realm. We've already decided on 4, but there's still 1 more slot. Temple Master Bai Xing said. Temple Master Bai Xing, do you mean I can fight for the last spot? Jian Wushuang asked. Yes. Temple Master Bai Xing nodded. As expected, the last spot will be decided between you and Duan Lang, another genius expert of the Space-Time Temple. Duan Lang is not only extremely talented, but his battle strength is also infinitely close to that of an invincible saint. But you have terrifying talent and great potential, which is not a problem. However, no one knows how strong your battle strength is, so I came here personally. Heavenly Sword Marquis, here is a scroll. Take a look. Temple Master Bai Xing said and threw a scroll to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took the scroll, opened it, and read it carefully. When he finished reading the contents of the scroll, his expression became extremely strange. Experiential mission? Kill 13 axes? Chapter 3180. Little guy, you can take a closer look at this task. You have 10 years. In 10 years, before the opening of the Blood Wave Realm, if you can complete the task alone, you can compete with Duan Lang for the last slot. But if you can't complete the task within 10 years, the last slot will be given to Duan Lang. Do you understand? Temple Master Bai Xing stared at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. Remember, do it alone. They'll wait for your news. After saying that, Temple Master Bai Xing turned around and left. Jian Wushuang looked at the mission scroll in front of him and fell into deep thought. According to Temple Master Bai Xing, the Blood Wave Realm only opens once every 100,000 years. The opportunity contained in it is enough to make any immortal saint go crazy. In other words, this opportunity must be very useful to me. If I miss it, I have to wait another 100,000 years before I get a second chance. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. 100,000 years was too long. He had only appeared in this life for about 1,000 years. Naturally, he could not wait another 100,000 years for nothing. I must seize this opportunity. I must complete this experiential mission. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands. However, Temple Master Bai Xing has given me a 10-year time limit, so there's no need to rush. I've just reached the 4th stage of comprehending the space-time principles and have just mastered teleportation. Before I complete the mission, I'll go to the Secret Skill Pavilion and comprehend the space-time teleportation first. Jian Wushuang made up his mind and immediately went to the Secret Skill Pavilion. On the 3rd floor of the Secret Skill Pavilion, Jian Wushuang sat cross-legged in front of the 7 tall stone tablets. Looking at the stone tablets in front of him, Jian Wushuang's eyes were full of anticipation. Let's begin. Soon, Jian Wushuang closed his eyes and began to comprehend. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 1 year and 4 months had passed. For many people, 1 year was just a snap of the fingers. However, for Jian Wushuang, he had already comprehended the third move of the space-time divine skill, space-time teleportation. This was also related to his talent in space-time. After all, he could comprehend the space-time divine skill from the space-time gold stone. According to Temple Master Bai Xing, it was more difficult to comprehend it from the space-time gold stone than from the 7 stone tablets in the secret skill pavilion. I've mastered space-time teleportation. With this move, I can use it and escape quickly no matter what crisis I encounter. Even if the other party uses space-time seal, it won't be of much use to me. Jian Wushuang clenched his hands, his eyes sparkled. I'm a perfect chaotic creature. My life-saving and survival abilities are already amazing. Now, with this move, there are only a handful of people in the divine beginning realm who can kill me. Even if it's the 3 saint realms and the sorcerer god sect, it won't be easy for them to kill me again. Jian Wushuang growled with a hint of heroism in his heart. After a while, he calmed down. I have comprehended space-time teleportation. Now, it's time to complete the experiential learning task. Immediately, Jian Wushuang set off. 9th Wolf Mountain Range in the first sky. Although it was called a mountain range, the territory of the 9th Wolf Mountain Range was vast, even larger than a country. Such a large mountain range had been occupied by the 13 Axes for a long time. The 13 Axes were the collective name for the 13 experts in the 9th Wolf Mountain Range. These 13 experts were all bandits, but because of their tyrannical strength, their deterrence was no longer comparable to that of ordinary bandits. In the surrounding areas of the 9 Wolf Mountain Range, and even in the entire First Heaven, the 13 Axes were notorious. According to the mission given to me by Temple Master Bai Xing, the weakest of the 13 experts of the 13 Axes are at the peak of rank 7 True Saint. The eldest one, Blood Eagle, and the second one, Violent Bear, are both above rank 7 and are infinitely close to the invincible Saint realm. Jian Wushuang appeared alone in the 9 Wolf Mountain Range. Looking at the vast mountain range in front of him, he frowned slightly. The mission Temple Master Bai Xing had given him was to prove his strength, and that he was qualified to enter the Blood Wave realm. Therefore, this mission was not easy. 13 Axes, 13 experts, and the weakest one was a rank 7 peak True Saint. In addition, there were 2 immortal saints who were infinitely close to the invincible level. This lineup could be said to be terrifying. Even the overlords in the First Heaven, such as the 12 divine sects, did not have an invincible saint in most of the 12 divine sections. Without an invincible saint, with the combined strength of the top forces under their command, they would not be able to compete with the 13 Axes. Even the 9 courtyards, with the invincible saint in charge, did not dare to provoke the 13 Axes because the combined strength of the 13 Axes was indeed too strong. Jian Wushuang's task was to kill all the 13 Axes. The 13 Axes have occupied the 9 Wolf Mountain Range for hundreds of thousands of years. Over the years, they have plundered and committed many evil deeds. Many countries and even some small sects in the 9 Wolf Mountain Range have been oppressed by the 13 Axes. They deserve to die, but it's not easy to kill all the 13 Axes. Jian Wushuang frowned. This task was indeed challenging for him, but it was not impossible for him to complete it. I have been cultivating in the Temporal Temple for 290 years, and my strength has changed a lot. These 13 Axes are so powerful. They are really a good grindstone for me. Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining, and then his body flashed. He directly rushed into the depths of the 9 Wolf Mountain Range. The 13 experts in the 9 Wolf Mountain Range did not live together, but they were scattered and each occupied a mountain peak. Normally, the 13 Axes would only gather together occasionally, but they usually lived on their own mountain peaks. At this moment, Jian Wushuang had arrived at a mountain peak of the 13 Axes through the star map of the 9 Wolf Mountain Range. According to the star map, this mountaintop has always been occupied by the Nether Cloud King, who is ranked 8th among the 13 Axes. His strength is only average among the 13 Axes. I'll be the first to attack him, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Then, he moved his consciousness. Buzz! A terrifying power instantly erupted from his body. This power swept out in all directions, and in the blink of an eye, layers of enormous barriers appeared in the surrounding void. This barrier was like an iron bucket, surrounding all directions, not leaving a single crack. Sovereign Seal, Sovereign of Space-Time. Chapter 3181. Tranquil Cloud King _ at the peak of a mountain that towered into the clouds, a dense mass of palaces stood there. The 13 Axes had already dominated the Nine-Wolf Mountain range for hundreds of thousands of years, and their fierce reputation was illustrious. Every expert of these 13 Axes was equivalent to an overlord of a region. Large groups of experts were also gathered under their command. Tranquil Cloud King, although his strength was very average among the 13 Axes, there were still quite a number of experts under him. The mountain he lived on did not seem like a bandit's nest. Instead, it seemed like a powerful and prosperous sect. In the majestic palace, a middle-aged man, the Tranquil Cloud King, who wore a loose black robe and had small eyes like a mouse, sat casually on a throne. There was a playful smile at the corner of his mouth as he watched the dozens of beauties below dancing gracefully. Tranquil Cloud King stretched out his hand to take a bowl from the side and took a sip. I can eat whatever I want and play whatever I want. This is truly a carefree and happy day. I don't have any ambition. It's already pretty good to have such a happy day, unlike Big Brother. Tranquil Cloud King sighed secretly. Big Brother is clearly very strong. Even if he's compared to the invincible saint, he's only slightly weaker. In the entire first sky, or even the entire divine beginning realm, he's already a first-class expert. Yet he's still not satisfied. He still wants to follow that carefree young master to the Bloodwave realm to explore and find the so-called great opportunity, great fortune? Stupid! The Tranquil Cloud King curled his lips. What kind of character is that carefree young master? Even if they really obtained a great opportunity in the Bloodwave realm, how could Big Brother have a share? On the contrary, when the Bloodwave realm opened, countless top-notch immortal saints would swarm over. The battle there was extremely intense. Not to mention Big Brother's level of immortal saints, even a true invincible saint might die. Big Brother and that carefree young master went into Rome about. They were just going in to be cannon fodder. Of course, these words were only spoken in the depths of the Tranquil Cloud King's heart. But on the surface, when he knew that his big brother was going to the Bloodwave realm, he was full of all sorts of flattery. Suddenly, a terrifying power suddenly erupted. In the main hall, those dancing beauties instantly stopped. The Tranquil Cloud King also abruptly stood up. This power, what's going on? The Tranquil Cloud King's figure flashed and instantly appeared in the void of the outside world. And at this moment, the void of the outside world was already completely covered by a huge barrier. Just looking at this barrier with the naked eye, its power was extremely tyrannical. It was not something that an ordinary person could break through. This barrier had completely sealed off the mountaintop occupied by the Tranquil Cloud King. Although the ruler's seal is not a supreme treasure, its value is not inferior to a supreme treasure. With my current divine power level, even a real invincible saint would not be able to break the formation formed by the ruler's seal so easily. Jian Wuxuang crossed his arms as he stood in the void. He looked around at the barriers around him. Tranquil Cloud King was already in front of Jian Wuxuang. Who are you? Tranquil Cloud King stared at Jian Wuxuang coldly. He could feel that the barrier formation was cast by this man. However, the divine power aura emitted by this man was only at the level of a rank 6 true saint. Although he was already at the limit of a rank 6 true saint, he did not take him seriously. Are you the 8th of the 13 Axes, Tranquil Cloud King? Jian Wuxuang stared at Tranquil Cloud King and said, My name is Han. Jian Wuxuang still used the alias Han in front of Tranquil Cloud King. He also disguised his appearance. Although Tranquil Cloud King had seen the fight between Jian Wuxuang and Bai Yuan of the Purple Cloud Pavilion, he did not recognize Jian Wuxuang immediately. He had only seen it through the mirror image, so he could not recognize Jian Wuxuang immediately. How dare you lock down my residence? How dare you? The Tranquil Cloud King growled, his eyes burning with anger. Although he was angry, the Tranquil Cloud King did not attack immediately. His intuition told him that although the person in front of him was only a rank 6 true saint, he must have something to rely on since he dared to come to his door. Moreover, he could smell a hint of danger from Jian Wushuang. Not only do I want to lock down your residence, but I also want to kill you, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Kill me? Tranquil Cloud King was stunned. A rank 6 true saint actually threatened to kill him? Go ahead and use your full strength. Otherwise, you won't have a chance. Jian Wushuang's eyes turned slightly cold. With a flip of his hand, the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. Tranquil Cloud King's face immediately turned ferocious. Boy, since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly burst out from Tranquil Cloud King's body. It was the aura of a true saint at the peak of rank 7, and it was unusually violent. Whoosh! In a flash, Tranquil Cloud King appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, and his right hand had turned scarlet. Scarlet Dark Cloud! With a low shout, Tranquil Cloud King's scarlet right hand suddenly struck out, and in an instant, endless power swept out. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A large amount of blood fog surged crazily, and in the blink of an eye, it had formed a blood-red exotic beast that was 30 meters tall with a monstrous power. The blood-red exotic beast growled, opened its bloody mouth, and directly swallowed Jian Wushuang. Tranquil Cloud King could tell that Jian Wushuang was strong, so he did not let his guard down. He used all his strength in the first move. The move he was using now was one of his most powerful moves, and it was extremely powerful. He was confident in this move. Even a rank 7 advanced true saint would not be able to block this move head-on. The result was likely that the rank 7 advanced true saint's divine body would collapse. And the person in front of him was clearly a rank 6 true saint. Die, boy! Tranquil Cloud King's killing intent soared to the sky. But just as the killing intent in Tranquil Cloud King's eyes condensed, Jian Wushuang, who had been standing in the void without any movement, suddenly moved. Whoosh! A sword light containing a shocking violence suddenly swung out. This sword light was also scarlet, like a blood-red lightning bolt. In an instant, it struck the blood-red exotic beast that had opened its bloody mouth. In just an instant, that blood-colored beast that was over 100 feet tall directly crumbled and disintegrated. A large amount of blood fog frantically retreated in the surroundings. However, after receiving the blood-colored lightning, its might only weakened slightly. After that, it continued to bombard the Tranquil Cloud King. What? The Tranquil Cloud King's expression changed drastically. He hurriedly waved his hand to block. Bang! With a loud sound, the Tranquil Cloud King's body shook violently. He spat out a mouthful of blood and shot out. Jian Wushuang, who was in the void in front of him, flashed strangely and appeared next to the retreating Tranquil Cloud King. Then, a beautiful sword light lit up. Peerless Sword Manual, Star Dream First Move. Chapter 3182, Easy Kill _ This sword was too fast. Tranquil Cloud King, who was flying backward, did not have time to react before the beautiful sword light cut straight at his neck. Tranquil Cloud King's body was covered with protective armor, which was of a high level. However, during the 290 years of cultivation on the Spacetime Island, Jian Wushuang had been nurturing the Blood Mountain sword. He had even spared no expense to find a way to upgrade the Blood Mountain sword. By now, the Blood Mountain sword had reached the highest level of supreme-grade holy treasure. The Blood Mountain sword was originally a killing divine sword, which was extremely sharp. Chi! The sound of the sword cutting into the body rang out. The protective armor on the Tranquil Cloud King's body was torn apart on the spot. Sword light shot out from the other end of the armor, and the Tranquil Cloud King's head was instantly thrown away. At the same time that the Blood Mountain sword cut off the Tranquil Cloud King's head, the cold blood venom contained in the Blood Mountain sword instantly invaded the Tranquil Cloud King's divine body. The cold blood venom, which was worth 100 million holy elixirs a drop, was the nightmare of all true saints. The tranquil Cloud King did not even have the slightest chance to struggle before he died. After cultivating in the space-time island for 290 years, my strength has improved too much. This tranquil Cloud King is indeed a genuine rank 7 peak true saint. But with my current strength, it's really easy for me to kill him. Jian Wushuang stood there, seeing the tranquil Cloud King's divine body completely disappear. A faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In the past 290 years, his progress was incredible. First of all, his realm had directly broken through as a rank 4 peak true saint to the peak of rank 6 true saint. With the help of the divine power fruit, he had also directly reached the peak of rank 6 true saint. It must be known that as a perfect chaotic creature, his strength at the peak of rank 4 true saint was comparable to that of a peak rank 6 true saint. If he used a secret skill, he would be able to challenge a rank 7 true saint. But now, he had reached the limit of a rank 6 true saint. Although the gap between him and a rank 7 true saint was getting bigger, his divine power had already surpassed that of a rank 7 true saint. Yes, his divine power was completely superior to that of a peak rank 7 true saint. As for the rules, he had reached the 4th stage of comprehending the space-time principles, which was also not a level that ordinary rank 7 true saints could grasp. But those who had reached this stage and mastered teleportation were mostly immortal saints who were infinitely close to the invincible level. In other words, Jian Wushuang was also higher than a rank 7 true saint in terms of rules. And finally, it was sword principle and swordsmanship. Sword principle was the Tao that Jian Wushuang had been pursuing. His talent in sword principle was far higher than his talent in space-time principles. He was a born swordsman. In the past 290 years, it seemed that his space-time principles had made great progress, but in fact, only he knew that his greatest improvement was not in space-time principles, but his own sword principle. One had to know that before he had reached the 4th stage of space-time principles and mastered teleportation, he could rely on his own sword principle and sword techniques to directly pass the 29th level of the Heavenly Bridge. Now, he had already reached the completion of the 2nd stage of the sword principle. The immeasurable sword tree in his body had already been nurtured to the limit, reaching a height of 99,900 feet. If he took another step forward, he would be at the 3rd stage, which was the derivation of all things. In terms of swordsmanship, the level of the 7 sword moves in the Wushuang sword manual had long surpassed that of the 7th level absolute art. If one had to divide the sword moves into levels, the 7 sword moves in the Wushuang sword manual could now be divided into the 8th level. Whether it was power or principles of swordsmanship, he was completely above the true saint at the peak of rank 7. Now that he had killed the Dark Cloud King, he naturally felt extremely relaxed. It only took him an instant to kill the Tranquil Cloud King. Jian Wushuang had only made 2 moves. The first time, he used the sword skill Shixiang to defeat the Tranquil Cloud King's attack head-on and send him flying. The second time, he used the sword skill Star Dream to cut off the Tranquil Cloud King's head and kill him with the cold blood poison. The 2 strikes were clean and neat. A true saint at the peak of rank 7 did not even have a chance to fight back. After the death of the Tranquil Cloud King, Jian Wushuang did not stay on the mountain for long. He teleported and went to the next place. After Jian Wushuang left, the void exploded. Dead? Leader is dead? Leader, he's a powerful true saint at the peak of the 7th rank. How could he be killed by a 6th rank true saint? That rank 6 true saint is too terrifying. Quick, report this to the other leaders. The whole mountain was in an uproar. The experts under the command of the Tranquil Cloud King immediately began to send messages. However, while the experts under the command of the Tranquil Cloud King were sending messages, Jian Wushuang had teleported to another mountain. This was the place where the leader of the 13th Axe, ranked 11th, was located. It's so easy to travel after mastering teleportation. I was just at the place where the Tranquil Cloud King lived, but now I'm here in the blink of an eye. I'm afraid that the leader of this mountain doesn't know that the Tranquil Cloud King is dead. Jian Wushwang smiled faintly. He looked down at the buildings below. Let's do it! Buzz! The power of the ruler seal was activated again, covering the entire mountain in front of him. After a short while, Jian Wushwang killed the leader of this mountain and then teleported away. With teleportation, Jian Wushwang's killing speed was too fast. The Tranquil Cloud King was the first to be killed, followed by the second, third, and fourth leaders. When Jian Wushwang reached the mountain where the fifth leader was, He's gone? Jian Wushwang frowned slightly. Sir, the leader was discussing something with us in the hall just now. But for some reason, the leader's face changed after receiving a message, and then he immediately left without telling us where to go. A rank 7 true saint stood respectfully in front of Jian Wushwang. Jian Wushwang was only a rank 6 true saint, so this rank 7 true saint should have a high status. However, just now, Jian Wushwang suddenly killed 2 rank 7 true saints in a lightning-fast way. The remaining rank 7 true saint was naturally very respectful. Just left? Jian Wushwang understood. He must have received the news and left his nest ahead of time. It seems that it's impossible for me to kill these 13 axes one by one. Jian Wushwang sighed, but he was mentally prepared. Chapter 3183. Gathering. It had been a while since Jian Wushwang killed the Tranquil Cloud King. 13 axes could naturally react. Since 4 people had been killed by Jian Wushwang, the remaining leaders of 13 axes, naturally, they would not stay in their own nest and wait for him to kill them. Moreover, if Jian Wushwang had not mastered teleportation and easily rushed to the mountains, he would not have been able to kill the 4 leaders. I never thought of killing them one by one. Now I have killed 4 of them and only 9 of them are left. That's good enough. Jian Wushwang smiled and was very satisfied with his results. However, his task was to kill all 13 axes. He hadn't finished half of the task yet. The leaders of this mountain have escaped from their nest, and the leaders of the other mountains are probably the same. If I'm not mistaken, these leaders should be rushing to Green Flame Mountain as soon as possible, which is the nest of the 13 axes boss, Blood Eagle, to discuss countermeasures. I'm afraid they won't go out alone until they kill me. If I want to kill the remaining 9 leaders of the 13 axes, I have no choice but to kill them and face them head on. Jian Wushwang's eyes lit up. Green Flame Mountain, 9 Wolf Mountain Range. The lair of the number 1 leader of the 13 axes, Blood Eagle, was here. At this moment, in the hall in the center of Green Flame Mountain, the leader, Blood Eagle, the second brother, Violent Bear, and the other 7 leaders who were still alive were gathered here. Everyone's expressions were extremely ugly, and the atmosphere in the main hall was extremely gloomy. After a long while, Blood Eagle was the first to speak. 6th brother, 8th brother, 11th brother, and the 13th brother are all dead, and they were all killed by the same person. That person should be proficient in the laws of space and time and have already grasped teleportation. He can use it to rush to the top of the mountain where 6th brother and the rest are. And his strength is also extremely terrifying. Elder 6, Elder 8, Elder 11, and Elder 13 have all reached the peak of rank 7. Especially Elder 13. His strength is enough to rank in the top 5 among our 13 brothers, but he was easily killed by him. Hearing Blood Eagle's words, the leaders present were all silent, and a few of them even had looks of relief on their faces. They were indeed glad. They were glad that that person had attacked 6th, 8th, 11th, and 13th first and not them. Otherwise, with that person's strength, once he was targeted, they would definitely die. This is a mirror image transmitted by 8th's subordinates. There is a scene of that person fighting with 8th. Take a careful look. Blood Eagle waved his hand, and immediately, a huge mirror image appeared in the middle of the hall. In the mirror image, Elder 8's Tranquil Cloud King was fighting with a young man. A rank 6 true saint? These leaders immediately discovered a problem. The person fighting with Tranquil Cloud King was only a rank 6 true saint. But soon after, this rank 6 true saint displayed an incomparably terrifying strength. So powerful! He defeated Elder Eight's strongest move in a head-on fight and even sent Elder Eight flying? He attacked again. How could he be so fast? Elder Eight's body is flying backward, so he definitely can't block this attack. Sure enough, Elder Eight's divine body collapsed and he died immediately. He didn't even undergo second recombination? It's venom, and it's extremely terrifying venom. It can instantly kill a true saint at the peak of rank 7. Seeing the scene of Jian Wushuang fighting with Tranquil Cloud King, the leaders present were all shocked. What shocked them was the strength Jian Wushuang had displayed. He had killed Tranquil Cloud King, who was at the peak of rank 7 true saint realm, with only 2 strikes. His strength was too terrifying. Big brother, although this man is only at the rank 6 true saint realm, his strength is more powerful than an ordinary peak of rank 7 true saint. Moreover, his swordsmanship is indeed terrifying. If you fight him head-on, are you sure you can defeat him? Violent Bear, who was the second brother, whose entire body was filled with a violent aura, looked toward Blood Eagle. I don't know. Blood Eagle shook his head. Just from the power he displayed in this mirror image, I am certain that I can defeat him. However, I am afraid that when he killed our 8th brother, he did not use his full strength. Therefore, I am not very confident. Violent Bear frowned. Then, he said in a low voice. Where did this person, called Han, come from? He is clearly only a rank 6 true saint, but his combat power is so strong. Could he be a top genius from the heaven-cleaving 3 palaces or the heavenly ancestor Taoist sect? But our 13 axes did not take the initiative to provoke the heavenly cleaving alliance or the heavenly ancestor Taoist sect, right? A rank 6 true saint can easily kill a peak rank 7 true saint. Such a terrifying ability to leap ranks is not something an ordinary genius or monster can do. Moreover, this person has comprehended the principles of space and time, and he uses sword techniques. This reminds me of someone. A leader beside him said. Who? Blood Eagle, Violent Bear, and the other leaders all looked over. 300 years ago, that first heavenly sword marquis, who caused a commotion throughout the entire divine beginning realm, said the leader. Heavenly sword marquis? Everyone was startled, but then came to a realization. Yes, it's him. Blood Eagle also nodded. That heavenly sword marquis killed a rank 7 true saint as a rank 4 true saint. His ability to jump levels is also extremely terrifying. Furthermore, the heavenly sword marquis also comprehended the space-time principles and used swords as weapons. In fact, their swordsmanship is very similar. In the same era, it's impossible for 2 people to be so similar in all aspects, and both of them are so unbelievably monstrous. Therefore, this Han must be the heavenly sword marquis. Didn't the heavenly sword marquis fight with the Purple Cloud Pavilion? I heard that he was very powerful. Why did he come to my 9 Wolf Mountain range and attack my 13 axes? Blood Eagle's face was extremely gloomy. The leaders beside him also had killing intent on their faces. The 13 axes were a team. The 13 leaders of the 13 axes were sworn brothers. The 13 of them had occupied the 9 Wolf Mountain range for hundreds of thousands of years and had a good relationship with each other. Now that 4 of them had died, the remaining people were naturally furious and naturally wanted to take revenge. Big brother, 6th, 8th, 11th, and 13th cannot die in vain. Violent Bear cried out in a low voice. I know. Blood Eagle nodded heavily. His eyes flickered with a strange light. However, from the mirror image, this heavenly sword marquis is extremely powerful. It won't be easy to kill him and avenge 6th brother and the others. Chapter 3184. Killing his way to the door. Blood Eagle was well aware of his own strength. In terms of strength, if the heavenly sword marquis did not hide his strength in the mirror image, Blood Eagle was confident that he was stronger than him. However, even if he was stronger than the heavenly sword marquis, he was only slightly stronger. The 2 of them were so close in strength, it would be extremely difficult to completely defeat the other party. As for killing him, it was just wishful thinking. After all, at their level of strength, not to mention that each of them had extraordinary life-saving methods. Just their immortal bodies alone were a huge problem. For example, Jian Wuxuang could easily kill a true saint at the peak of rank 7 for 4 reasons. First, he was much stronger than his opponent. Second, he had the Master Seal, which sealed the space and time in the first place, making it impossible for his opponent to escape. Third, his Blood Mountain sword was so sharp that it could easily tear apart his opponent's protective armor. As for the fourth reason, it was the cold blood poison. Once it entered his opponent's divine body, it would destroy his divine power and kill him. Even if Jian Wuxuang was only one of the 4 conditions, he might not be able to kill the 4 of them. It was because he had all 4 conditions that the 4 of them could not escape. They could not escape from him at all. However, if it was Blood Eagle, he was not confident that he could kill Jian Wuxuang. "Brother, are we just going to let it go?" Violent Bear growled. "Let it go? Of course not." Blood Eagle's eyes were filled with killing intent. 6th, 8th, 11th, and 13th are brothers who have gone through life and death with us. Now that they have all died in the hands of Heavenly Sword Marquis, how can we just let it go? A blood debt must be paid with blood. However, if we want to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis, we have to think of a way. Blood Eagle fell into deep thought. After a long while, he raised his head again. He said, "That Heavenly Sword Marquis came to my 9-Wolf Mountain range and killed Old 6, Old 8, Old 11, and Old 13. He is obviously targeting my 13 axes. He probably wants to kill all of my 13 axes. Now that he has only killed 4 leaders, he will not give up. Instead, he will continue to stay in the 9-Wolf Mountain range and wait for an opportunity. This gives us a chance to kill him. How about this? I'll send a message to Carefree Young Master and ask him to help me kill him." "Carefree Young Master?" All the leaders present were stunned. "Big Brother, will Carefree Young Master agree to help?" Violent Bear frowned. One had to know that Carefree Young Master did not have any connection with 13 axes before. This time, it was only because the Blood Wave realm was about to open and Carefree Young Master wanted Blood Eagle to enter the Blood Wave realm with him. That was why he had contact with the 13 axes. However, it was just contact. They did not have any friendship. Why would Carefree Young Master help them? He will help. Carefree Young Master will definitely help. Blood Eagle was extremely confident. Although the Carefree Talisman that Carefree Young Master is in is a first-class force in the Divine Beginning realm, there aren't many spots for them to enter the Blood Wave realm. The reason why Carefree Young Master is willing to give me one of the spots isn't just because of my strength. The most important thing is that I'm comprehending the law of death. Moreover, I can comprehend that formation. I've already grasped 50 to 60% of that formation. Before entering the Blood Wave realm, I can even grasp 70% of that formation. Among the helpers that Carefree Young Master Carefree wants to invite, I'm afraid that no one can match me. Therefore, I'm also quite important to Carefree Young Master. Now that my 13 axes are in trouble, if I ask him for help, he most likely won't refuse." As soon as Blood Eagle spoke, he immediately took out his token and sent a message to Carefree Young Master. The other leaders of the 13 axes were waiting there quietly. After a short while, Blood Eagle took back his token with a smile on his face. As I guessed, Carefree Young Master has agreed. He will immediately send Iron Dragon Saint and Unity Saint to our 9 Wolves Mountain range. With their speed, they will arrive here in 5 days at most. Iron Dragon Saint? Unity Saint? The surrounding leaders were pleasantly surprised. Apparently, they had heard of their names. Iron Dragon Saint and Unity Saint are both top experts who have been famous in the Divine Beginning world for many years. Either of them is probably stronger than me. With their help, together with my brothers and I, we can easily kill Heavenly Sword Marquis. What I'm worried about now is whether Heavenly Sword Marquis will leave our 9 Wolf Mountain range before the arrival of Iron Dragon Sword and Unity Saint. Blood Eagle said. If Jian Wuxuang left right now, they would have suffered a great loss and would not be able to do anything to him. But if Jian Wuxuang was not in a hurry to leave, as long as he was still in the 9 Wolf Mountain range, They were confident that they could find him and kill him. Blood Eagle was thinking with the other leaders, but at this moment, 1. A majestic power suddenly erupted in the void outside. What's going on? This is. The Blood Eagle, Violent Bear, and the remaining leaders were all shocked. Immediately, their bodies rushed out. The moment everyone appeared in the void outside, they immediately saw the barrier that completely sealed the surrounding space. That barrier covered the entire green flame mountain in all directions, leaving not a single gap. This barrier seals off space and time. When Han attacked 6th and 8th, he also directly sealed off space and time. The method of sealing off space and time is exactly the same as this barrier. It's Han who's here. Heavenly Sword Marquis. Many eyes began to search for him. Soon, everyone's eyes focused on a young man at the end of their line of sight. This young man was naturally Jian Wushuang. As expected, the 9 surviving leaders of the 13 Axes are all here. Jian Wushuang stood in the void with a faint smile on his face as he looked at the 9 leaders who appeared in front of him. Heavenly Sword Marquis. Blood Eagle's voice was cold, and his eyes seemed to spit fire. He stared at Jian Wushuang and said, "You killed 4 of my brothers, and you still dare to come here? Oh, you recognized me?" Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and was not surprised. 300 years ago, he fought with Bai Yuan of the Purple Cloud Pavilion and killed a rank 7 true saint with the power of a rank 4 true saint. His battle record was incredible, and the mirror image of their battle spread throughout the divine beginning world. As for what techniques he was good at, what weapons he used, and what laws he comprehended, all the experts already knew about it. Now that he had come to the 9 Wolves mountain range to kill, even though he had changed his appearance, the techniques he used had not changed. In addition to his similarly inconceivable ability to cross realms, it was normal for the other party to recognize him. Chapter 3185 Blood Eagle. You must be Blood Eagle, right? Jian Wushuang smiled and looked at the man in a blood-red robe. I've long heard that among the 13 Axes, Blood Eagle is the strongest. He's not much weaker than a real invincible saint. Second brother, Violent Bear, is also close to the level of an invincible saint. Today, I want to have a good experience. You guys, come at me together! Jian Wushuang's voice was full of absolute confidence and shocking boldness. Together? Blood Eagle sneered. We don't need to work together to kill you. I'm enough to kill you alone. Oh? Jian Wushuang was stunned. When he came here, he was ready to face the remaining 9 leaders of the 13 Axes at the same time. He planned to fight against 9 of them alone, but he did not expect that Blood Eagle did not seem to plan to work together with his brothers. Instead, he wanted to fight against him alone? Was this not giving him a chance? Big brother? Violet Bear also looked at Blood Eagle in surprise. Don't worry, I know what to do, Blood Eagle said lightly, but he suddenly glanced at a person beside him and gave him a look. The person Blood Eagle was looking at was a purple-haired elder, who ranked 4th among the 13 Axes. When he saw the look in Blood Eagle's eyes, the purple-haired elder immediately understood Blood Eagle's plan. He nodded without changing his expression. Blood Eagle took a step forward and appeared less than 30 meters in front of Jian Wushuang. A terrifying aura of death began to spread from his body. Boy, today I will avenge my 4 brothers! Blood Eagle shouted sternly. If you want to take revenge, you have to see if you have the strength. If you don't, all of you here will follow in the footsteps of your 4 brothers and die. Jian Wushuang smiled faintly and said, Make your move. Humph! Blood Eagle snorted and a black axe appeared in his hand. The black axe was also filled with a strong aura of death. As Blood Eagle raised the axe, it fell straight down. Crash! The whole world suddenly became dead silent. The air of death was heavy everywhere. The pitch-black and mighty axe shadow slashed directly at Jian Wushuang. The aura of death contained in the axe shadow was extremely strong. Under this terrifying aura of death, an ordinary 6th or 7th rank true saint would probably be trembling in fear. However, this aura of death had no effect on Jian Wushuang at all. Jian Wushwang flipped his hand and the Blood Mountain sword appeared in his hand. Then, a blood-red bolt of lightning suddenly flashed out. It was the peerless sword technique, Shi Xiang. Clang! When the two forces came into contact, the two terrifying forces collided. Jian Wushwang moved slightly and retreated backward. Blood Eagle also retreated a few steps. When he stopped, Blood Eagle raised his head and looked at Jian Wushwang with a hint of seriousness. No wonder Heavenly Sword Marquis could easily kill sixth brother and eighth brother. His divine power is really powerful. He is only a rank 6 true saint, but his divine power seems to be slightly stronger than mine. Blood Eagle glanced at the giant axe in his hand. The huge black axe was still slightly trembling. Boy, die! Blood Eagle took another step forward, and the death aura of the huge black axe in his hand suddenly soared. 9 axes of demonic arrival! Whoosh! 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 One after another, axe shadows that seemed to be able to split the heaven and earth with a strong death aura suddenly slashed out. Jian Wushwang also came up to him directly. Wow! 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 The same sword shadow swept out suddenly. Peerless Sword Code, Fantasy Sword 9 Heavens. Dang! 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 A low sound of impact echoed throughout the void. Two people in the void in the crazy collision, swinging a huge axe, and the speed of swordplay is incredible so that the surrounding leaders cannot see clearly. After 9 consecutive clashing sounds, the two separated again. Jian Wushwang stood in the void with a sword in one hand and looked at Blood Eagle with a faint smile in his eyes. Blood Eagle, is that all you've got? This kid. Blood Eagle's face was gloomy. Previously, when he saw the mirror image of Jian Wushwang killing the Tranquil Cloud King, he thought that he was stronger than Jian Wushwang, but now, when he fought with Jian Wushwang and felt his swordsmanship and strength, he knew that Jian Wushwang was not weaker than him. In fact, Jian Wushwang was slightly stronger than him in terms of strength and power. Kid, don't be complacent. Lend me another axe. Blood Eagle's cold voice echoed in the world. At this time, he raised the giant axe in his hands. A majestic aura of death began to gather crazily in the axe shadow. Is he going to use his strongest move? Jian Wushwang's eyes were filled with anticipation. Boom! The axe, which contained a majestic aura of death, finally swung out. In an instant, a towering axe shadow covered half of the sky and directly covered Jian Wushwang with a shocking power. However, when Jian Wushwang saw this axe shadow, he frowned. No, this is definitely not his strongest move. Jian Wushwang's eyes suddenly focused. At the moment when the baby woman used it, Blood Eagle suddenly let out a low cry. Fourth brother! Around the battlefield, the purple-haired elder who had been prepared by Blood Eagle immediately snorted, and then an invisible force came. In the blink of an eye, it formed a soul spike that could not be seen by the naked eye and directly attacked Jian Wushwang. Soul attack? Jian Wushwang's face darkened. He finally understood why Blood Eagle wanted to fight him one-on-one. It was because he was drunk. On the surface, he fought me one-on-one, but in fact, he ordered his brother to prepare a soul attack and give me a fatal blow at the critical moment. Blood Eagle is so cunning! Jian Wushwang cursed in his heart. However, even if he suddenly used a soul attack, Blood Eagle could not defeat my divine body with this axe skill alone. He must have prepared other methods. Jian Wushwang immediately looked over. Sure enough, when the purple-haired elder used the soul spike, Blood Eagle also waved his hand. A pitch-black, extremely terrifying black light, which contained a thick aura of death, shot toward Jian Wushwang like a shooting star. It directly shot toward Jian Wushwang. The axe skill is just to confuse me. The soul attack is to affect me. This black light is the real killer move. Jian Wushwang's pupils constricted. Chapter 3186. Attack together _ the black light was extremely gorgeous. Jian Wushwang could tell at a glance how terrifying the black light was. In terms of threat, the black light was much bigger than the axe displayed by Blood Eagle. Buzz! The soul attack displayed by the purple-haired elder was already sweeping toward Jian Wushuang. Humph! How can such a soul attack defeat me? Jian Wushuang sneered. In his spiritual sea, the towering exquisite pagoda shook slightly and blocked the soul attack completely. Jian Wushuang was only slightly affected by the soul attack, but the overall effect was not significant. However, just as Jian Wushuang blocked the soul attack, the black light appeared in front of Jian Wushuang, one step ahead of the axe shadow. Jian Wushuang's body swayed strangely. Swish! The black light, which was like a meteor, passed through Jian Wushuang's divine body without being affected at all. No! Blood Eagle's expression suddenly changed. This guy actually dodged it? Blood Eagle was stunned. In such a situation and at such a close distance, Jian Wushuang had just suffered a soul attack. How could he still use his movement technique to dodge the attack of the black light? How was this possible? Blood Eagle found it unbelievable. However, at this moment, Jian Wushuang's figure had condensed in the void beside him, and his eyes looked directly at the black light. After the black light pierced through his afterimage, it stopped in the air so that Jian Wushuang could see it clearly. The black light was a black dagger, which emitted an extremely strange and terrifying aura. The blade of the dagger was covered with a layer of pitch-black poison, and it was not as simple as just having poison on the blade. Jian Wushuang also felt an extremely strange power from the black dagger. Blood Eagle, you have a good trick. You fight me one-on-one on the surface, but secretly asked your brothers to cooperate with you and prepare a killing move. You want to kill me while I'm not carrying you. Jian Wushuang looked at Blood Eagle. There was a mocking smile at the corner of his mouth. Humph, all is fair in war. You took the initiative to kill your way to my Green Flame Mountain, so how can I be polite to you? Blood Eagle's eyes were cold, but then he looked around. Brothers, let's kill him together and avenge 6th, 8th, 11th, and 13th. Blood Eagle and Jian Wushuang had fought, and he had already seen that Jian Wushuang was not weak. He could not defeat him alone, so Blood Eagle wanted the other leaders to join him. Okay. The other leaders also agreed readily. Brother, let me help you. Violent Bear was the first to speak. Heavenly Sword Marquis, give back my 4 brothers' lives! The other leaders surrounded Jian Wushuang with killing intent. You want to kill me? With just you? Jian Wushuang smiled faintly. Although he was alone and had to face 9 experts, he was not afraid. 7 of them had reached the peak of rank 7 True Saint, and 2 of them were infinitely close to the Invincible Saint. However, Jian Wushuang did not show any fear or fear. On the contrary, there was a faint excitement in his eyes. In the 290 years on the Time-Space Island, with the help of many opportunities on the Time-Space Island, my strength has improved so much that I don't even know what level my battle strength has reached. Today, I can use them to test my strength. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. Brothers, let's do it! Blood Eagle shouted in a low voice and took the lead to attack Jian Wushuang. Blood Eagle's body was full of a dense death aura, which surged wildly in the surroundings. He grabbed the huge axe in one hand and then swung it toward Jian Wushuang as if he was splitting the mountain and the earth. The other leaders also made their moves. Among the 13 axes, Violent Bear's strength was second only to Blood Eagle's. He was also close to the Invincible Saint realm. At this moment, he flipped his hand and took out a huge stone stick. It was called a stone stick, but in Violent Bear's hand, it was like a huge stone pillar. Violent Bear held the stone pillar with both hands, and a destructive power condensed in the stone pillar. Then, the stone pillar suddenly stabbed toward Jian Wushuang. As for the other leaders, although they were not as strong as Blood Eagle and Violent Bear, they were at the peak of rank 7 True Saint, and their skills were not ordinary. At this moment, they all greeted Jian Wushuang. Some used their battle sabers to slash out huge saber shadows. Some used their long whips to turn into countless long snakes and bite at Jian Wushuang. He also used a cold spear to stab at Jian Wushuang's heart from behind. In addition, the 4th brother of the 13 axes, the purple-haired elder, was also constantly using soul attacks to influence Jian Wuxuang. Haha, come on! Under the siege of the 13 Axes, Jian Wuxuang was pleasantly surprised. He laughed heartily and went up to meet them alone. Bang! The first move of Shixiang. The violent sword light forced Blood Eagle to retreat. Then Jian Wuxuang slashed out with his sword. The shocking power contained in the sword cut across the sky and hit the stone pillar of the violent bear, causing it to retreat. Get lost! With a roar, he used the first move of Setting Sun. The shocking sword light contained the space-time annihilation. With Jian Wuxuang's current comprehension of the space-time principles, the power of the space-time annihilation was shocking and extremely powerful. It immediately destroyed the attacks of the surrounding leaders. In the huge space-time annihilation storm, Jian Wuxuang's figure flickered like a ghost. Swish! 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 Silver Ghost shuttled through the storm at an extreme speed. At least none of the leaders of the 13 Axes could keep up with his speed. So fast! He's so fast! Be careful! The leaders of the 13 Axes cried out in alarm. They had intended to besiege Jian Wuxuang, but Jian Wuxuang's burst of speed was so fast that they could not keep up with his speed at all. In the storm, Jian Wuxuang used his speed to fight with them again and again. Each time he fought, he would at most face 2 or 3 leaders at the same time. In a short time, these leaders, they could not do anything to him. At this moment, Jian Wuxuang's body, which was flashing, suddenly took a step toward the void. When he took a step forward, the Blood Mountain sword in his hand had already fallen. He had already displayed extremely fast swordsmanship. The peerless sword manual, life and death moment. Chi! The purple-haired elder's head was directly thrown away. Chapter 3187, Demons Slaughtering Array. Fourth brother! Blood Eagle, Violent Bear, and the leaders of the 13 Axes all changed their expressions when they saw the purple-haired old man's head flying away. Aye! The purple-haired old man still had some consciousness, but at this moment, his face was filled with shock and disbelief. He had already sensed that the divine power in his body had been completely eroded, which meant that he was definitely dead. However, until his death, he did not expect that Heavenly Sword Marquis could find an opportunity to kill him under the siege of their leaders. Although your soul attack can't do anything to me, it's troublesome for you to keep influencing me. Jian Wuxuang's light words entered the purple-haired elder's ears. Buzz! The purple-haired elder's divine body collapsed, and his voice finally disappeared completely. Damn it! Bastard! Bastard! Seeing this, the leaders of the 13 Axes all gnashed their teeth and showed hatred in their eyes. But apart from hatred, they were more shocked. They were shocked by Jian Wuxuang's strength. After all, Jian Wuxuang was besieged by 7 true saints at the peak of rank 7 and 2 experts who were infinitely close to being invincible. Not only could Jian Wuxuang not deal with them in a short time, but he had also found an opportunity to kill one of them? Big brother! Violent Bear glanced at Blood Eagle. Use the magic formation, quick, use the magic formation! Blood Eagle shouted angrily. Hearing Blood Eagle's words, the leaders' faces turned cold. Then, they flipped their hands and took out an object. They took out a blood-red bead and each of them took out one. Then, they poured their divine power into the blood-red bead. Under the stimulation of the divine power, the blood-red beads immediately burst out a bright blood mist, which was extremely dense. After the explosion, it completely covered the surrounding void. Naturally, Jian Wuxuang was also covered by the blood mist. Is this a space-time sealing formation? Jian Wuxuang's expression changed, but he immediately shook his head. No, if it's really a space-time sealing formation, I only need to activate the ruler seal to easily destroy it. But now, even if I activate the ruler seal, I can't affect this formation at all. It should be another formation. Jian Wuxuang guessed correctly. The formation that the leaders of the 13 Axes activated was not to seal space-time, but a combined attack formation. Buzz! 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 Streaks of blood-red light soared into the sky. Jian Wuxuang looked over and saw that the leaders, who each had a blood-red bead, were covered in a layer of blood-red fog. This blood-red fog, it was like a layer of blood-red armor. A thick murderous aura emanated from their bodies. Heavenly Sword Marquis, die! A fierce shout came from the void beside them. A bald man held a long spear in his hand. The spear was spinning strangely, and it was like a poisonous dragon drill, stabbing directly toward Jian Wuxuang's head. Jian Wuxuang only glanced at the bald man, but he did not pay much attention to it. The bald man was just an ordinary leader among the 13 Axes. He only had the battle strength of a true saint at the peak of rank 7, and he was attacking alone. Jian Wuxuang did not care at all, and he did not even know how to look at his head. He casually swung his sword. Clang! The Blood Mountain sword came into direct contact with the long spear, and the sound of metal colliding rang out. Eh? Feeling the power from the long spear, Jian Wuxuang's face darkened, and he could not help taking a step back. As for the bald man, he instantly retreated. It seemed that Jian Wuxuang still had the absolute advantage. However, Jian Wuxuang was also pushed back. His divine power was slightly stronger than Blood Eagles and Violent Bears. He could easily crush a true saint at the peak of rank 7 with a casual strike, but now he was pushed back by his opponent. His strength has improved, and it has improved a lot. Jian Wuxuang's pupils constricted. At this moment, the other leaders also rushed over, and Jian Wuxuang quickly blocked them. However, Jian Wuxuang immediately understood that not only the bald man, but all the leaders of the 13 Axes had greatly improved their strength. This improvement was mainly reflected in their power. They are only at the peak of rank 7 true saint, but their power has probably exceeded that of a rank 7 true saint. Although there is still a gap between them and Blood Eagle and Violent Bear, it's not too far away. Jian Wuxuang's face was solemn. The strength of these leaders had increased so much that it naturally put a lot of pressure on him. Moreover, these were just ordinary leaders, but Blood Eagle and Violent Bear. Kill! Blood Eagle shouted coldly, and the axe shadow slashed out again. It was mighty and earth-shaking, and its power suddenly rose to a whole new level. Invincible true saint! Jian Wuxuang's face suddenly changed. Although he had never fought with the invincible saint, he had at least felt the power of the invincible saint. Now, Blood Eagle's axe attack made him feel like he was facing a real invincible saint. Whoosh! Jian Wuxuang immediately waved his sword to block the attack, but after the attack, he was sent flying. As expected, the power of the ordinary true saints at the peak of rank 7 has reached the level of the invincible saint, but the power of Blood Eagle and Violent Bear, who were already close to the invincible saint realm, has reached the level of the invincible saint. Is this the effect of the magic formation? What a terrifying magic array! Jian Wuxuang secretly exclaimed. In a short time, the strength of the leaders of the 13 Axes had been raised to a whole new level. This magic array was indeed impressive. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you should be glad because you are the third person to let us use the demon-slaying magic array against the enemy. The first two were invincible saints, and even these two invincible saints could only flee in embarrassment after we used the demon-slaying magic array. As for you, you will die today! Monster-killing array! Shuang said coldly. Monster-killing array? Jian Wuxuang nodded secretly. He had already remembered the name. Jian Wuxuang was a bit suspicious about Blood Eagle's claim that even the invincible saint had to flee in a sorry state when the two brothers used the array. But in fact, Blood Eagle was not lying. The monster-killing array was created for them by a formation master at great cost by the 13 Axes. It was extremely powerful. If 13 Axe had been at his peak, with this array, they would have been able to defeat the invincible saint and make him flee. But now... Chapter 3188 Disappeared The demon-slaying magic array could only be used to its maximum power with the combined power of 13 Axes. But now, Jian Wuxuang had killed a total of 5 leaders with 13 Axes, leaving only 8 people left. The power of the magic array was limited by the combined power of 8 people, but even so, with the help of Blood Eagle, Violent Bear, and the other leaders, the demon-slaying magic formation was enough to fight against an ordinary invincible saint. Kill him! Blood Eagle's voice was cold. With the help of the magic formation, his and Violent Bear's divine power had reached the level of an invincible true saint, and their strength completely surpassed Jian Wushuang's. Buzz! Boom! The huge axe shadow, which contained the aura of death, and the huge stone pillar bombarded Jian Wushuang one after another. Jian Wushuang could only try his best to resist them. The 5 leaders of the peak of rank 7 True Saint Realm also displayed their killing moves, which greatly increased the pressure on Jian Wushuang. Bang! Bang! 2 consecutive collision sounds rang out. Jian Wushuang had just blocked the attacks of Blood Eagle and Violent Bear, and he was in the middle of retreating. Suddenly, 3 attacks came toward him from the surroundings. One of them was a blood-red spear, one was a cold and ruthless sword shadow, and the last one was a sharp saber light. Jian Wushuang was in the middle of retreating, so he could not move flexibly. He could only swing his Blood Mountain sword to block the blood-red spear and the ruthless sword shadow. As for the last sharp saber light, Jian Wushuang could not block it. Clang! The blade light hit Jian Wushuang's divine body directly. It was blocked by the golden armor on Jian Wushuang's body, making a crisp sound of metal colliding. Jian Wushuang grunted and retreated again. After a long while, he finally came to a stop. His divine body did not collapse directly? It seems that his protective ability is very strong. The one who used the blade light was a long-haired man with brown hair. The long-haired man was very confident in his saber. After all, he was a true saint at the peak of rank 7. With the enhancement of the demon-slaying formation, his divine power had increased to almost invincible level. His full-strength saber strike did not collapse Jian Wushuang's divine body. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang's protective ability was extraordinary. I was forced into such a sorry state by them? Jian Wushuang stood in the void and looked at his chest, where there was a clear white mark left by the saber. This white mark was left by the saber light of the brown-haired man. The saber strike did not directly break through the golden armor, but there was still a powerful force transmitted into his divine body. It severely injured his divine body at the first moment, but it was still a little short of directly destroying his divine body. Now, Jian Wushuang's heavily injured divine body had completely recovered. Haha, it seems that I underestimated the 13 axes. Jian Wushuang laughed lightly, and his laughter echoed. This kid is about to die, and he still dares to laugh. Blood Eagle stared at Jian Wushuang coldly. The leaders of the 13 axes surrounded Jian Wushuang, obviously not giving him a chance to escape. Dying? You should be the ones dying. Jian Wushuang sneered. Blood Eagle, I admit that I underestimated you 13 axes. I didn't expect you to have such a powerful magic array. Fortunately, I have killed 5 of you. Otherwise, the power of the magic array would be stronger if you worked together with the 13 axes. At that time, I wouldn't be able to do anything to you. But now, you are qualified to make me a little more serious. A little more serious? Blood Eagle and the others were stunned. Jian Wushuang's words clearly meant that he had been very casual since the beginning, and had not seriously fought with them. Arrogant! Blood Eagle immediately shouted in a low voice. Jian Wushuang did not bother to explain. He continued to calmly look at Blood Eagle and the others, but a large amount of golden divine power began to crazily gather on his body. The golden divine power gathered crazily, and in the blink of an eye, it formed a golden emperor phantom that was 90,000 feet tall. The golden emperor phantom looked down at everyone below, and a terrifying deterrent force covered Blood Eagle and the others. Blood Eagle and the others were shocked. At the same time, the blazing flames, together with ice, burst out crazily. The ice-fire realm formed by the ice-fire swimming dragon ruler instantly suppressed everyone around it. After all, the ice-fire swimming dragon ruler was a domain-type supreme treasure. Jian Wushuang's divine power had long surpassed the rank 7 True Saint Realm and was close to the invincible True Saint Realm. Now that he was using the Ice Fire Realm with all his strength, how powerful was it? Boom! As the domain descended, Blood Eagle, Violent Bear, and the other 5 leaders felt their bodies sink, as if a terrifying mountain was pressing down on them. What a terrifying domain! This domain is too powerful. I feel that my overall strength has been suppressed by more than 30%. A supreme treasure, this is definitely a domain-type supreme treasure. Only a domain-type supreme treasure has such terrifying power. This heavenly sword marquis actually has a domain-type true treasure on him? Blood Eagle, Violent Bear, and all the leaders present were shocked. Under normal circumstances, only Principal's Masters were qualified to have a true treasure, and only Principal's Masters could fully unleash the power of a true treasure. But now, this heavenly sword marquis before them had actually taken out a true treasure, and it was an extremely rare domain-type true treasure. A domain-type true treasure is priceless. As long as I kill him, this domain-type true treasure will be mine. Blood Eagle's eyes immediately turned red. Facing a domain-type true treasure, he was naturally extremely envious. However, just as Jian Wushuang took out his Ice Fire Swimming Dragon Ruler and used his Ice Fire domain to oppress everyone, his body swayed slightly. This movement was very casual, but Blood Eagle, Violent Bear, and the other leaders' eyes were wide open. Disappeared? Where is he? Where did he go? Why can't we find him? We can't see him with the naked eye, and we can't sense his soul power. Could it be that he used teleportation to escape? The realm's suppression is still there. It's impossible for him to use teleportation to escape. He just stayed around us. But where is he? Everyone was stunned and shocked. They frantically searched the surrounding void, but they did not dare to use their naked eyes or soul power to find any trace of Jian Wushuang. It was as if Jian Wushuang had really disappeared. But at this moment, Chapter 3189, there was only one person left. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly exploded in the void. Blood Eagle, Violent Bear, and the other leaders immediately looked at the source of the scream. When they saw it, their pupils suddenly shrank. Ninth brother! Blood Eagle was even more furious. The one Blood Eagle called Jiao was the long-haired brown-haired man who had slashed Jian Wushuang with his saber. However, at this moment, his eyes were wide open, and his face was full of fear and disbelief. He slowly lowered his head and looked at his chest. There was a blood-colored divine sword that had pierced through his heart. He could clearly see the cold blade and his blood on the blade. Aye! Before the brown-haired man could say anything, the cold blood poison had already corroded his divine power, and his voice disappeared on the spot. Another leader was killed on the spot. Jian Wushuang, who had killed the brown-haired man, gave a strange smile. Then he disappeared in front of everyone. Be careful! It's a movement technique. It's so terrifying that we can't catch any traces of him. At the same time, he has a very terrifying assassination swordsmanship. He is hiding around us and waiting for the right time to attack us. Quick, find him. If we don't find him, we will only be targets and be assassinated by him. Find him? How? Fourth brother, who is best at soul techniques, has been killed by him. Our soul techniques can't sense his existence at all. Terrified voices sounded one after another. The remaining leaders of the 13 Axes were all panicking. They had no choice. They were all shocked by Jian Wushuang's silent assassination technique. They guessed correctly that what Jian Wushuang was using was an extremely strange movement skill. Of course, it could also be said to be a unique secret skill. He could hide among these leaders silently and wait for an opportunity to attack. In addition, there was a reason why Jian Wushuang killed the fourth brother who was good at soul skills. Not only because the fourth brother's soul attacks had been affecting him, but also because he was good at soul techniques. His soul sensing ability and soul searching ability were naturally stronger. With the fourth brother's soul attainments, it was very likely that he could sense his existence, which made it much harder for him to attack. But now that the fourth brother was dead, the remaining people, including Blood Eagle and Violent Bear, could not sense his existence. These leaders were like living targets in front of him. Swish! A cold sword light silently appeared behind one of the leaders. From the moment the sword light flew out to the moment it pierced through the leader's divine body, it could not make any noise or sound. The leader did not even have time to react before he was pierced by Jian Wushuang's divine sword and killed on the spot. Then, Jian Wushuang disappeared again. No! Bastard! The leaders of the 13 Axes cursed in anger, but there was nothing they could do. Jian Wushuang attacked again and again. Chi! 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 One by one, the leaders were killed by Jian Wushuang's sneak attacks. None of them could react in time. In the blink of an eye, only 2 of the 8 leaders were still standing there. These 2 were Blood Eagle and Violent Bear. They were strong, so Jian Wushuang deliberately left them at the back. Bastard! Bastard! Blood Eagle and Violent Bear's eyes were bloodshot. They had been watching their brothers being killed by Jian Wushuang, but they had no way to stop him. Now only the 2 of them were left with the 13 axes. Second brother, be careful. If nothing goes wrong, Heavenly Sword Marquis is going to attack you next, Blood Eagle said. I know. Violent Bear nodded, but his face was extremely solemn. His nerves had been tense, and his soul power had been spread out to the greatest extent, sensing the wind and grass around him. Suddenly, a ghost-like figure appeared beside Violent Bear. As soon as it appeared, a cold sword light had already pierced toward Violent Bear's throat. The sword light swept out, but it was still silent and did not cause any movement. Jian Wushuang's movement was too strange and quiet. Even though Violent Bear was in a state of full alert, he did not notice Jian Wushuang's appearance at the first moment. It was when the sword light was attacking him. Although the sword light did not cause any movement, there was a slight sound of the sword cutting through the air. The sound was almost negligible, but Violent Bear, who was nervous, still heard it. Over here! Violent Bear suddenly turned around, and his violent aura was instantly suppressed. He wanted to block Jian Wushuang's fatal sword. But how could it be so fast? Violent Bear's eyes were wide open as he watched the cold longsword pierce through his skin. However, his palm was still 2 feet away from the sword. Chi! The longsword instantly pierced through Violent Bear's throat. The cold blood venom contained in the sword seed also entered Violent Bear's body and crazily eroded his divine body. At this moment, 80% of Violent Bear's divine power was directly eroded. However, 20% of his divine power was still preserved. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A large amount of divine power began to gather, and Violent Bear's divine body wanted to reassemble again. However, Jian Wushuang directly pointed out. One finger void annihilation technique. Boom! A huge space-time storm suddenly took shape. This space-time storm contained extremely terrifying destructive power, annihilating everything in the space where Violent Bear was. Violent Bear's divine body did not have time to reassemble at all. The remaining 20% of his divine power had already been completely annihilated by this space-time storm. An immortal saint, Violent Bear, who was infinitely close to being invincible, also died. Second brother, no! Blood Eagle's eyes turned red as he watched from the side. But everything happened too quickly. It was so fast that he could not stop it at all. Violent Bear had already been killed. After Violent Bear died, he was the only one left alive. Heavenly Sword Marquis! Blood Eagle's voice was as cold as if it came from hell. His eyes were bloodshot and veins popped on his forehead. Jian Wushuang had just killed his brothers who had lived with him for hundreds of thousands of years. Jian Wushuang had killed 12 of his 13 brothers. How could he not be angry at such a great hatred? Seeing this, Jian Wushuang just smiled faintly and said, Blood Eagle, don't worry. You will be with your brothers soon. Chapter 3190 Extermination _ Jian Wushuang was smiling on the surface, but he was secretly sighing in his heart. As expected of an expert who is infinitely close to the level of an invincible saint. 3 drops of cold blood venom were fused into my blood mountain sword at the same time, but I can't kill him in one strike. Previously, Jian Wushuang could kill the leaders of ordinary peak rank 7 true saints of the 13 axes with one strike. The 3 drops of cold blood poison in the blood mountain sword were enough to erode all the divine power in the opponent's body. However, when he killed Violent Bear just now, he could not kill Violent Bear with just one strike, so he had to use the Void Annihilation technique again. Now I only need 1 strike to kill a peak rank 7 true saint, but I need 2 strikes to kill an infinite number of experts close to the invincible saint realm, Jian Wushuang thought. There was no other way. The cold blood poison was the highest level of poison that Jian Wushuang could exchange for in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. It was even higher than the cold blood poison. Just 1 drop of it was enough to kill an invincible saint, or even a real invincible saint. There was indeed poison in the treasure pavilion of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, but it was beyond the scope of what Jian Wushuang could exchange for. After all, he was only a heaven-level member in the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, and he could only exchange for treasures within the range of heaven-level members. Only Emperor-level members were qualified to exchange for poison that was higher than cold blood. Heavenly Sword Marquis! A shrill, low voice suddenly came out of Blood Eagle's mouth. If you have the ability, fight me face to face. Don't hide. A fair and square fight? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows. Fine, I'll grant your wish. As soon as he finished his words, Jian Wushuang immediately moved. As soon as he moved, the endless power of ice and fire crazily pressed toward Blood Eagle. At the same time, he was intimidated by the divine punishment expert and suppressed by the ice and fire realm, so Blood Eagle's strength was suppressed by at least 30%. However, previously, Jian Wushuang and Blood Eagle had a fierce one-on-one fight. At that time, they were evenly matched, and Jian Wushuang even had a slight advantage. In terms of strength, Jian Wushuang was much stronger than Blood Eagle. Blood Eagle's brothers had all died, and the magic formation was useless. In such a situation, he was still suppressed by the realm. How could he be Jian Wushuang's opponent? Bang! 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 3 low collision sounds were heard. Blood Eagle was instantly sent flying, and his body was in a terrible state. Die! Blood Eagle's eyes were bloodshot, and his face was filled with madness. He seemed to have really gone mad and wanted to charge at Jian Wushuang again. However, on the way, Blood Eagle suddenly swung his hand. Whoosh! The terrifying black light, which contained a thick death aura, shot toward Jian Wushuang again like a meteor. This move again? Jian Wushuang's eyes focused. Blood Eagle had used this move previously, and it was combined with a soul attack. Even so, he had dodged it head-on. Now that Blood Eagle had used this move in front of him, it was even more difficult to pose a threat to him. With a slight sway, Jian Wushuang had already bypassed the black light. Eh? Jian Wushuang's face suddenly darkened. He had discovered that after Blood Eagle had thrown the black light at him, he had immediately rushed towards the surrounding void at the fastest speed he had ever used in his life. Obviously, Blood Eagle wanted to escape. I thought he was really crazy and wanted to avenge his brothers, but now it seems that he is not. Blood Eagle Shuang is very cunning. Jian Wushuang sneered. Obviously, Blood Eagle was pretending to be crazy. He did not want to fight with Jian Wushuang because he knew that he could not be Jian Wushuang's opponent alone, therefore, he had been looking for an opportunity to escape. Now, he had fled to the side while Jian Wushuang was dodging the black light. However, Blood Eagle, can you escape? Jian Wushuang stood in the void and watched Blood Eagle crazily fly around, but he had no intention of stopping or chasing after him. He just watched quietly. Not long after Blood Eagle rushed out, he appeared in front of the huge barrier that Jian Wushuang had set up with the ruler's seal. This barrier had completely sealed off the entire Green Flame Mountain. If the barrier did not collapse, no one would be able to escape. Break! Blood Eagle let out an angry roar. He held the giant axe with both hands, an endless power and death aura crazily condensed in the axe. Then, the giant axe suddenly swung out. A terrifying axe shadow struck the barrier in front of him. Boom! It was as if a stone had fallen into a calm scene. Under the attack of the axe shadow, the transparent barrier rippled. However, the surface of the lake quickly regained its calm. The barrier was still intact. It was not shaken at all. What? Blood Eagle's eyes were wide open. Ha ha, Blood Eagle, don't waste your energy. Even a genuine invincible saint would not be able to break this barrier, let alone you. You have no chance of escaping. You'd better follow your brothers obediently. Jian Wuxuang's hearty laughter was heard. With a flash, he appeared beside Blood Eagle. Whoosh! 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 Terrifying sword techniques erupted like a landslide and a tsunami, crazily crushing toward Blood Eagle. Finally, a trace of panic appeared on Blood Eagle's face. While blocking Jian Wuxuang's attack, he shouted, Heavenly Sword Marquis, stop! You've already killed 12 of my brothers, and my 13 axes will no longer exist. Why do you have to kill them all? Kill them all? Jian Wuxuang just sneered. He knew how domineering the 13 axes had been in the Nine Wolf Mountain range for so many years. Many countries and even some small sects in the Nine Wolf Mountain range were under the oppression of the 13 axes. Anyone who dared to disobey the orders of the 13 axes would be uprooted by the 13 axes, just like some small sects. In the hundreds of thousands of years, the 13 axes had killed countless people. When the 13 axes uprooted those sects, how could they not exterminate them? Heavenly Sword Marquis, stop! Spare my life. I can swear that I will never take revenge on you in the future. Although my brothers have some friendship with me, they are them and I am me. If they die, they die, Blood Eagle said again. Oh? Jian Wuxuang could not help laughing. Blood Eagle valued his brothers very much at the beginning. When he killed them one by one, Blood Eagle was obviously very angry. He was not pretending to be angry. But now, when it was about his death, he immediately separated himself from his brothers. Chapter 3191, 13 Axes, all destroyed. As expected, people are selfish. Jian Wuxuang praised in his heart, but the strength in his hands did not weaken at all. Blood Eagle's situation was also becoming more and more dangerous. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I'm afraid you don't know that I have a deep relationship with Master Xiaoyao. He gave me a magic array to cultivate. It can be said that I'm extremely important to him. If I die, Master Xiaoyao will definitely be furious. Blood Eagle shouted again. Master Xiaoyao? Jian Wuxuang looked strange. He did not know whether Blood Eagle was telling the truth or not, but he did not care. Because Master Xiaoyao, he did not know him, nor had he heard of him. You talk too much nonsense. Jian Wuxuang did not give Blood Eagle any chance to live. Sword skills rushed toward him crazily. Under the absolute suppression of the realm, Blood Eagle could no longer block Jian Wuxuang's sword skills. No! Heavenly Sword Marquis, if you dare to kill me, Master Xiaoyao will definitely kill you. Absolutely. With a series of shrill roars, Blood Eagle's divine body was finally completely destroyed by Jian Wuxuang. Then, with the help of the void subjugation technique, he finally killed Blood Eagle. Since then, the 13 axes, which had occupied the Nine Wolf Mountain range for hundreds of thousands of years and was an absolute nightmare for many countries and sects in the surrounding area, were killed by Jian Wuxuang alone. All 13 axes were killed. Not a single person was left. Jian Wuxuang stood in the void coldly, and waved his hand to take away the interspatial ring left by Blood Eagle and the giant axe. He only glanced at the interspatial ring left behind by Blood Eagle, but his heart was already shocked. As expected of an expert who is infinitely close to the invincible saint. Moreover, the 13 axes have been in the Nine Wolf Mountain range for so many years, and they have been crazily exploiting the surrounding countries and sections. Over the years, the wealth accumulated by the 13 axes is very shocking, and the wealth in Blood Eagle's hands is an astronomical figure. Jian Wushuang praised. However, even though he was amazed by the wealth, it did not cause him much of a stir. After all, when one's strength reached his level, the holy elixirs were only a number. He simply could not use that many holy elixirs. And when he became stronger in the future and reached the level of a principal's master, he would not even look at the so-called wealth anymore, because, at the level of a principal's master, the holy elixirs were completely useless. For principal's masters, they used divine power to trade with each other. Of course, some special and valuable treasures could also be exchanged for divine power, but unfortunately, Blood Eagle and the others did not have treasures of this level. Before he died, Blood Eagle threatened me with that young Master Xiaoyao, thinking that I would spare his life because I was afraid of him. Unfortunately, I don't even know who this young Master Xiaoyao is. But since he brought him out before he died, I'm afraid that young Master Xiaoyao is not too weak. Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. In the next moment, he moved. Green Flame Mountain was the lair of Blood Eagle. Not only did Blood Eagle live here, but there were also many experts under his command, including several rank 7 true saints. These experts had been hiding in the void, watching from afar. They did not dare to get involved in this level of battle. When they saw that Blood Eagle and the leaders of the 13 Axes were killed by Jian Wushuang alone, their hearts surged. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was rushing toward them. He's coming toward us. Is Heavenly Sword Marquis going to kill all of us here after killing the leaders? I don't think so. After all, we're not a threat to him. These experts, who were almost at the true saint realm, were very nervous at this moment. They all knew that Jian Wushuang could sweep 13 axes by himself and kill 13 leaders, including Blood Eagle and Violent Bear, so he could kill all of them here alone. Moreover, they did not even have a chance to escape. You come here! Jian Wushuang appeared in front of these people and pointed at the rank 7 true saint with the strongest aura with his right hand. My lord! The rank 7 true saint walked to Jian Wushuang, trembling. He immediately bowed to Jian Wushuang with great respect. Let me ask you, do you know the young Master Xiaoyao that Blood Eagle mentioned before he died? Jian Wushuang asked. Young Master Xiaoyao? The rank 7 true saint was stunned, and then nodded. I do know about young Master Xiaoyao. A few decades ago, an expert came to our door. That expert seemed to be called Gei. He was a very powerful immortal saint, and seemed to be slightly stronger than leader Blood Eagle. This Saint Gei was sent by Master Xiaoyao. It seems that leader Blood Eagle comprehended the rule of death and was qualified to comprehend a special magic array, which was specially prepared by Master Xiaoyao to go to a place called the Blood Wave Realm. Blood Wave Realm? Jian Wushuang's expression changed. The reason why he came to the 9 Wolf Mountain Range and killed 13 axes was also to go to the Blood Wave Realm. As for Master Xiaoyao, what happened after that? Jian Wushuang continued to ask. After that, leader Blood Eagle had been studying the magic array and it seemed to be very effective. Saint Gei even came here twice. In the end, leader Blood Eagle made an agreement with Master Xiaoyao. Master Xiaoyao must have promised some benefits to leader Blood Eagle, and leader Blood Eagle agreed to follow Master Xiaoyao to the Blood Wave Realm when the time came. The rank 7 true saint told him everything he knew. After hearing what the rank 7 true saint said, Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. It seemed that Blood Eagle was telling the truth. He did have some relationship with the carefree young masters, and the fact that the carefree young master took him seriously did not seem to be a lie. Let me ask you again. Do you know about the carefree young master? Jian Wushuang looked down. Sir, we only know his name and that he comes from a big force. As for other things, I don't know, the rank 7 true saint said truthfully. Is that so? Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, not surprised. From today on, there will be no more 13 axes in the divine beginning realm. Jian Wushuang glanced at the cultivators in front of him, then moved and teleported away. It was not until Jian Wushuang completely left that the rank 7 true saint who answered Jian Wushuang's question and all the cultivators on Green Flame Mountain heaved a sigh of relief. Chapter 3192, Shadowless Escape Art _ in a quiet courtyard on the Space-Time Island. Temple Master Bai Xing. Jian Wushuang appeared directly beside Temple Master Bai Xing and said, I've completed the task. Oh? Temple Master Bai Xing turned his head and looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. You killed all 13 axes? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded. Can you record the scene of you killing them with the mirror image? Temple Master Bai Xing asked. Yes. Jian Wushuang waved his hand and immediately took out the mirror image tokens. He had prepared these mirror image tokens beforehand and recorded the scene of him fighting with the 13 axes. Only the mirror image could prove that he had completed the task alone. Temple Master Bai Xing immediately began to examine the mirror talismans one by one. The first thing she saw was naturally the image of Jian Wushuang killing the Tranquil Cloud King. In the image, Jian Wushuang and the Tranquil Cloud King had only exchanged 2 blows before killing the Tranquil Cloud King directly. He killed a true saint at the peak of rank 7 very cleanly. Temple Master Bai Xing nodded slightly and continued to watch. Next, she only briefly glanced at the image of Jian Wushuang killing the leaders of the 13 axes, until the last mirror image. This mirror image was the battle on Green Smoke Mountain. When she saw Jian Wushuang and Blood Eagle fighting one-on-one, and they were evenly matched, Temple Master Bai Xing's expression did not change at all. Then the leaders of the 13 axes attacked together, and combined with the magic array. While Jian Wushuang was in a terrible situation, Temple Master Bai Xing was still very indifferent. It was not until Jian Wushuang suddenly unleashed his strange body movement secret skill and killed the leaders of the 13 axes one by one that Temple Master Bai Xing's pupils suddenly shrank. It's Shadowless Escape skill! I can't even sense it with my soul! Temple Master Bai Xing's voice became a little excited. She looked at Jian Wushuang in shock and asked, Little guy, you have mastered Shadowless Escape skill? Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded again. He had spent more than half of his 290 years in the true martial mystic realm. The true martial mystic realm was left behind by many principles masters of the temporal temple. There were many things left behind by these principles masters. Some were left behind casually, but some were left behind by secret arts that they were proud of. During this period of time, Jian Wushuang found the Shadowless Escape skill left behind by a rule master named Bloody Blade on one of the icebergs. The Shadowless Escape skill was shadowless and traceless. It was difficult to detect even soul power. Unless the other party's strength was much stronger than his or had a high level of attainment in soul, he could only use this escape skill. Even if the opponent hid around him, he would not be able to detect it. When Jian Wushuang saw this escape art for the first time, he was also shocked. There was nothing he could do. In Jian Wushuang's eyes, this escape art was too terrifying. The Shadowless Escape art was created 8 million years ago by the Bloodblade Master, who was known as the strongest assassin of that era. The Bloodblade Master has a good relationship with me. He is a natural assassin and has exceptional talent. He created the Shadowless Escape art and the Bloodblade Sword art. When the two were combined, many principles masters in the divine beginning world were shocked. Especially the Shadowless Escape art. Until now, this escape art should be one of the most terrifying escape arts in the divine beginning realm. Although the Bloodblade Master left this escape art in the true martial mystic realm, no one has been able to truly comprehend it for so many years. Yet you have actually comprehended it, and seem to have mastered it to a certain level? Temple Master Bai Xing stared at Jian Wushuang with a strange glint in her eyes. I don't know what's going on, but when I comprehended this escape skill, it didn't seem too difficult. Although I spent a lot of time, I still mastered it. Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Temple Master Bai Xing was stunned at first, but when she thought that Jian Wushuang could comprehend the space-time divine skill from the space-time gold stone, she was able to accept it. It was indeed very difficult to comprehend the Shadowless Escape skill from the iceberg left by the Bloodblade Master in the true martial mystic realm, but it was still inferior to comprehending the space-time divine skill from the space-time gold stone. It's your luck to be able to comprehend the Shadowless Escape skill. In the future, with this escape skill in hand, even if you meet a strong enemy, you can use this escape skill to fight him. However, since you can comprehend the Shadowless escape skill, you can also comprehend the Blood Blade Sword skill of the Blood Blade Master. But why did you use the Shadowless Sword skill left by the Sword Origin Master when you fought with the 13 axes? Temple Master Bai Xing suddenly asked. Well, Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. I've only stayed on the time-space island for 290 years. It's already good enough for me to comprehend the Shadowless escape art. I don't have time to comprehend the more complicated sword art of bloodshed. However, I've been inspired by the silent sword art left behind by Sword Origin Master. I've studied it under the iceberg left behind by Sword Origin Master for quite some time, and I've already comprehended most of it, Jian Wushuang said. That's true. Temple Master Bai Xing nodded. She also remembered that Jian Wushuang had just arrived at the time-space island. Your strength is stronger than Blood Eagle, the strongest of the 13 axes. Now, with the Shadowless escape art and the Breathless sword art, it's not difficult to kill the 13 axes. Temple Master Bai Xing said. She had seen from the picture that Jian Wushuang used the Shadowless escape art to appear behind the leaders of the 13 axes and kill them time and time again. In the end, even the leaders of the 13 axes, Blood Eagle and Violent Bear, were killed by Jian Wushuang. Indeed, all the leaders of the 13 axes were killed by Jian Wushuang alone. You were able to complete the experiential task I gave you and kill the 13 axes alone. This is enough to prove your strength, and it is much more than I expected. Especially the Shadowless escape art, which gave me a big surprise. With your talent and strength, and with the Shadowless escape art, it is enough for you to go to the Blood Wave realm. According to what I've said, the last of the 5 places to enter the Blood Wave realm belongs to you. Temple Master Bai Xing said. Thank you, Temple Master Bai Xing! Jian Wushuang was overjoyed. Well, there are still a few years before the opening of the Blood Wave realm. You should make good preparations during these years. After all, the Blood Wave realm is a huge battlefield. Even an invincible saint will be doomed if he is not careful, Temple Master Bai Xing said. I see. Jian Wushuang nodded heavily. Then he looked up and said, Temple Master Bai Xing, speaking of preparation, I'd like to exchange some divine power. Chapter 3193, Carefree Mansion. Divine power? Temple Master Bai Xing glanced at Jian Wushuang and nodded slightly. Divine power contains a part of the power of the will. Immortal saints at the top level can guide this part of the power of the will and increase their strength in a short period of time. After the opening of the Blood Wave realm, nearly 50% of the top immortal saints in the Divine Beginning realm will enter. There must be many people who have divine power in such a large battlefield. The Temporal Temple has also thought of this, so every time the Blood Wave realm opens, the temple will give a drop of divine power to each of the 5 cultivators who enter the Blood Wave realm. This drop of divine power will be given to all of you before you leave for the Blood Wave realm. Only 1 drop per person? Jian Wushuang frowned slightly. According to Temple Master Bai Xing, the top-notch saints who participated in the Blood Wave realm occupied nearly 50% of the entire Divine Beginning realm, so there must be many top-notch immortal saints. There were so many people, and many of them had divine power. Everyone was crazily fighting for opportunities in the Blood Wave realm. In such a huge and dangerous battlefield, the Space-Time Temple only gave each cultivator a drop of divine power, which was obviously not enough. Only 1 drop is because the various forces and sects in the Divine Beginning realm had previously made an agreement. Of course, this agreement is only on the surface, so on the surface, we will only give you 1 drop of divine power. But secretly, you can exchange 1 drop for 10 billion holy elixirs. As long as you have enough holy elixirs, you can exchange as many as you want. Temple Master Bai Xing said with a smile. That's more like it. Jian Wushuang's eyes lit up. 10 billion holy elixirs could be exchanged for 1 drop of divine power. Jian Wushuang had killed the entire 13 axes by himself. The weakest of the 13 axes was a true saint at the peak of rank 7, and they had occupied the 9 Wolf Mountains for hundreds of thousands of years. The wealth they had accumulated was astonishing. On the way back, Jian Wushuang had carefully calculated that the wealth of all the leaders of the 13 Axes added up to about 500 billion holy elixirs. 500 billion holy elixirs was an astronomical figure for many immortal saints. After all, the average true saint at the peak of rank 7 was only worth about 20 billion holy elixirs. And 500 billion holy elixirs could be exchanged for 5 billion divine power. The competition in the blood wave realm is very fierce. Although I have good life-saving skills and won't threaten my life, when it comes to opportunities, I can't do it if I'm not strong enough. And this divine power will be very useful at the critical moment, so I have to exchange for more. Jian Wushuang muttered to himself. He quickly made up his mind. Temple Master Bai Xing, I want to exchange for 9 drops of divine power. 9 drops? Temple Master Bai Xing's expression changed. He smiled and said, It seems that you've made quite a fortune by killing the 13 Axes. 9 drops of divine power, just give me 90 billion holy elixirs. Jian Wushuang also took out an interspatial ring. There were a lot of holy elixirs and treasures in the interspatial ring, which was definitely worth more than 90 billion holy elixirs. Temple Master Bai Xing took it, scanned it with his consciousness, and nodded slightly. Then he waved his hand and handed a jade bottle to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang opened the jade bottle and immediately saw the 9 drops of golden water in the bottle. They were clearly water drops, but they were not compatible with each other. Instead, they were completely separated. Jian Wushuang could feel an extremely terrifying power from each drop of golden water. That power was supreme. Is that the power of the will of the Principal's Masters? Jian Wushuang secretly praised. The divine power only contained a trace of the will of the Principal's Masters, but even so, it still made Jian Wushuang feel extremely terrifying. If the Principal's Masters used all of their will, how powerful would it be? Jian Wushuang really could not believe it. When I was in the Mountain Thunder Fort, the 3 Principal's Masters attacked me directly. I was too weak at that time, so I could not feel how strong they were. I only felt that my divine body could not withstand a single attack from them. Now it seems that it's not just a single attack. As a Principal's Master, if I use a bit of the power of my will, my divine body should be able to collapse easily. Jian Wushuang thought. Now that you've exchanged for 9 drops of divine power, it'll give each of you another drop of divine power when you leave for the blood wave realm. You'll have 10 drops of divine power, which should be enough for you to squander in the blood wave realm. Temple Master Bai Xing said. Jian Wushuang also nodded slightly. Oh, there's one more thing, Jian Wushuang said again. Temple Master Bai Xing, when I killed the boss of 13 Axes, Blood Eagle, at the last moment, Blood Eagle used the young Master Xiaoyao to threaten me. After that, I asked the experts under Blood Eagle and confirmed that he had a deep relationship with young Master Xiaoyao. Temple Master Bai Xing, do you know who this young Master Xiaoyao is? If he killed Blood Eagle, he might have offended Master Xiaoyao. In other words, Jian Wushuang already had a potential enemy, and this potential enemy would also go to the blood wave realm. Therefore, Jian Wushuang naturally wanted to find out the identity of the other party first, so that he could have a good background. Master Xiaoyao? Temple Master Bai Xing could not help but sneer. If you ask me about the powerful Principal's Masters in the divine beginning realm, I know about them. But if you ask me about some immortal saints in the divine beginning realm, I don't have time to worry about these little saints. Jian Wushuang was stunned and could not help laughing bitterly in his heart. Indeed, Palace Master Bai Xing was the Deputy Palace Master of the Temporal Temple. Before that Temporal Palace Master had returned from the cosmic battlefield, she was in charge of the entire Temporal Temple. With such high power and status, how could she pay attention to the immortal saints in the divine beginning realm? She would only pay attention to them if they were truly heaven-defying and shocked countless Principal's Masters. However, young Master Xiaoyao obviously did not reach this level. Since you've offended young Master Xiaoyao, I can help you ask him. Temple Master Bai Xing said, then took out a token and asked. Thank you, Temple Master Bai Xing. Jian Wushuang waited respectfully. After a short while, Temple Master Bai Xing took back the token. I have figured it out. The Master Xiaoyao you mentioned is from Xiaoyao Mansion. He is the personal disciple of Marquis Xiaoyao and the #1 genius in Xiaoyao Mansion. That's why he is called Master Xiaoyao. Temple Master Bai Xing said. Chapter 3194, Unwilling Duan Lang. Carefree Mansion? Jian Wushuang frowned. Carefree Mansion is the overlord of the second heaven. It's one of the most powerful sects in the second heaven. There are more than a dozen principals masters. It's considered a top force even in the entire divine beginning realm. Temple Master Bai Xing said. Overlord of the second heaven? I remember that the Supreme Emotion Valley is also an overlord of the second heaven. I wonder which is stronger, Carefree Mansion or the Supreme Emotion Valley? Jian Wushuang asked. In terms of foundation, the Supreme Emotion Valley is deeper. However, in terms of overall strength in this era, Carefree Mansion should be stronger than the Supreme Emotion Valley. Temple Master Bai Xing replied. However, the Supreme Emotion Valley has an extremely special divine skill, and there is also an old Valley Master who has cultivated this divine skill. That old Valley Master is very difficult to deal with. If he really goes crazy, even in our temporal temple, only the Temple Master can suppress him. Therefore, because of this old Valley Master, the Supreme Emotion Valley is more terrifying than the Carefree Mansion in many people's eyes. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He had heard of the old Valley Master of the Supreme Emotion Valley. It was said that even the 3 Saint Realms did not want to provoke the Supreme Emotion Valley, which showed how terrifying the old Valley Master was. Master Xiaoyao of the Carefree Mansion should also go to the Bloodwave Realm. You might meet him there, but with your current strength, you should be able to deal with him. As for the Carefree Mansion behind him, you don't have to care about it. It may be powerful in the eyes of others, but it's nothing in front of the temporal temple. Temple Master Bai Xing said directly. Upon hearing this, Jian Wushuang could not help but smile. Indeed, no matter how strong Xiaoyao Mansion was, it was only an overlord in the second heaven. If it was in the third heaven, it would probably be inferior to the 4 divine clans and the 8 directions celestial sect. However, the temporal temple, it was one of the 3 freedom alliances in the divine beginning realm, and it had many experts and was extremely united. Compared to a behemoth like the temporal temple, the Xiaoyao Mansion was indeed nothing. In terms of background, Jian Wushuang was obviously more powerful than Master Xiaoyao. I understand. In that case, you'll go and make preparations. After saying this, Jian Wushuang turned around and left. After Jian Wushuang left, Temple Master Bai Xing immediately gave an order to give Jian Wushuang the last spot to enter the Bloodwave Realm. In the northern area of the huge space-time island, there was a huge building complex. This building complex was where many experts of the temporal temple lived, and it was located in one of the exquisite mansion's secret skills. Buzz, buzz, buzz. A large amount of dim light gathered together, and an extremely majestic destructive aura filled the entire secret room. In the center of the secret room, a purple-haired youth sat cross-legged. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and a flash of light instantly burst out. This bright light was like lightning, piercing through the void. It's done! Before the Bloodwave Realm opened, I finally cultivated that secret technique to the great success stage. Haha, the heavens are really helping me! The purple-haired young man let out an ecstatic laugh that reverberated in the secret chamber. However, because the secret chamber was surrounded by magic arrays, the voice did not spread out. After a long while, the purple-haired young man seemed to have calmed down slightly. He was still sitting upright, but his hands were tightly clenched. This secret technique is powerful, but it is extremely difficult. I originally thought that unless I broke through to become a principal's master, it would be impossible for me to cultivate it to great success. However, it seems that I have still underestimated myself. Now that I've mastered this secret technique, my strength has skyrocketed. I'm afraid that I can face a true invincible saint head-on. Among the 5 people from the Space-Time Temple who are heading to the Bloodwave Realm this time, Di Hao is the most terrifying and the best among the invincible saints. Right now, I'm not qualified to challenge him. However, although Qian Hongzi is also an invincible saint, I'm not much weaker than him now. As for the remaining two, they haven't become invincible saints yet. Although they were slightly stronger than me before, now that I've mastered this secret technique, they're definitely not my match. In other words, my strength is no longer at the bottom of the five. The purple-haired young man was still extremely excited. Right at this moment, Duan Lang! A voice suddenly sounded out. The purple-haired young man's expression changed, and he immediately stood up and walked out. In the void outside the estate, a black-clothed old man stood there calmly. Lord Han Yuan. The purple-haired young man, which was Duan Lang, respectfully bowed to the black-clothed old man. Duan Lang, I've come this time with an order that Palace Master White Star has just issued regarding the Bloodwave Realm. The black-clothed old man said. Regarding the Bloodwave Realm? Have the 5 spots been given? Duan Lang smiled. The black-robed elder's expression was very cold. As usual, there are still 5 people from our temporal temple who have entered the Bloodwave Realm this time. But what? Duan Lang looked over. You're not among the 5 spots. The black-robed elder said. What? Duan Lang's expression immediately changed. Lord Han Yuan, you're joking, right? Among the top immortal saints of our space-time temple, there are only 5 who have enough potential and strength to head to the Bloodwave world. I should be one of them. I'm not joking with you. You're indeed not one of the 5 spots. This is the list given by Hall Master Bai Xing himself. Take a look for yourself. The black-clothed elder waved his hand and took out a list. Duan Lang immediately took it and began to read it. There were 5 names on the name list. Duan Lang was very familiar with the first 4 names and was not surprised, but the last name. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Heavenly Sword Marquis? Duan Lang widened his eyes. Hall Master Bai Xing actually gave the spot that belongs to me to this Heavenly Sword Marquis? How can this be? Duan Lang immediately roared. I refuse to accept this. Heavenly Sword Marquis was able to kill a rank 7 true saint in front of a rank 4 true saint. I admire his talent and potential, and am ashamed to admit that I'm inferior to him. However, just his talent and potential are far from enough to enter the Bloodwave realm. He also needs absolute strength. Heavenly Sword Marquis doesn't have such strength. How can he enter the Bloodwave realm? Duan Lang, are you doubting Palace Master Bai Xing? The black-clothed old man coldly glanced at Duan Lang. No, I don't dare. Duan Lang immediately shook his head, but his gaze still turned scarlet. But this matter, Palace Master Bai Xing has indeed done unfairly. Chapter 3195, Challenge. Palace Master Bai Xing is unfair? You really dare to say it? The black-robed old man revealed a half-smile. Duan Lang's body trembled. Although he still gritted his teeth, he did not dare to continue. Palace Master Bai Xing's status in the Temporal Temple was only below that Palace Master. It could be said that in the entire Divine Beginning Realm, Palace Master Bai Xing was one of the few people who stood at the peak. How could a little saint like him say such a supreme existence? Fortunately, Palace Master Bai Xing did not hear this. Otherwise. Duan Lang, listen. Palace Master Bai Xing has always done things fairly. Before he gave this spot to Heavenly Sword Marquis, he specially arranged a training mission for Heavenly Sword Marquis. That training mission is extraordinary. It can be said to be extremely harsh. Even an ordinary invincible saint might not be able to complete it, but Heavenly Sword Marquis did, said the black-clothed old man. What he said was the truth. Temple Master Bai Xing had arranged for him to kill all 13 axes. 1 or 2 of the 13 axes might look easy to kill, but to kill all 13 of them, the 13 axes had a monster-slaughtering formation. In a head-on fight, even the invincible saint would be defeated. Jian Wushuang was able to kill all 13 axes because he had mastered the shadowless escape art. If it were anyone else, Duan Lang would not have been able to kill all 13 axes. Let me put it this way. Since Temple Master Bai Xing gave the quota to Heavenly Sword Marquis and did not give it to you, he must think that Heavenly Sword Marquis is stronger than you. The black-clothed elder added. Impossible! Duan Lang immediately shouted. 300 years ago, Heavenly Sword Marquis was only a rank 4 true saint. He could only kill a rank 7 early-stage true saint with average strength. Now only 300 years have passed. Even if his strength has improved greatly, he is only slightly stronger than an ordinary peak rank 7 true saint. Compared to those experts who are close to invincible true saint, he is definitely much weaker. How can he compare to me? I don't believe it. I absolutely don't believe that his strength has already surpassed mine. I refuse to accept it. The black-clothed elder frowned slightly. Lord Hunyuan, I wish to seek an audience with Hall Master White Star. Or I would like you to pass a message to Hall Master White Star saying that I want to challenge Heavenly Sword Marquis. I want to defeat him in front of everyone. And if Heavenly Sword Marquis really has the strength, as long as he can defeat me, then I will naturally accept it wholeheartedly. Duan Lang said in a deep voice. Challenge? The black-clothed elder raised his eyebrows, and a playful smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Sure, I'll send a message to Hall Master Bai Xing right now. Thank you, Lord Hunyuan, Duan Lang said immediately. The black-clothed elder immediately sent a message to Hall Master Bai Xing, and the result was quickly obtained. Duan Lang, Hall Master Bai Xing already guessed that you might be unconvinced. She wanted me to tell you that you want to challenge Heavenly Sword Marquis. This is fine. As long as Heavenly Sword Marquis agrees, you can naturally fight. However, since her order has already been given, it will not be changed. In other words, Heavenly Sword Marquis will still be on the list of 5 people who will enter the Blood Wave realm. Do you understand this? The black-clothed elder looked at Duan Lang. Is there no way to change it? Duan Lang clenched his hands tightly. His fingertips had already pinched into his flesh. All right, even if I can't enter the Blood Wave realm, I will fight for this honor for myself. All right, wait here. I will inform you when the Heavenly Sword Marquis agrees. The black-clothed old man said this before turning around and leaving. Sword Marquis. Duan Lang's eyes were filled with an unprecedented fierce light. In the courtyard where Jian Wushuang lived. Challenge? Duan Lang wants to challenge me? Jian Wushuang's expression immediately became strange when he received the news. However, after thinking for a moment, he could understand. Because if he did not appear, the spot would belong to Duan Lang. Duan Lang even thought that he was almost certain, but because of his appearance, he snatched the spot for Duan Lang to enter the Blood Wave realm. How could Duan Lang be satisfied? Temple Master Bai Xing has given the order and will not change it. This spot is definitely yours, so you don't have to accept the challenge. There's no need to pay attention to Duan Lang. The black-clothed elder stood in front of Jian Wushuang and smiled. But Temple Master Bai Xing wants you to fight and defeat Duan Lang head-on. That would be better. Yes, I know. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. He understood Temple Master Bai Xing's intention. After all, the quota to enter the Blood Wave world was decided by Temple Master Bai Xing alone. If he did not show his strength or refuse Duan Lang's challenge, many people might think that he was not strong enough. This would also affect Temple Master Bai Xing and make people feel that Temple Master Bai Xing was unfair. Therefore, he had to directly defeat Duan Lang with his strength. Only then could he shut everyone's mouth and make them be convinced. Just like when Jian Wushuang got the quota to enter the heaven-cleaving mystic realm, the genius disciples of the 3 palaces were also unconvinced. Moreover, when Jian Wushuang appeared on the heaven-cleaving star, the most dazzling genius immediately came to challenge him. However, after Jian Wushuang defeated that genius cleanly, no one dared to say another word. In this world, strength was the only way to speak. If you did not show your strength, no one would take you seriously. However, as long as you showed your strength and your fists were very hard, it would naturally be frightening. No one dared to doubt it. Please tell Duan Lang that I agree to fight with him, Jian Wushuang said with a smile. Good. The black-robed elder nodded and left. Soon, the news of the fight between Jian Wushuang and Duan Lang spread throughout the time-space island. A slender white-robed youth sat quietly under the giant time-space beast god with his eyes closed. This white-robed youth carried a blood-colored battle saber on his back. It was as though his entire being had become one with the surrounding space-time. And at this moment, a human figure suddenly swept over from the void beside him. The person who arrived was a beautiful red-haired girl with a bit of mischievousness. Qian Hongzi, I heard that you've already returned to the temporal island. I guess that you're here. The red-haired mischievous girl came to the side of the white-robed youth. Flying snow, is something the matter? The white-robed young man still had his eyes closed. Of course, there's something the matter. I'm afraid that you still don't know. That Duan Lang is about to have a head-on battle with Heavenly Sword Marquis. The red-haired mischievous girl said. Heavenly Sword Marquis? The white-robed young man's expression moved, and his eyes slightly opened. Is that the Heavenly Sword Marquis who used a 4th-level True Saint to kill a 7th-level True Saint? Yes, that's him. He also came to the time-space island 300 years ago. The red-haired girl said. Chapter 3196. Bai Xing asks about crimes. I've seen the mirror image of Jian Wushuang fighting with someone. He killed a rank 7 True Saint with the strength of a rank 4 True Saint. No one can surpass him. But how could he fight Duan Lang? The white-robed young man asked in confusion. It's like this. The red-haired girl told him what had happened. The white-robed young man was surprised. Temple Master Bai Xing gave him the quota to enter the Bloodwave realm? Yes, and the order has been made public. Temple Master Bai Xing gave the order himself. No one can change it except for the elusive temporal Temple Master, the red-haired girl said. That's not strange. In the opening of the Bloodwave realm this time, Duan Lang should be one of the 5 spots in our temporal temple. However, now that this spot has been given to the Heavenly Sword Marquis, how could Duan Lang be willing to accept it? It's normal for him to want to challenge the Heavenly Sword Marquis. The white-robed young man nodded slightly, then, a smile appeared on his face. The Heavenly Sword Marquis is so talented that he might be even more talented than you and me. I'm a little curious about his battle with Duan Lang. Come, let's go and take a look. Okay. The red-dressed girl immediately agreed. He came here to find this white-robed man. In the center of the space-time island, there was a huge drill ground. This drill ground was not only vast, but there was also a vast space-time in the center. This space-time was where the cultivators of the space-time divine hall usually sparred. Now, the drill ground was quite lively. Many experts of the temporal temple had come here. There are quite a lot of people. There are more than a dozen principals masters. The white-robed young man, Qian Hongzi, and the red-clothed girl, Fei Xue, came to the drill ground together and looked around. There were more than 20 people on the drill ground, and there were more than a dozen principals masters. In fact, these principals masters stayed on the time-space island all year round and had nothing to do. They only came to watch the fight when they knew there were 2 little guys. Of course, most of them were here for Jian Wushuang. After all, Jian Wushuang's battle record of killing a 7th-rank True Saint in the 4th True Realm had shocked these principals masters. By the way, why aren't Dihao and Yu here? Qian Hongzi asked. There were many top-level immortal saints in the temporal temple, but most of them were very old, and had passed their era. Therefore, they were not qualified to enter the Bloodwave realm. In this era, there were 5 people in the temporal temple who were qualified and had the potential to enter the Bloodwave realm, excluding Jian Wushuang. Besides Qian Hongzi, Fei Xue, and Duan Lang, there were 2 other people, Dihao and Yu. Yu is still adventuring in the outside world and hasn't come back yet. I sent him a message and he said that he will return to the space-time island in 3 years, Fei Xue said. As for Dihao, this cultivation man and only cares about himself. He only focuses on cultivation and doesn't care about anything else. Although he has returned to the space-time island, he entered the space-time tower as soon as he came back. He didn't respond to my message. These 2 guys. Qian Hongzi smiled bitterly. At this moment, two figures appeared in the vast space in the center of the drill ground under everyone's gaze. These two people were naturally Jian Wushuang and Duan Lang. Is he Heavenly Sword Marquis? Qian Hongzi stared at Jian Wushuang with interest, then casually said, Fei Xue, who do you think will win the battle between Heavenly Sword Marquis and Duan Lang? I don't know, but in my opinion, Duan Lang has a good chance of winning, Fei Xue said. Duan Lang has long surpassed the rank 7 true Saint realm, and his talent is very high. His strength is very close to yours and mine, and he hasn't fought with us for many years. Maybe his strength has improved a lot. Even I'm not sure if I can win against him. As for that Heavenly Sword Marquis, 300 years ago, he was only able to kill a primary rank 7 true saint. Now, 300 years later, if he wants to be compared to Duan Lang, I feel that he is slightly inferior. What you said is right, but don't forget one thing. Giving the spot to Heavenly Sword Marquis was an order personally given by Hall Master Bai Xing. Hall Master Bai Xing's character has long been decided in the Temporal Temple. She is one-sided and will never favor anyone. And since she gave the spot to Heavenly Sword Marquis, it means that in her heart, Heavenly Sword Marquis is more suitable to head to the Blood Wave realm than Duan Lang, and in terms of strength, that Heavenly Sword Marquis might have already surpassed Duan Lang. Qian Hongzi said. Surpassed Duan Lang? That's impossible, right? Fei Xue could not believe it. Just watch. Qian Hongzi smiled faintly. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lang faced each other from a distance in the vast space. Jian Wushuang looked calm, but Duan Lang clenched his hands and looked at Jian Wushuang with a cold gaze. Duan Lang! A cold voice suddenly sounded. The people around the drill ground immediately looked at the noble figure in the void. Temple Master Bai Xing. Duan Lang immediately bowed respectfully. It was my personal order to give the quota to Heavenly Sword Marquis. How dare you question me? Temple Master Bai Xing looked down at Duan Lang. Duan Lang immediately became nervous. He did not expect Temple Master Bai Xing to directly question him before the battle with Jian Wushuang began. Temple Master Bai Xing. Duan Lang said respectfully, I don't dare to question your name. I'm just absolutely confident in my own strength. I'm sure that my strength is definitely above that of Heavenly Sword Marquis. Oh? The beautiful eyes of Palace Master Bai Xing lifted. Following that, he coldly said, This battle can determine the strength of the two of you. If it is really as you say and you defeat Heavenly Sword Marquis and win this great battle, then I guarantee that I will let you enter the Blood Wave realm. What? Duan Lang was stunned at first, but soon after, he became ecstatic. The expressions of the people around the drill ground became strange. What's going on? Palace Master Bai Xing's orders have already been given out, so there shouldn't be any changes. Even if Duan Lang really defeated Heavenly Sword Marquis, those 5 spots shouldn't be changed to his name, right? Fei Xue was filled with doubt. Are you stupid? Qian Hongzi sneered. Who said that the Temporal Temple only has 5 spots? If Palace Master Bai Xing is willing, not to mention 1 spot, even if there are 2 or 3 more spots, it wouldn't be a problem. Fei Xue was stunned for a moment before coming to a realization. That's right. I forgot that every time we enter the Blood Wave realm, the 5 spots are only given to the Temporal Temple by the various powers in the outside world. It isn't something that the Temporal Temple fought for. Chapter 3197, Jian Wushuang and Duan Lang. Fei Xue also understood. The Temporal Temple had never taken the initiative to fight for a spot in the Blood Wave world. Because there were not many cultivators in the Temporal Temple, there were only a few top immortal saints in each era who had the potential and strength to fight for the opportunity in the Blood Wave realm. Usually, there were 5 spots, it was enough, so there was no need for the Temporal Temple to fight for it. But do not forget, the first-class big forces in the Divine Beginning realm had more than 5 spots each time they entered the Blood Wave realm. Take the Carefree Mansion, for example. The Carefree Mansion was only the overlord of the second heaven. It could not compare to the 4 big divine sects and the 8 directions celestial sect in the third sky, let alone the 3 holy regions. But every time the Carefree Mansion entered the Blood Wave realm, more than 5. Even a carefree mansion, one of the 3 major Freedom Alliance temporal temple, even if there are 10 or 20 places, are not too many. If Duan Lang could defeat Jian Wushuang, Temple Master Bai Xing would be able to help him get a spot. It would be easy for him to get a spot. Don't be happy too early. Temple Master Bai Xing looked down at Duan Lang and said coldly, If you defeat Heavenly Sword Marquis, I will naturally help you get a spot. But if you lose to Jian Wushuang, then you will be punished by me. Do you accept it? Punished? Duan Lang's face changed. He also understood that Temple Master Bai Xing's status was not something he could question. Now that he had questioned him, unless he could prove that he was stronger than Jian Wushuang, he had to accept the punishment. I accept. Duan Lang nodded. He was confident in his strength, and did not think that he would be defeated by Jian Wushuang. Well, in this space-time, you two can fight. Remember, if either side's divine body collapses, they will lose, Temple Master Bai Xing said. Jian Wushuang and Duan Lang nodded heavily. In this space-time, Duan Lang stared at Jian Wushuang with a hint of hostility in his eyes. Heavenly Sword Marquis, even I admire your ability to jump levels. Unfortunately, you need absolute strength to travel in the Bloodwave realm. Are you strong enough? You'll know if I'm strong enough, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Don't talk so much nonsense. Just attack. If you're really capable, defeat me directly. Otherwise, you, an immortal saint, might not be able to bear the punishment of Temple Master Bai Xing. Hearing the word punishment, Duan Lang's heart trembled, but soon his eyes became firm. If you want to avoid the punishment of Temple Master Bai Xing, you just have to defeat him, Duan Lang murmured. With a flip of his hand, a purple spear appeared in his hand. It was extremely cold and powerful. Although it had not reached the level of a supreme treasure, it was definitely a top-tier holy treasure. It was definitely not lower than Jian Wushuang's Blood Mountain sword. Jian Wushuang had also taken out his Blood Mountain sword. Heavenly Sword Marquis, be careful! As soon as Duan Lang finished his words, he dashed forward. The distance between them was instantly crossed by Duan Lang. Star Illusionary Spear! With a shout, the demonic purple spear in Duan Lang's hand pierced through the void and stabbed toward Jian Wushuang. The tip of the spear flickered with purple demonic light like purple stars, illuminating the void. This speed! Jian Wushuang's pupils constricted. He waved the Blood Mountain sword in his hand and immediately met the spear head-on. Clang! 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 The sound of metal colliding rang out in the space-time. In a short moment, Jian Wushuang and Duan Lang had exchanged dozens of head-on blows. Whether it was their body speed, their sword and spear strikes were both extremely fast, this was normal. After all, both of them had comprehended the space-time principles, and their comprehension level was very high. The space-time principles were best at speed. Suddenly, Duan Lang raised his hands and the spear in his hands turned into a smash. A violent and scorching power condensed in his spear. The body of the spear was like a flood dragon, and it was thrown directly at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang held his sword to block it. As soon as he made contact with the body of the spear, Duan Lang suddenly put away the spear and then sent it away. This move seemed simple, but it was the most flexible use of spear techniques. A trace of surprise flashed in Jian Wushuang's eyes, and he immediately retreated. So powerful! Jian Wushuang stood in the void at the edge, staring at Duan Lang with a burning gaze. Although he had just fought with Duan Lang and neither of them had shown their true strength, the spear technique Duan Lang displayed in such a short exchange had already shocked Jian Wushuang. Duan Lang's spear technique was even more exquisite than his swordsmanship, and his comprehension of the space-time principles seemed to be better than his. In the continuous collisions just now, they seemed to be evenly matched. However, in fact, Jian Wushuang knew that he was at a disadvantage because his sword's speed was slightly slower than Duan Lang's spear speed. Although it was only slightly slower, it was still a gap. Heavenly Sword Marquis, is that all you have? Duan Lang held the spear in one hand and stared at Jian Wushuang with an extremely cold gaze. Haha, interesting. Jian Wushuang's lips curled into a smile. Then, a large amount of golden divine power condensed behind him. In the blink of an eye, the 90,000-meter tall punishment divine realm expert was formed. His icy golden eyes, he looked down at Duan Lang with a soul-stirring ability. Duan Lang narrowed his eyes, but his expression did not change at all. Again! Jian Wushuang rushed forward again. Humph! Duan Lang snorted coldly. His figure was like a ghost, and in an instant, the purple stars once again chilled the void. Clang! Clang! After 2 consecutive exchanges, Duan Lang immediately sensed that Jian Wushuang was different from before. His strength is stronger, and his speed is a little faster. He is indeed a little stronger than before, but that's not enough. Duan Lang's low voice echoed throughout the world, then his spear skill finally exploded. Whoosh! 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 Purple light burst out like purple electric snakes. His speed was at least 30% faster than when he fought with Jian Wushuang. When Jian Wushuang fought with him, he felt that Duan Lang's spear speed was slightly faster than his sword speed. On this basis, Duan Lang's spear attack speed was 30% faster? Chapter 3198 Shocking. Too fast, too fast! Jian Wushuang frowned. He did not expect that even though he had improved his speed and power, he was still much slower than Duan Lang. The evil spear kept stabbing at him like a purple star. It lit up the entire void and enveloped him completely. Jian Wushuang could only try his best to swing his Blood Mountain sword to block it, but it was very difficult to block it. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang was at an absolute disadvantage on the battlefield. He was even completely suppressed by Duan Lang. This scene was witnessed by the surrounding people. Xian Hongzi, didn't you say that Heavenly Sword Marquis should be stronger than Duan Lang? But now it seems that Heavenly Sword Marquis' strength is only SOSO, said Fei Xue, the cheeky woman in red. His swordsmanship is indeed good, and his comprehension of space-time principles is relatively high. His divine power is not weak, but his overall strength is just at the level of a peak saint. Among peak saints, he is only at the middle level, or even above the middle level. Duan Lang is definitely at the top among peak saints. A true saint could be called a peak true saint after reaching the 7th rank. However, above the peak of the 7th rank, there was the invincible saint, who was infinitely close to the level of the invincible saint. The invincible saint was naturally called the invincible saint. And above the peak of the 7th rank, close to the level of the invincible saint, this was called the peak saint by most people. 13 Axes Blood Eagle, Violent Bear, and Duan Lang were all at the peak saint realm. Jian Wushuang's strength was also at the peak saint realm, but it was only in the middle of the peak saint realm. However, Duan Lang had been at this level for many years and was very strong. He was very strong among the peak saints. Don't worry. I always feel that the strength of Heavenly Sword Marquis is not as simple as it seems. Look at Temple Master Bai Xing. He saw that Heavenly Sword Marquis was completely suppressed by Duan Lang, but his expression did not change. This shows that Temple Master Bai Xing has great confidence in Heavenly Sword Marquis. He just hasn't used all of his strength yet, Qian Hongzi said. Is that so? Fei Xue frowned. On the battlefield, Jian Wushuang had been completely suppressed by Duan Lang. His figure was also forced into a sorry state. Most importantly, the long spear kept stabbing at him. Jian Wushuang could barely resist it for a short time, but as time went on, I can't resist it anymore. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. He had already seen the purple demonic spear pass through the gap between the Blood Mountain sword and his body with a purple demonic light. The cold tip of the spear directly stabbed at his chest. At such a critical moment, Jian Wushuang's reaction was not slow. He quickly moved his divine body. Although it was extremely difficult, he still managed to move it a little. The cold tip of the spear did not pierce Jian Wushuang's chest, but it pierced his shoulder. Chi! a terrifying strangling power instantly burst out. Jian Wushuang's right arm under the protective armor directly twisted and exploded, and his body also suddenly retreated. Not only is his speed fast, but his power is also so strong. If I hadn't avoided his vital parts, my divine body would have collapsed. Jian Wushuang stopped in the void. Looking at his exploded arm, he sighed in his heart. In the void outside the battlefield, Temple Master Bai Xing frowned slightly and said in a low voice, "Heavenly Sword Marquis, are you trying to make me lose face?" Jian Wushuang was stunned, but he shrugged his shoulders resentfully. Indeed, it was not a big deal to him even if he lost this battle. After all, he still had a spot to enter the Blood Wave realm. However, this spot was set by Temple Master Bai Xing. If he lost to Duan Lang so easily, he would certainly lose face for Temple Master Bai Xing. "I'm not playing with you anymore." Jian Wushuang glanced at Duan Lang, then his body swayed slightly. Buzz! Without any warning, Jian Wushuang disappeared from the battlefield. "Huh! What happened? Where is he?" Fei Xue widened her eyes and looked at the center of the battlefield. However, no matter how hard she searched, she could not find any trace of Jian Wushuang. He disappeared. Where did he go? Qian Hongzi also frowned. Fei Xue and Qian Hongzi, one of them was also a powerful saint at the peak, and the other was a genuine invincible saint. However, at this moment, both of them were at a loss. They did not know where Jian Wushuang had gone. The expressions of the 10 principals masters around them became very interesting. Escape art? And the escape art seems to be very impressive. When he hid, ordinary saints at the peak or even invincible saints could not find him. It's the shadowless evasive technique. The Bloodblade Master's shadowless evasive technique. Bloodblade Master? The #1 assassin from 8 million years ago? Heavens, this kid actually grasped the Bloodblade Master's shadowless evasive technique. Those principals masters were all shocked. Some principals masters even directly let out exclamations. There was nothing they could do. The Bloodblade Master was an extremely terrifying existence from 8 million years ago. The shadowless evasion technique he created was shadowless and traceless. Even the principals masters could not catch a trace of it. Together with the Bloodblade sword technique he created, if he were to assassinate an ordinary principals master, he would be killed without any ability to react. In that era, the Bloodblade Master was publicly recognized as the #1 assassin. His assassination ability was incomparable. The main reason for this was his shadowless escape technique. But now, a little guy at the level of a saint actually grasped this escape technique? The shadowless escape technique created by the Bloodblade Master is definitely one of the most terrifying escape techniques in the divine beginning realm. This kid can actually comprehend it. Amazing! With the shadowless escape technique in hand, Duan Lang is in big trouble. These principals masters, all secretly sigh. And in the middle of the battlefield, that wave is now also a tight brow. He also heard the exclamations and discussions of the principals masters around the battlefield, and at this moment, he had also spread his soul power to the greatest extent, but the result, whether it was with the naked eye, or a soul search? He could not find any trace of Jian Wushuang. It was as if Jian Wushuang had really disappeared or left the battlefield. However, the 90,000-meter tall Golden Emperor Phantom was still there. It was impossible for Jian Wushuang to have left. Of course, he was still on the battlefield, but he could not sense it. Chapter 3199, Black Demon's Secret Technique. Where is this heavenly sword Marquis? Duan Lang's expression was grave as he kept a vigilant eye on his surroundings. However, at this moment, without any warning, a ghostly figure appeared behind him. At the same time, Duan Lang clearly did not notice it at all. The ghost figure even stabbed out with his long sword. It was a silent sword strike. This sword strike was extremely fast. This is... Duan Lang suddenly widened his eyes. Although he still did not sense the presence of Jian Wushuang, or the sword skill that came straight at him, he felt a huge sense of fear from behind him. This fear was naturally formed during his long years of fighting. Without any hesitation, Duan Lang immediately moved to the side. Whoosh! A cold sword shadow pierced Duan Lang's waist. Then, with a slash, a tearing force burst out, but it did not tear the protective armor on Duan Lang's body apart. It only left a white mark on the armor. Duan Lang suddenly retreated. I can't tear his armor apart? Jian Wuxuang looked at Duan Lang's armor in surprise, but he nodded secretly. Obviously, the protective armor Duan Lang was wearing should be a top-level holy treasure. Although his Blood Mountain sword was not weaker than Duan Lang's protective armor, this slash was not enough to tear Duan Lang's armor apart. After all, he had just used the silent swordsmanship. It was not the Star Dream first move, which had the strongest tearing and cutting ability in the Wuxuang sword manual. Your reaction is quite fast, but how many times can you dodge such an assassination sword skill? Jian Wuxuang sneered and disappeared in front of Duan Lang again. Damn it, what did Heavenly Sword Marquis use? Duan Lang's face was extremely ugly. He could not find Jian Wuxuang at all. He only knew that Jian Wuxuang was hiding in the surrounding void, but he did not know where Jian Wuxuang was. However, Jian Wuxuang knew where he was. This meant that Jian Wuxuang could see, and he was blind. Standing in the void, he could only be a living target for Jian Wuxuang. If he wanted to fight back, he did not even know where Jian Wuxuang was. How could he fight back? Shadowless escape art, shadowless track. Heavenly Sword Marquis must have just mastered this escape art, and just reached the initial success stage. Even so, with the shadowless escape art in the initial success stage, he can easily hide from the soul perception of a peak saint, or even an invincible saint. Unless he is an expert who specializes in soul attacks and has an extremely high level of soul research, there is no one among the immortal saints who can find his position. With this escape art, Heavenly Sword Marquis has been invincible from the very beginning. A goateed principal's master sighed in admiration. Yes, once this secret art is released, as long as Duan Lang cannot find Heavenly Sword Marquis' true position, he will only be passively beaten. There is no room for him to fight back. Just as Heavenly Sword Marquis said, you can dodge a sword, but you cannot dodge all the assassination sword arts. You will be defeated sooner or later. Another principal's master said. Now, I finally understand why Palace Master Bai Xing gave the spot to Heavenly Sword Marquis. Although Heavenly Sword Marquis isn't very strong in a head-on battle and is only at the peak of the middle-level saint realm, his shadowless evasion technique is definitely more terrifying than many invincible saints, especially in a chaotic battle. This technique of his is simply a nightmare. A graceful woman also smiled faintly. These principals' masters had high standards, and they all knew how terrifying the shadowless escape art was. They all thought that with this escape art, Jian Wuxuang was invincible, and Duan Lang was doomed to lose. On the battlefield, Jian Wuxuang used the shadowless escape art to assassinate Duan Lang time and time again. Just as the principal's masters had expected, Duan Lang was just a living target. He could only be ambushed by Jian Wuxuang and had no ability to fight back. However, Jian Wuxuang was unable to hit Duan Lang's vital points and make his divine body collapse even though he had forced Duan Lang into a sorry state. Duan Lang has a strong sense of crisis and is very sensitive. The key is that his body protection ability is very good. It's difficult for me to break his body protection armor with the silent swordsmanship. However, if I use the Star Dream first move, he will be able to sense the power of the swordsmanship in advance and block my attack head-on. Jian Wuxuang frowned. Although he had the absolute advantage now, he still felt that Duan Lang was very difficult to deal with. At least his sneak attacks did not really hurt Duan Lang. At this moment, Heavenly Sword Marquis! A loud shout suddenly came from Duan Lang's mouth. Eh? Jian Wuxuang hid in the surrounding void and looked at Duan Lang. I admit that you are very strong. You are only a rank 6 true saint, but you can have such battle strength and have mastered such a strange escape skill. You are indeed very difficult to deal with. Temple Master Bai Xing should have given you the quota to enter the Blood Wave realm. If it were me a month ago, I would have been beaten up again and again by your escape skill. In the long run, I will definitely lose, Duan Lang said. Hearing this, the surrounding principal's masters looked at each other in dismay. They all thought Duan Lang would lose, but what Duan Lang meant was that he would lose a month ago, but now, it was a month later. Duan Lang, you can use whatever tricks you have. Jian Wushuang's voice sounded from all directions. Humph, as you wish. Duan Lang just smiled coldly. The moment his smile fell, buzz! A terrifying black wave suddenly spread out from his body. The black wave covered the entire battlefield with the black wave at an alarming speed. As the black wave took shape, a faint destructive power slowly rose on the battlefield. This is... When the surrounding people saw this scene, their pupils constricted. It's the Black Devil's secret technique. It's a secret technique Duan Lang has been cultivating. Many years ago, I saw him use it. This secret technique is his strongest trump card. However, the Black Devil's secret technique he used this time seems to be different from the last time. Qian Hongzi frowned. The principal's masters by his side had already cried out in surprise. A Black Devil's secret technique that has even formed a Black Ripple domain? Great success! This is a Black Devil's secret technique that has reached great success. My God! A Black Devil's secret technique! Even if a principal's master cultivates it to great success, it would still be extremely terrifying. Chapter 3200 Black Devil Domain __. There were all kinds of secret techniques in the secret technique pavilion of the Temporal Temple. There were many of them, and they were all of the very high levels. For example, many of the secret techniques on the first level of the secret technique pavilion were created by many principals' master. The secret techniques on the second level were created by some powerful principals' masters, including those who stood at the peak level. Many of them were shockingly famous in the divine beginning realm. As for the third level, there was only one space-time divine technique. And the Black Devil's secret technique was one of the most famous secret techniques among the 100 or so secret techniques in the second level of the secret technique pavilion. The creator of this secret technique, the master of Black Devil, was an exceptional mission that stirred up the storm in the divine beginning realm many years ago. His strength was definitely at the top among the principal's masters. The Black Devil's secret technique he created, and powerful. However, it was very difficult to master this secret technique. Duan Lang had been practicing this secret technique all this time and had also practiced it to a small success. This was already very good in the eyes of many people, but now Duan Lang can cast this secret skill, can form the Black Devil domain unexpectedly. This Black Devil domain is the domain of the Black Devil which can only be controlled by the master of the Black Devil's secret arts. Once the Black Devil domain was completed, not only would Duan Lang's strength increase significantly, but more importantly, his perceptive ability would increase by more than 10 times. In the center of the Black Ripple domain, Duan Lang's face was cold, and his eyes were like torches. With the help of the Black Devil domain, he found Jian Wushuang's location in an instant. There! Duan Lang's eyes seemed to have 2 flashes of lightning shooting toward an empty space. At the same time, he moved. As if teleporting, Duan Lang appeared in the void. At the same time, the purple demonic spear in his hand immediately brought out endless power. A large amount of purple light gathered in the spear, and the vast power of space-time principles surged into the spear. Black Magic Dragon Divine Spear! Duan Lang let out a roar and thrust the purple spear forward. In an instant, an earth-shaking dragon roar spread crazily. The whole world was stirred, and a large number of black ripples spread out crazily. This extremely fierce and terrifying spear thrust directly toward the seemingly empty void in front of him. This void was where Jian Wushuang was hiding. Oh no! Jian Wushuang's expression changed greatly. He did not expect Duan Lang to be able to find him in an instant after using this secret skill. When the terrifying spear thrust toward him, he was the first to react. Wushuang's sword technique, Shixiang. Whoosh! A blood-red sword light suddenly slashed out. At this moment, Jian Wushuang also unleashed his power to the limit, wanting to block the spear head-on. But in the end, Clang! When the two came into contact, Jian Wuxuang instantly felt a majestic power from the spear. This power was not something he could withstand with the Shixiang move. In an instant, Jian Wuxuang's sword move collapsed, and the shocking power from the long pincers still hit his divine body. Bang! 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 The void suddenly exploded, and Jian Wuxuang's body was sent flying to the edge of the battlefield. His divine body kept trembling, and it took him a long time to recover. What a terrifying spear move! Not only did it defeat my Shixiang first style in an instant, but it also directly hit my divine body, causing it to collapse by nearly 40%. Jian Wuxuang stood there and looked at Duan Lang in front of him, but his heart was in turmoil. Duan Lang's spear move was indeed extremely terrifying. Jian Wuxuang was sure that the power of this spear move was definitely not weaker than the full-strength attack of the invincible saint. It should be Duan Lang's most powerful move. Fortunately, I reacted quickly and immediately used the Shixiang move. If it hadn't been for the defense of the Shixiang move, his spear move could still shatter my divine body through my golden armor. Jian Wuxuang secretly exclaimed. The Shixiang first move was the most powerful attack in the Wuxuang sword manual. He tried his best to block Duan Lang's spear, but his divine body still collapsed by nearly 40%. The power of Duan Lang's spear could be imagined. Heavenly Sword Marquis! A cold voice sounded. Duan Lang stared at Jian Wuxuang with a cold gaze. Your body protection ability is not weak. I have studied that spear for thousands of years and used it with the Black Demon's secret skill. How could it only destroy 30 to 40% of your divine body? However, although it didn't completely destroy your divine body, I have the Black Devil Realm. Your escape skill is useless to me. Without it, you're no match for me. Admit defeat. Duan Lang said it bluntly. When the surrounding principal's masters heard this, they all nodded in unison. Indeed, at first they thought Duan Lang was going to lose because Jian Wuxuang's shadowless escape skill was too strange. They thought Duan Lang would only be a living target in front of Jian Wuxuang. But now, when they saw Duan Lang use the Black Devil Realm, they knew Duan Lang was going to win. Because the Black Devil Realm could increase Duan Lang's perception by more than 10 times, it was just enough to counter the shadowless escape technique. As long as Jian Wuxuang had nowhere to hide, he would definitely be inferior to Duan Lang in terms of strength. Even Temple Master Bai Xing, who had always been indifferent and had absolute confidence in Jian Wuxuang, frowned slightly at this moment. Obviously, Duan Lang had cultivated the Black Devil Realm to the Profound Realm, which was something she had not expected. In the center of the battlefield, Jian Wuxuang narrowed his eyes and stared at Duan Lang, but a smile suddenly appeared on his face. You want me to admit defeat? It's not that easy. Duan Lang, you are indeed very strong, much stronger than any of the immortal saints I've fought with. But because of that, in order to respect you, I will give it my all. My best? When the spectators heard this, their expressions became strange. Jian Wuxuang's words clearly meant that he had not used his full strength until now. Humph, you're talking big. Aren't you afraid of losing your tongue? If you have any other tricks, just bring them out. Duan Lang's voice was low, but his brows were full of confidence. He did have the right to be confident. His strength was already extremely strong, and he was the best among the peak saints. Now that he had cultivated the Black Devil's secret skill to the Profound Realm, he could even fight with the invincible saint. How could he take Jian Wuxuang seriously? Jian Wuxuang did not speak again, but the divine power aura of the 6th level ultimate true saint began to rise at an alarming speed. Chapter 3201 Admitting defeat. The 3 secret skills of the 7-star mysterious sect greatly improved his strength. The divine punishment skill, the 7-star secret skill, and the 9 brilliant star armor. Previously, Jian Wuxuang had only used the divine punishment skill, including the battle with the 13 axes in the 9 Wolf Mountain range and the fight with Duan Lang. But now, he had directly used the 7-star secret skill and the 9 dazzling star armor. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Jian Wushuang's divine power aura rose from the original limit of rank 6 to rank 7 true saint. Has his divine power aura improved? Has he made a breakthrough? Not a breakthrough. He just used a secret skill to improve his realm. It's extraordinary that it can help a rank 6 ultimate true saint reach rank 7 true saint in such a short time. The eyes of the surrounding experts lit up with anticipation. This battle had shocked the principal's masters twice. The first time was when Jian Wushuang used the Shadowless Escape skill. The second time was when Duan Lang cultivated the Black Devil's secret skill to the Profound Realm, and used the Black Devil Realm. This had changed their judgment of the outcome of the battle. Now, they were looking forward to being shocked for the third time. In the center of the battlefield, Jian Wushuang, who had temporarily reached the level of a rank 7 true saint, was exuding a majestic divine power that was even stronger than Duan Lang's. It was normal for him to be at the peak of rank 6 to rank 7 true saint. It seemed that there was only a difference of one level, but there was a difference of several times or even nearly 10 times in the power of divine power. The 9 luminary star armor could also greatly increase the power of Jian Wushuang's attack. Duan Lang, take this! Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. He held the Blood Mountain sword with both hands and raised it high. The moment he raised it, the Blood Mountain sword instantly stirred the surrounding space and time, turning the surrounding space and time into the blood. The blood-red sky, the blood-red earth, and even the air began to fill with blood mist. Duan Lang stood in front of Jian Wushuang. He even seemed to be able to see the piles of bones under Jian Wushuang's feet condense into a blood sea. The shocking killing intent soared to the sky, making Duan Lang's heart skip a beat. At this moment, Jian Wushuang was no longer a human cultivator, but an Azura who had transformed into hell. It was a blood-colored Azura. The blood-colored Azura raised the sword in its hand and slowly slashed out. It was a simple slash as if it did not contain any power. However, the moment the Blood Mountain sword was slashed out, a shocking blood-colored sword light suddenly attacked. This sword... Duan Lang frowned slightly and a trace of doubt arose in his heart. He could see that the power of the blood-red sword light that Jian Wushuang displayed was indeed powerful. However, in the light will level, this sword light was also only at the level of a rank 8 absolute art. Moreover, it was coming toward him so openly, he could totally try to avoid it. Even if he could not avoid it, he was confident that he could easily withstand it. This heavenly sword Marquis has been accumulating power for so long. Is this the best sword technique he can use? Duan Lang was still confused. Suddenly, a wave of space-time power came toward him without any warning. What? Duan Lang was shocked. This power, this is... Before Duan Lang could do anything, the space-time he was in instantly froze. Time-space freeze. Although the time-space freeze could not last long for Duan Lang, who also comprehended the space-time principles and had a high level of comprehension and strength, Jian Wushuang did not need the time-space freeze to last long. He only needed a moment. It was enough in the blink of an eye. In a battle between experts, especially when their strength was at their level, even such a short and negligible moment was enough to determine the winner. Duan Lang was caught in the space-time freeze and instantly regained his senses. However, by the time he regained his senses, the blood-colored sword ray had already appeared less than 3 meters in front of him. At such a close distance, even Duan Lang did not have the ability to block it. He could not even wave his arm to block the spear in front of his chest. He could only watch as the blood-colored sword ray struck his body. Bang! With a low boom, Duan Lang was shot out like a cannonball. On the way, he kept rolling and retreated to the edge of the battlefield before he could stabilize himself. As soon as he stabilized himself, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His body was still shaking crazily. After a while, he raised his head again and looked at Jian Wushuang with a hint of astonishment. That was the heaven-designated skill! Duan Lang was in disbelief. He did not expect that Jian Wushuang could perfectly integrate the first move of the space-time divine skill, the heaven-designated skill, into his swordsmanship. He was seriously injured when he was not paying attention. Fortunately, his body protection ability was strong enough. Even though he was not blocked at all, Jian Wushuang's sword strike did not completely destroy his divine body on the spot. It was only 70% destroyed. After all, 70% of his divine body was not completely destroyed and did not need to be reconstructed. Therefore, in theory, he did not lose. Sure enough, even if I go all out and use many secret skills to use this blood azura, I can only severely injure him. However, it is still not enough to directly destroy his divine body, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. Then, he flipped his palm and put the Blood Mountain sword back into his interspatial ring. This battle, I admit defeat! Jian Wushuang's clear voice echoed throughout the drill ground. Duan Lang was stunned and immediately frowned. The experts watching the battle looked at each other with strange looks. Admit defeat? Heavenly Sword Marquis actually admitted defeat? Fei Xue was very surprised. That sword attack just now should be Heavenly Sword Marquis' strongest sword attack. However, this sword attack only caused Duan Lang's divine body to be heavily injured. It isn't enough to completely destroy Duan Lang's divine body. In other words, Heavenly Sword Marquis isn't able to directly defeat Duan Lang, Qian Hongzi said. Even if that's the case, it doesn't mean that Duan Lang can defeat Heavenly Sword Marquis, right? The strength of the two of them should be on par. If Heavenly Sword Marquis were a little more tenacious, he would definitely be able to win in the end, Fei Xue said. That's the case, but Qian Hongzi laughed instead. Fei Xue, don't forget that regardless of whether Heavenly Sword Marquis wins or loses, he can still head to the Blood Wave realm, but Duan Lang can't. Fei Xue was startled, but he immediately understood as well. Chapter 3202. Thank you indeed. Temple Master Bai Xing had given the order, but Jian Wushuang could enter the Blood Wave world no matter how the battle ended. But Duan Lang, if he lost to Jian Wushuang in this battle, not only could he not enter the Blood Wave realm, but he would also be punished by Temple Master Bai Xing. The thought of Temple Master Bai Xing's punishment made people shudder. Did Heavenly Sword Marquis admit defeat on purpose? Fei Xue could not help asking. Sort of. Of course, before he admitted defeat, he also used his strongest sword move to prove to everyone that he indeed had the strength to enter the Blood Wave realm. This saved Temple Master Bai Xing's face and helped Duan Lang. It was a win-win situation. Qian Hongzi smiled indifferently. Heavenly Sword Marquis is quite smart. Hearing this, Fei Xue had a strange expression. While Fei Xue and Qian Hongzi were discussing why Jian Wushuang admitted defeat, the 10 principals masters around them were shocked by the move Jian Wushuang had just made. Did you see that move clearly? Of course, we saw it clearly. It's the time-space stagnation and the heaven-designated skill. How did Heavenly Sword Marquis merge the heaven-designated skill into his own swordsmanship? How did he do it? He integrated the space-time divine skill with his own swordsmanship? My God! The principal's masters found it unbelievable. This was normal because even Temple Master Bai Xing and Ba Tseng were shocked when they saw Jian Wushuang's battle for the first time and knew that Jian Wushuang had integrated the heaven-designated skill into his own swordsmanship, let alone them. I've been in the Temporal Temple for a long time, but I've never heard of anyone who could integrate the space-time divine skill into his own unique skill. This Heavenly Sword Marquis is really a genius. That's true, but he has such powerful and terrifying swordsmanship. Logically, he should be able to compete with Duan Lang, but he actually admitted defeat? Why did he admit defeat? Who knows? The principal's masters were chatting casually. Although they did not know the reason, since Jian Wushuang had admitted defeat, the battle would naturally end. Heavenly Sword Marquis! Temple Master Bai Xing's figure flashed and appeared on the battlefield. She glanced at Jian Wushuang with her sharp eyes. Jian Wushuang's heart trembled. He smiled awkwardly and said, Temple Master Bai Xing, I did try my best, but I really couldn't find a way to defeat Duan Lang, so I had to admit defeat. Jian Wushuang said so on the surface, but in fact, only he knew that he had held back in this battle. After all, He had never used his domain-type supreme treasure. He had never used some of his trump cards, such as the Mountain River map and the Six Paths Reincarnation secret skill. However, these trump cards were all his trump cards. He would only use them if he had to fight with his life on the line. Now that he was only sparring with Duan Lang and had a place to enter the Bloodwave realm, there was no need for him to fight so hard. Of course, even if he did not use his trump cards, he might still be able to defeat Duan Lang. However, he did not want to continue fighting because Duan Lang's strength had won his respect. Even my shadowless escape art is useless in front of him. Although I can severely injure him with my Blood Azura sword with many secret skills, his spear skills are extremely terrifying. Apart from Blood Azura, I can't fight him with other sword skills. Duan Lang is so strong and talented. It would be a pity if he doesn't go to the Bloodwave realm, Jian Wushuang thought. Temple Master Bai Xing only took a deep look at Jian Wushuang. She did not know if she had seen through his thoughts. Of course, she did not blame Jian Wushuang. Instead, she looked at Duan Lang. Duan Lang, it seems that my previous decision was too arbitrary. I didn't expect you to cultivate the Black Devil secret skill to the Profound Realm and the Saint Realm. With the help of the Black Devil Realm, your strength is no less than that of an ordinary invincible saint. With such strength, you can naturally enter the Bloodwave realm. Temple Master Bai Xing said coldly. According to what I said before, since you have defeated the Heavenly Sword Marquis, I will naturally get you a place to enter the Bloodwave realm. As for the punishment, there will naturally be no more. During this period of time, all of you should prepare well. All right, everyone disperse. Temple Master Bai Xing spoke, and his figure directly disappeared from the drill ground. The principal's masters on the drill ground looked at each other in dismay and then left one by one. When they left, they more or less glanced at Jian Wushuang and Duan Lang, feeling somewhat shocked. They were first shocked that Duan Lang could cultivate the Black Devil's secret skill to the Profound Realm, but they were even more shocked that Jian Wushuang could not only master the Shadowless Escape skill but also integrate the Heaven-designated skill into his own sword skill. This was incredible. After everyone left, Heavenly Sword Marquis, Duan Lang came to Jian Wushuang with a complicated expression. After a while, he said solemnly, "Thank you for today. I, Duan Lang, owe you a favor." "Owe me a favor?" Jian Wushuang laughed. "Don't misunderstand. I'm not sure I can defeat you. But I'm not sure I can defeat you either. If we continue to fight, who knows who will win? You didn't continue to fight with me. Instead, you just admitted defeat. Naturally, you helped me," Duan Lang said. Jian Wushuang shrugged and did not argue. "Heavenly Sword Marquis, it's rare to meet an opponent like you. How about you and I have a drink?" Duan Lang said. "Sure." Jian Wushuang nodded happily. "Qian Hongzi, Fei Xue, you two come too." Duan Lang glanced at the two people not far away. "Haha, then we won't be polite." Qian Hongzi and Fei Xue also agreed readily. In the center of a huge courtyard, 4 figures sat together under a tilted tree. "Heavenly Sword Marquis, I'm afraid you still know them. Let me introduce them to you. This is Qian Hongzi and this is Fei Xue. Like us, they will enter the Bloodwave realm to explore," Duan Lang said. Jian Wushuang nodded to Qian Hongzi and Fei Xue. Although it was his first time seeing them, he had heard of them before. "Haha, brother Heavenly Marquis, I've heard of you more than 300 years ago. At that time, you hadn't come to the Time-Space Island, but your reputation is amazing." Qian Hongzi laughed heartily. "Indeed. To kill a rank 7 true saint in a head-on fight as a rank 4 true saint, I'm afraid no one else in the Divine Beginning Realm has the ability except you, brother Heavenly Marquis," Fei Xue said with a smile. Chapter 3203, Opportunities in the Bloodwave Realm _under the tilted tree. Jian Wushuang was talking with Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, and Fei Xue with great enthusiasm. "Brother Heavenly Marquis, I see that your divine power and aura are only at the rank 6 true saint, right?" Qian Hongzi suddenly asked. "That's right." Jian Wushuang nodded. A rank 6 true saint has almost the same battle strength as an invincible saint. His ability to cross ranks. Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, and Fei Xue looked at each other, not knowing what to think. The three of them were the top immortal saints in the temporal temple, and all of them were extremely talented. However, compared to Jian Wushuang, the gap was not small. A rank 6 true saint is already so powerful. If you break through to rank 7 true saint, your battle strength will be even stronger. At that time, among the immortal saints in the temporal temple, only Di Hao can compete with you, Qian Hongzi said. Duan Lang and Fei Xue also nodded. Speaking of Di Hao, why aren't he and Yu here? Jian Wushuang asked. Besides Jian Wushuang, Qian Hongzi, and Fei Xue, there were two others on the list given by Temple Master Bai Xing. They were Di Hao and Yu. In terms of strength, Di Hao was widely recognized as the strongest. He was not only an invincible saint but also one of the top ones. Even among the immortal saints in the divine beginning realm, there were only a few who could match him. Di Hao is a cultivation maniac. He keeps to himself and doesn't care about the outside world. As for Yu, he has been wandering in the outside world and hasn't come back yet, Fei Xue said. Is that so? Jian Wushuang understood. Brother Heavenly Marquis, don't worry. You'll see them when the Blood Wave realm opens in a while. At that time, we'll have to work together to find the opportunity in the Blood Wave realm, Duan Lang said with a smile. Opportunity? Jian Wushuang gave a strange smile. To be honest, although I've got a place to enter the Blood Wave realm and fought with Brother Duan Lang just now, I still don't know what kind of opportunity there is in the Blood Wave realm. Why is it so attractive that so many top-level, peak-level, and even invincible immortal saints want to enter it so badly? You don't know? Qian Hongzi and the other two were stunned. Jian Wushuang smiled bitterly. He really did not know. Temple Master Bai Xing had told him that there was a great opportunity in the Blood Wave realm, which was enough to make almost all the immortal saints go crazy, but he did not know what it was. Brother Heavenly Marquis, let me tell you. Duan Lang became serious. The Blood Wave realm indeed contains an opportunity that can make all the immortal saints go crazy, and this opportunity is the Blood Wave Palace. Blood Wave Palace? What's that? Jian Wushuang was puzzled. It's a large palace in the center of the Blood Wave realm. It was left behind by the founder of the Blood Wave realm. However, no one seems to know who founded the Blood Wave realm. It's a fact that there are great opportunities in the Blood Wave Palace. As for the specific opportunities, there are many rumors in the outside world, but few of them are credible. However, there's one thing. Almost all the immortal saints who can enter the Blood Wave Palace have broken through to become Principal's Masters after they come out of the Blood Wave Palace, Duan Lang said. What? Jian Wushuang was shocked. Almost all the immortal saints who entered the Blood Wave Temple would become Principal's Masters after coming out? Brother Duan Lang, what you said is too vague. What is the specific ratio? Jian Wushuang asked. I said almost, so it's impossible for them to become Principal's Masters. But take the last 1,000,000 years as an example. In the last 1,000,000 years, the Blood Wave realm opened 10 times, and countless top-notch saints entered each time. After a fierce competition, only 10 people successfully entered the Blood Wave Temple. In total, 100 top-notch immortal saints entered the Blood Wave Temple. Among the 100 top immortal saints, only one failed to become a Principal's Master. The other 99 became Principal's Masters after they left the Blood Wave Temple. Duan Lang said solemnly. How is that possible? Jian Wushuang was completely shocked. The Blood Wave realm had been opened 10 times, and a total of 100 top immortal saints had entered it. In the end, 99 of them became Principal's Masters, but only one failed to break through? What kind of concept was this? Did this not mean that as long as they entered the Blood Wave Palace, 99% of them would break through and become Principal's Masters? Principal's Masters, that was a lofty existence in the divine beginning realm. Principal's Masters had completely grasped a set of principles, and they also had the power of will. Their strength far surpassed that of the immortal saints. The divine beginning realm was born to the extreme, and it had given birth to countless geniuses and evildoers. These geniuses and evildoers were mostly able to cross realms to challenge others. However, crossing realms was at most able to cross realms at the level of true saints. However, it was almost impossible to challenge the Principal's Master at the true saint realm. Since ancient times, among the many geniuses and monsters born in the divine beginning realm, only 2 or 3 of them could fight against the Principal's Master at the immortal saint realm. From this, one could see the gap between them. Naturally, many immortal saints in the divine beginning realm yearned to cross this threshold and become the Principal's Master. However, the Principal's Master's step was extremely difficult. It was not something that could be crossed just like that. There were many powerful immortal saints in the divine beginning realm, but they had not taken this step for countless years. In the Bloodwave realm, as long as one could enter the Bloodwave realm, 99% of them could become a Principal's Master. It was no wonder that countless top immortal saints in the divine beginning realm were so crazy about such an incredible opportunity. They were so desperate to enter the Bloodwave realm. How many immortal saints could resist such an incredible opportunity? Brother Heavenly Marquis, now you know why I am so unwilling to accept your challenge and want to take back the spot in the Bloodwave realm? Duan Lang stared at Jian Wushuang with a burning gaze. There's no other way. It's too difficult to break through to become a Principal's Master by relying on one's own ability. Even among the hundreds of top immortal saints, not one may be able to break through. The opportunity in the Bloodwave Palace and the Bloodwave realm is a shortcut for us to directly become Principal's Masters. There won't be another shortcut like this in the entire divine beginning realm. Chapter 3204 Desire After hearing Duan Lang's explanation, Jian Wushuang felt relieved. Who did not want to become a Principal's Master? There were many shortcuts to becoming a Principal's Master in Bloodwave Palace. Even Jian Wushuang himself was full of desire and fanaticism for this shortcut, let alone Duan Lang. Naturally, many top immortal saints in the divine beginning realm were crazy about entering the Bloodwave realm. The opportunity in the Bloodwave realm is enough to drive many immortal saints crazy. Every time the Bloodwave realm opens, only 10 people can enter the Bloodwave temple to get the opportunity. Therefore, the competition in the Bloodwave realm will be unusually fierce and the killing will be extensive, Qian Hongzi said solemnly. As far as I know, every time the Bloodwave realm opens, a large number of top-notch saints participate in it. Among them, there are many top-notch immortal saints who are killed in the competition. Many top-notch immortal saints die each time, and even a few invincible saints are killed each time. Jian Wushuang narrowed his eyes. Every time the Bloodwave realm opened, a group of top immortal saints would die, and even a few invincible saints would die. Obviously, the competition in the Bloodwave realm was so fierce that even invincible saints could not survive. Brother Heavenly Marquis, your current realm should have reached the limit of rank 6, right? There are still more than 8 years before the Bloodwave realm opens. In these 8 years, can you think of a way to break through to rank 7 true saint? Qian Hongzi asked. Right now, you are only at the true level of the limit of rank 6, yet you can fight Duan Lang to such an extent. If you can take another step forward and break through to become a rank 7 true saint, then when you unleash your full power, even amongst the invincible saints, you will probably be considered quite strong. At that time, the small team of 6 of us will have stronger combat power, and we will have more capital to roam around the Bloodwave realm, Fei Xue said. The battle in the Bloodwave realm was extremely fierce and crazy. Although 6 people from the Temporal Temple had entered the Bloodwave realm together, and they would form a small team, their 6-man team was still in the Bloodwave realm. They might not be able to do whatever they wanted. The stronger Jian Wushuang was, the better. Hearing their words, Jian Wushuang could not help but smile bitterly. As you know, 300 years ago, I was only a rank 4 true saint. The reason why I was able to reach the peak of rank 6 in these 300 years was mainly that I had made great progress in the space-time principles and sword principles. I could also feel the existence of bottlenecks, so after staying in the space-time tower for a period of time, I successfully broke through 2 realms. But now, I have just reached the limit of rank 6. I can't even sense the barrier in my body, so how can I break through? Even if I stay in the temporal tower for the past 8 years, I'm afraid I won't be able to break through. Jian Wuxuang shook his head. It was not that he did not have confidence in himself, but that he had just experienced a huge breakthrough in his realm. It had only been a short time since he had reached the limit of rank 6 and was now a rank 7 true saint. This bottleneck was not so easy to break through. Regarding this, Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, and Fei Xue could only feel regret. All right, I've drunk the wine. I've said what I should say. There are still 8 more years. I don't want to waste these 8 years, so I'll go back first. Qian Hongzi stood up. I have to go cultivate too. I originally thought that among the people from my temporal temple who entered the Blood Wave realm this time, my strength should still be at the middle level. I did not expect Duan Lang and Heavenly Sword Marquis to be so strong. If nothing unexpected happens now, I should be the weakest among the 6. If I don't work hard, they'll be dragging you guys down by then. Fei Xue added. In that case, let's go, Duan Lang said with a smile. Soon, the 4 of them left one by one. After leaving Duan Lang, Jian Wuxuang flew alone in the void of the time-space island, but his expression was very solemn. The opportunities in the Blood Wave realm are so huge. When the time comes, the battles between countless top-notch immortal saints, including some invincible saints, will be very fierce. Although I'm not weak, with my current strength, it's still too difficult for me to snatch the qualification to enter the Blood Wave Palace from so many top experts. In addition, the Blood Wave realm is open to all sects in the Divine Beginning realm. Not only the Temporal Temple, the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the Divine Ancestor Taoist sect, and many top sects in the Divine Beginning realm, but also the First Heaven. The 3 Saint realms, the 4 Divine clans, and the 8 Directions Divine sect will probably send experts to participate. The 3 Saint realms are my mortal enemies. Once they know that I'm in the Blood Wave realm, they will certainly come to kill me at all costs. Jian Wuxuang narrowed his eyes slightly. He had reached the 4th stage of comprehending space-time principles and had mastered teleportation. He could also use space-time teleportation, which was very powerful for survival. The principle's masters could not enter the Blood Wave realm at all. Even the power of the will of heaven was limited. If he stayed in the Blood Wave realm, no one should be able to kill him. However, when he went to the Blood Wave realm, his purpose was not only to ensure that he did not die. He also had to participate in the competition, and he might even fight with the 3 Saint realms. Naturally, he needed to be stronger. I have just reached the peak of rank 6. It's almost impossible for me to make a breakthrough in the past 8 years. In terms of rules, I can't improve much in the past 8 years. In the past 8 years, there's only one person who can make a huge difference in my strength. Jian Wuxuang's eyes shone with a fierce light. He immediately rushed into the distance. In just a moment, Jian Wuxuang arrived at the true martial mystic realm again. In the vast ice field of the true martial mystic realm, there stood tall icebergs. Each of the icebergs had the names of their ancestors, which were left behind by the principal's masters in the history of the Divine Beginning realm. Jian Wuxuang was very familiar with the way, so he came to the base of a huge iceberg near the center. In the middle of the iceberg, there were 4 characters carved with flying dragons and dancing phoenixes. Blood Blade Master. Moreover, these 4 characters were blood red. Blood Blade Master was widely recognized as the number 1 assassin in that era 8 million years ago, and he was the king of assassins who was best at assassination. His shadowless escape art and the Blood Blade sword art were both famous throughout the world. During the 290 years that Jian Wuxuang spent on the time-space island, he spent most of his time in the true martial mystic realm, which was under the iceberg. He saw the shadowless escape art and the Blood Blade sword art that the Blood Blade Master had left behind. After a period of careful study and comprehension, he had mastered the shadowless escape art, but he had yet to master the Blood Blade sword art. Chapter 3205, The Bloody Sword Skill. The combination of the Shadowless Escape skill and the Bloody Sword skill created the widely recognized number 1 assassin of that era, the master of the bloody sword. However, I have only mastered the shadowless escape skill, Jian Wushuang muttered. Previously, in the Nine Wolf Mountain Range, he had used the shadowless escape skill and the silent sword skill he had comprehended to kill the 13 axes. The reason was that the 13 axes were too weak. If it had been another expert, such as Jian Wushuang, who had used the shadowless escape art to perform the silent swordsmanship when he was fighting Duan Lang, the 13 axes would have been killed. However, Duan Lang had reacted at the last moment and avoided his vital points in time. The swordsmanship could not pierce through Duan Lang's protective armor when it pierced his divine body. In other words, even if Duan Lang did not have the Black Demon Realm and could not sense his presence, he could at least last for a long time in his hands. However, if the silent sword skill was replaced with the blood blade sword skill, the silent sword skill was left behind by the Sword Origin Master. In terms of strength, although the Sword Origin Master is also a Principles Master, he is far inferior to the Blood Blade Master. Moreover, the silent sword skill is not the strongest sword skill of the Sword Origin Master. It was just casually left behind by the Sword Origin Master. In comparison, the Blood Blade sword skill is naturally much stronger than the silent sword skill, Jian Wushuang thought. There were still more than 8 years before the opening of the Bloodwave realm. During these 8 years, Jian Wushuang had been thinking of mastering the Blood Blade sword art. Once he mastered it, with the Blood Blade sword art and the shadowless escape art, his assassination ability would be truly terrifying. At that time, not to mention a peak saint, even an invincible saint could be killed if he was not careful. I've been comprehending the blood sword skill for a while. There are 4 sword skills in total, each of which is extremely exquisite and complicated. I only have 8 years. It's impossible for me to master all 4 sword skills of the blood sword skill. I can only focus all my energy on the first move of the blood sword skill. If I can master the first move in these 8 years, it'll be a great achievement. Jian Wushuang already had his own plan in his heart. Immediately, he began to carefully study the image left by the Blood Blade Master under the iceberg. In the image, the Blood Blade Master performed a total of 4 sword techniques. The first move was called Dripping Blood. Time passed, and in the blink of an eye, more than 8 years had passed. In the true martial mystic realm, Jian Wushuang was still sitting cross-legged under the iceberg with a slight frown on his face. Blood drop, sword rise, blood drop. This sword move condenses all the power into one point, and then suddenly explodes and penetrates the opponent's divine body. Not only in terms of swordsmanship speed but also in terms of power, it is much stronger than the breath-free swordsmanship, especially the terrifying penetrating power. Jian Wushuang slightly clenched his hands. The most terrifying part of the blood drop move of the bloody blade sword technique was the penetrating power. It condensed all the power into the tip of the sword and then exploded, breaking through all the obstacles in front of it in an instant. This blood drop move is extremely exquisite. Over the past 8 years, I have spent all my energy on this sword move. Although I have comprehended most of the mysteries of this sword move and can barely perform this sword move, what I can perform is only a framework, but I can't perform the true power of this sword move. I always feel that something is missing. If I'm not wrong, what I lack is the penetrating power. The penetrating power contained in the first move of blood drop doesn't seem to be as simple as it seems. Jian Wushuang frowned. He had already realized that he was missing something when he was comprehending the first move of blood drop, and he already knew what he was missing. If he was given more time to comprehend the sword skill under the iceberg, he would be able to completely comprehend it in 3 to 5 years at most. Unfortunately, he did not have that much time, because the Blood Wave realm was about to open. It's too late. Temple Master Bai Xing has sent me a message to gather at the drill ground. Jian Wushuang looked up at the iceberg in front of him, feeling a little regretful. His original plan was to master the Blood Drop 1 move before he went to the Blood Wave realm, but now it seemed that he could not achieve it. He could only go to the Blood Wave realm first, and study it slowly when he got there. Phew! Jian Wushuang stood up and looked at iceberg longingly. Then he went straight to the drill ground. On the drill ground where Jian Wushuang had fought with Duan Lang, several figures had gathered. Jian Wushuang flew over from afar and landed in front of these figures. As soon as he arrived, Jian Wushuang bowed to the black-clothed elder in front of him and said, "Greetings, Lord Hun Yuan." "Yes." The black-clothed elder, master of Hun Yuan, nodded slightly. "Temple Master Bai Xing has instructed me to lead you to the Blood Wave realm. Among the 6 of you, Heavenly Sword Marquis has just arrived at my temporal temple. Previously, he had only met Duan Lang, Qian Hongzi, and Fei Xue, but I'm afraid that the other 2 haven't met yet. Now you can get to know each other first." As soon as Hun Yuan Master finished speaking, a burly man in red armor walked out and stood in front of Jian Wushuang. He stared at Jian Wushuang with his slightly bloodshot eyes and then grinned, revealing his white teeth. He said, "Your heavenly sword, heavenly? I heard that you were able to severely injure Duan Lang after he used the Black Demon Realm. He didn't even have the confidence to defeat you. You're quite powerful." "You're Yu?" Jian Wushuang looked at the burly man in front of him. He had heard from Qian Hongzi and the others that Yu was simple and honest. He looked a bit silly, which was obviously a perfect match for the man in front of him. "It's me." Yu nodded. "I had been training outside and came back 6 months ago. When I came back, I heard about the battle between you and Duan Lang. Then I couldn't help but fight with Duan Lang. I have to say that Duan Lang has cultivated the Black Demon's secret skill to the profound realm, so his strength is indeed very strong. I can't even gain any advantage from fighting with him." Hearing this, Jian Wushuang was shocked. He had fought with Duan Lang before, so he knew that Duan Lang's battle strength was almost comparable to that of the invincible saint. However, Yu was comparable to Duan Lang, which showed his strength. "Heavenly Sword Marquis, ignore him. This guy is a battle maniac. If you talk to him, he will challenge you again." Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, and Fei Xue also walked up. Chapter 3206, Heading to the Blood Wave Realm. "What? Even if I really want to fight with the Heavenly Sword Marquis, what does it have to do with you guys?" Yu glanced at Qian Hongzi and the other 2 unhappily. "It doesn't have anything to do with you guys, but Yu, don't blame me for not reminding you. Although you can fight Duan Lang to a draw, the Heavenly Sword Marquis methods are quite special. He has mastered the Shadowless Escape technique, and when he uses it, it can be used without a trace. Duan Lang is qualified to fight him because he has the Black Demon domain that can sense his position. As for you," Qian Hongzi smiled strangely, "if you fight with the Heavenly Sword Marquis, I'm afraid you won't even be able to touch the corner of his clothes. You'll only be a living target for him." "Shadowless escape art?" Yu frowned slightly. He had cultivated in the true martial mystic realm for a very long time. Naturally, he had seen the iceberg left by the master of the bloodshed god. Naturally, he had some understanding of the shadowless escape art. "I'm just saying. How could I really fight with him?" Yu said. "Haha, if you really want to fight with Heavenly Sword Marquis, we won't stop you." Qian Hongzi laughed. Duan Lang and Fei Xue also had gloating smiles on their faces. "Brother Heavenly Marquis." Qian Hongzi pulled Jian Wushuang to the side and said, "You already know Yu. He's silly. You don't have to pay attention to him. Let me introduce him to you, Di Hao." Jian Wushuang immediately looked at the cold man in a blood-red robe standing next to him. The cold man had a cold face and long scarlet hair. His long and narrow eyes were extremely cold, and the 2-meter-long axe on his back was quite conspicuous. Di Hao was widely recognized as the strongest expert in the temporal temple among the immortal saints. Qian Hongzi was also an invincible saint, but he knew that he was no match for Di Hao. "Giant axe?" Jian Wushuang looked at the giant axe on Di Hao's back and frowned slightly. It must be known that the cultivators in the temporal temple all comprehended the principles of time and space. The principles of time and space focused on speed and power, so they were not very good at it. Therefore, the cultivators who comprehended the principles of time and space usually chose more nimble weapons. For example, Jian Wushuang was good at swordsmanship. Duan Lang used a spear. Qian Hongzi used a saber as a weapon. They were both more agile and could perfectly cooperate with space-time principles. However, Di Hao used a giant axe as a weapon. The giant axe was powerful and heavy, so it was not suitable to use space-time principles. As if seeing Jian Wushuang's surprise, Jian Hongzi said softly, "Brother Heavenly Marquis, you probably don't know that Di Hao comprehended both the space-time principles and the destruction principles at the same time. His attainments in the destruction principles are higher than the space-time principles. The giant axe on his back has been refined by an expert. Not only can he control it with the destruction principles, but he can also control it with the space-time principles." "Is that so?" Jian Wushuang suddenly understood. Di Hao glanced at Jian Wushuang and nodded slightly. Jian Wushuang naturally smiled and nodded in response. "It seems like what you said before, Di Hao is more withdrawn," Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. "Yes, but don't take it to heart. Although he is more withdrawn, he is still easy to get along with," Qian Hongzi said. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. "All right." The grand voice came out of the mouth of the Chaos Master. Immediately, Jian Wushuang and the others shut their mouths and looked at the Chaos Master. "The Bloodwave realm is about to open, and every time it opens, the battles inside will be unusually fierce and even crazy. Although your strength is at the top level among the immortal saints, and 6 of you are working together, you still have to be careful in the Bloodwave realm. After all, those who can enter the Bloodwave realm are all very powerful. Even the weakest should be a peak true saint of the 7th rank, and most of them are peak saints. There are also many who are invincible saints. If you are not careful enough, you will also be in danger of dying. You have to know that in the history of our temporal temple, there have been precedents of people dying in the Bloodwave realm. 300,000 years ago, 2 people died in the Bloodwave realm. 8 million years ago, only 2 people survived. 30 million years ago, it was the worst time for the temporal temple. All 5 people who entered the temporal temple died. Not a single one survived." Hun Yuan Master's deep voice rang in Jian Wushuang and the others' ears. Jian Wushuang and the others looked solemn. They did not dare to underestimate the fierce competition and slaughter in the Bloodwave realm. Just as Hun Yuan Master had said, the temporal temple had suffered heavy losses in the Bloodwave realm. During the fierce competition and slaughter, many peak saints who yearned for the opportunities in the Bloodwave temple would be killed. They did not care whether they were from the temporal temple or not. As long as they were in their way, they would be killed. Because the battle in the Bloodwave realm is crazy, the temporal temple will give each of you a drop of divine power as a support. Hun Yuan Master said as he flipped his hand. Immediately, drops of divine power floated toward Jian Wushuang and the others. Jian Wushuang and the others each received a drop of divine power. Divine power was very useful at critical moments. However, in fact, not only Jian Wushuang, but Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, and the others had already made some preparations. No one had prepared a few drops of divine power, which was enough for them to use in the Bloodwave realm. "It's about time, let's go." Without saying anything else, the Hun Yuan Master led Jian Wushuang and the others away from the time-space island. After leaving the special time-space where the time-space island was located, they teleported and hurried on their way. In less than half a day, they arrived at a huge sea area. In the middle of the sea area, there was a cliff. "We're here." The Hun Yuan Master landed on the cliff. At this moment, there were many cultivators on the cliff. At a glance, there seemed to be more than 100 people. "Is this the entrance to the Bloodwave realm?" Jian Wushuang looked at the crowd gathered in front of him. The Bloodwave realm is very special in the Divine Beginning realm. No one knows its exact location. People in the Divine Beginning realm can only enter through the spatial passage that opens once every 100,000 years. There are a total of 10 spatial passages into the Bloodwave realm, 3 of which are in the first heaven, second heaven, and third heaven. The last one is on the Broken Moon Cliff in the boundless sea beyond the third heaven, which is where we are now. Hun Yuan Master explained. Chapter 3207, True Saint Ranking. Many forces and sects in the third heaven enter the blood wave realm through the spatial passage in the third heaven. The space-time where our temporal temple is located is extremely special and is not within the third heaven. Therefore, every time our temporal temple enters the blood wave realm through the spatial passage on the Mirror Moon Cliff, most of the cultivators on the Mirror Moon Cliff are from the Boundless Sea and some of the major forces around the third heaven. Many of them are solitary experts, Han Yuan Master said. Jian Wushuang understood. He had noticed that the hundreds of cultivators gathered on the Mirror Moon Cliff all had extraordinary auras. Most of them were at the peak of the saint realm, and there were even 3 invincible saints. This is just a space passage beyond the third heaven. The core of the divine beginning realm is the third heaven. There are 9 space passages in the third heaven, so there must be more experts gathered there. The quality will also be higher. Conservatively speaking, there should be thousands of experts entering the blood wave realm this time. Jian Wushuang was secretly amazed. When Jian Wushuang and the others appeared on the Mirror Moon Cliff, there was a commotion among the cultivators on the Mirror Moon Cliff. It's the Temporal Temple! The people from the Temporal Temple are here. I don't know the Principal's master, but I know the 6 people behind him and the cold man with a giant axe on his back. He's Di Hao, who's on the True Saint list. Doesn't the Temporal Temple only have 5 slots to enter the blood wave realm? Why are there 6 people here? What's the rank 6 True Saint doing here? A rank 6 True Saint wants to enter the blood wave realm? Are you kidding me? Humph, why not? The Temporal Temple is one of the 3 Freedom Alliances. Although only 5 people have entered the blood wave realm in the past, if the Temporal Temple is willing to send 6 people in, so what? Who dares to say anything? That's true. Whispers rang out in the crowd. Many experts in the crowd looked at Jian Wushuang and the others with awe and envy. The Temporal Temple was a behemoth in the divine beginning realm. Many people yearned for it to become an expert under such a behemoth. The space passage hasn't been opened yet. Let's wait here first, said the Han Yuan Master. Jian Wushuang and the others immediately stopped where they were. Jian Wushuang was listening to the discussions of the surrounding cultivators. He could hear some of the discussions clearly. Most of them were aimed at Di Hao and Jian Wushuang. They were talking about Di Hao because his name was big. They were talking about Jian Wushuang because Jian Wushuang was only at the 6th level True Saint realm. He was too conspicuous in the crowd. Haha, it seems that Di Hao has stolen our limelight. Yi laughed loudly. Nonsense, who told you that we are not as famous as Di Hao? Qian Hongzi rolled his eyes at Yi. Guys, Jian Wushuang suddenly said. I heard that they mentioned Di Hao many times and said that he was on the True Saint list. What is the True Saint list? You even know about the True Saint list? Yi looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise. Brother Heavenly Marquis, you haven't cultivated for long and improved so fast. It's normal that you don't know about it. Qian Hongzi smiled. He continued. Brother Heavenly Marquis, I have a piece of information about some famous immortal saints in this era. Take a closer look and you'll know. Qian Hongzi waved his hand and handed a thick piece of information to Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang took it and immediately began to read it. So many people! Jian Wushuang exclaimed after a short while. The piece of information Qian Hongzi gave him was hundreds of pages long. As he read it, he found that almost half a page of the information had introduced an expert. Adding up the hundreds of pages, it was equivalent to mentioning nearly 1,000 experts. These nearly 1,000 experts were well known in the divine beginning realm, and their strength was astonishing. They were at least at the peak of the Saint realm. Eh? Jian Wushuang's expression suddenly changed. This is Dao Long? Jian Wushuang looked at the information in his hand. The first half of the page that he was looking at was the introduction of Dao Long. Dao Long had helped Jian Wushuang in solving a siege by the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Of course, Jian Wushuang had paid a huge price to invite Dao Long because he had issued an emperor-level mission to the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance. The strength that Dao Long had displayed at that time was indeed very impressive. Now that Jian Wushuang saw the information on the report, he immediately understood. No wonder the Purple Cloud Pavilion could not do anything to Dao Dragon without the principal's master. It turns out that Dao Dragon has already reached the Peak Saint realm. Jian Wuxuang smiled. The information Qian Hongzi gave him was obtained from the Temporal Temple and was extremely accurate. Dao Dragon had reached the Peak Saint realm 30,000 years ago, and his life-saving methods were very strong. He had lost to the Invincible Saint more than once. For example, the Purple Cloud Pavilion had sent the Invincible Saint to hunt down Dao Dragon. However, Dao Long had easily escaped. In the Divine Beginning realm, Dao Long was indeed very famous. Brother Heavenly Marquis, you've been reading Dao Long's information for so long. Could it be that you've had dealings with him before? Qian Hongzi looked over. Yes, we have. Jian Wuxuang nodded slightly. No wonder, Qian Hongzi said calmly. I've also skimmed through Dao Long's information. His strength is only average, and he's at the bottom among the Peak Saints. However, his life-saving skills are not bad. At the bottom? Jian Wuxuang was speechless, but he was not surprised. Then, Jian Wuxuang continued to read. The information of experts, including powerful Peak Saints and even invincible saints, appeared in front of Jian Wuxuang. After an hour, Jian Wuxuang finally saw the last part of the information, which was the True Saint list. There were 60 pages of the True Saint list, with only 30 names recorded on every 2 pages. There are only 30 people on the True Saint list? Jian Wuxuang was surprised. There are 30 people. No matter which era, there will only be 30 names on the True Saint list. These 30 names should be the strongest 30 immortal saints of this era, and they are ranked according to their strength, Qian Hongzi said. Jian Wuxuang nodded slightly and then looked forward from the bottom of the list. The 30th on the True Saint list is Unluo from the Void Heaven sect. Chapter 3208, Entering. Unluo specializes in the laws of darkness. His comprehension of the principles of darkness has reached perfection. He is only one step away from mastering them completely. He cultivates the Void Heaven secret art and has reached great success. He can condense 3 Void Heaven demonic shadows at the same time and is skilled in saber techniques. He is known for his strangeness. His strongest technique, Dream of Darkness, once fought against 5 immortal lords by himself 30,000 years ago. He defeated 5 immortal lords and killed 3 of them. He became famous in one battle. The information on this report was very detailed about Unluo. It included the principles he had comprehended, the secret techniques he was good at, and his achievements since he became famous. Unluo is so strong! Jian Wuxuang could not help but exclaim. In this report, there was a mention of the 5 immortal emperors. One of them was the Invincible Saint, and the other 4 were Peak Saints. This lineup was extremely powerful, however, and Luo defeated the 5 immortal emperors and killed 3 of them. This ability was not something an Invincible Saint could have. That was why Luo was listed on the True Saint list. Although he was ranked last, he was still very impressive. Ranked 29th on the True Saint list, Tyrannical Spear Gu Ji. Jian Wuxuang looked at the rankings one by one from the back to the front. He looked at them in great detail. He looked at the techniques that the experts on the True Saint list were good at and the battle results they had obtained. He became more and more surprised. It had to be said that those who could be ranked on the True Saint list were the most terrifying existences among the Invincible Saints. Each of them had the strength to easily crush an ordinary Invincible Saint. When they met a Peak Saint, they could easily sweep them away. At this moment, Jian Wuxuang saw a name. Number 8 on the True Saint list, Di Hao of the Temporal Temple. It's Di Hao? Jian Wuxuang's heart moved. He had just learned that Di Hao was ranked on the True Saint list, but he did not know the ranking on the True Saint list. Only now did he know that Di Hao was ranked on the True Saint list. He was ranked 8th. Although he was only ranked 8th, he should not underestimate this ranking. Anyone who could be ranked on the True Saint list was the most terrifying existence among the immortal saints. Those who could be ranked in the top 10 were all monsters. Although they could not be compared to the Principal's masters, however, their strength had completely surpassed that of an ordinary invincible saint. Any one of the top 10 on the true saint list could almost fight against several invincible saints at the same time. For example, Dehao's battle record showed that he had once fought against 3 invincible saints at the same time, and even forced them to retreat. One could imagine how terrifying his strength was. Jian Wushuang continued to look forward. In the end, ranked 3rd on the True Saint list, Holy Maiden of 9 Palaces. Ranked 2nd on the True Saint list, Holy Devil Sun. Ranked 1st on the True Saint list, Light King. Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank when he saw the information about the 3 people. The reason was that the 3 people had killed the invincible saint in a head-on fight. This was a head-on fight, not just a defeat. The top 30 on the True Saint list all have a head-on fight with an invincible saint. The top 3 can defeat 2 or 3 invincible saints at the same time. However, they can only defeat them, but they can't kill them, Jian Wushuang said with a serious expression. The invincible saint's title meant that they were at the peak of the immortal saint realm. Experts at this level not only had extremely powerful abilities, but they also had their own life-saving methods. Some of the invincible saint's life-saving methods were so powerful that even the principal's master could not do anything to them. As the invincible saint, he must have some special trump cards. For example, the power of God. If an invincible saint did not care about anything and used the wisp of power contained in the power of God, it would be very terrifying if he went all out. Because of this, in the divine beginning realm, it was very difficult for an invincible saint and an invincible saint to kill each other, even if there was a gap between their strength. Even experts on the True Saint list could not do it. However, the top 3 on the True Saint list had killed an invincible saint. These 3 should be the 3 strongest immortal saints of this era, Jian Wushuang thought. Brother Heavenly Marquis, you should read the information I gave you, especially the experts on the True Saint list. If nothing goes wrong, at least half of the 30 experts on the True Saint list will enter the Blood Wave realm. We might encounter them when we travel in the Blood Wave realm, or even fight for the opportunity. With this information, at least you can recognize them when you see them. If you fight them, you'll know what they're good at and you can be more cautious. Also, if we meet some strange experts in the Blood Wave realm that we haven't heard of or reported, we can't be careless. After all, the divine beginning realm is very big. There are many powerful immortal saints who have never shown their power or made a name for themselves. However, their power is terrifying. As far as I know, many strange experts will rise in the Blood Wave realm every time. Some of them can even challenge the True Saint ranking. Every time the Blood Wave realm ends, the rankings on the True Saint ranking will change greatly, Qian Hongzi said. Understood. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly. Duan Lang, Fei Xue, and Yu Yu, who were standing next to him, looked extremely solemn. Only Dihao had been extremely cold. At this moment, a strange energy fluctuation rose in the open space in the center of the Mirror Moon Cliff. It's starting! The Blood Wave realm is finally about to open. Get ready! The crowd immediately became restless. Countless eyes were fixed on the rising energy fluctuation, and all of them were extremely hot. The Blood Wave realm is about to open. The 6 of you, be careful in the Blood Wave realm, Chaos Master warned. Jian Wushuang and the others nodded heavily. The energy in the center began to condense. In a moment, a space passage appeared in front of everyone's eyes. It's opened! Let's go in! Into the Blood Wave realm! More than 100 cultivators on the Mirror Moon Cliff rushed into the space passage like wasps. One by one, they rushed into the space passage. Let's go in, Qian Hongzi said. Jian Wushuang, Dihao, Duan Lang, Fei Xue, Yu Yu, and Qian Hongzi immediately rushed into the space passage. Chapter 3209. Inside the Blood Wave realm there were 3 blood moons hanging high in the blood-red sky. The soil on the damp ground was also slightly red. The air was filled with a faint blood-red mist, making the entire world look very bewitching. And this was the Blood Wave realm. In the divine beginning realm, countless immortal saints longed for and yearned for this place. In one of the void, hundreds of cultivators who had just come in through the spatial passage from Mirror Moon Cliff appeared here. As soon as they appeared, they first observed their surroundings. This is the Blood Wave realm? Jian Wushuang also looked around. I feel that other than being a little demonic, everything else is no different from the outside world. Well, no. Jian Wushuang suddenly frowned. I can vaguely feel that there seems to be some kind of restriction in this world. Yes, there is a restriction. Qian Hongzi looked over. This restriction is a restriction on the power. I've long heard that the power in the Bloodwave realm can only exist at the level of the Immortal Saint. Any power beyond the Immortal Saint's level will be restricted here. That is to say, even if a Principal's Master comes here, the battle strength he can exert is only at the level of the Immortal Saint. Of course, the Principal's Master can't enter the Bloodwave realm at all. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, but he felt a little regretful. The Bloodwave realm restricted all power beyond the level of the Immortal Saint. That meant that the life-saving items given to him by the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, the 2 tokens refined by the 2 Palace Masters of the Heaven-Cleaving Alliance, could not be used by him in the Bloodwave realm. It was impossible for him to use them. Although there is a limit to our powers, there is no space. Those of us who have comprehended the space-time principles can still use teleportation in the Bloodwave realm, Qian Hongzi said with a smile. Jian Wushuang also realized that the space-time in the Bloodwave realm was no different from the outside world. He could not only use teleportation here but also use space-time teleportation. As long as I can use time-space teleportation, no one in the Bloodwave realm can pose a real threat to me, Jian Wushuang said with a faint smile. The surrounding cultivators who had entered the Bloodwave realm through the space passage in the Mirror Moon Cliff all rushed to the surroundings. Let's go. The Bloodwave realm has just opened, so the fight for the Bloodwave token will not start for some time. Before that, we will go to the depths of the Bloodwave realm. According to our previous experience, most of the Bloodwave tokens appear in the depths of the Bloodwave realm. We can only be qualified to fight for the Bloodwave token if we get there first, Qian Hongzi said. The Bloodwave token was the ticket to enter the Bloodwave Palace. Every time the Bloodwave realm was opened, 10 Bloodwave tokens would appear randomly. Those who received the Bloodwave tokens could finally enter the Bloodwave Palace and get an opportunity. Let's go! Jian Wushuang and the other 3 people started to move. They did not use teleportation. Instead, they relied on their own speed to fly all the way to the core area of the Bloodwave realm. In a flash, 3 days had passed. The Bloodwave realm is really big. We have traveled for 3 days at our speed, but we still haven't reached the core area of the Bloodwave realm. Jian Wushuang sighed. Haha, it's still early. The territory of the Bloodwave realm is much larger than many countries in the First Heaven. We haven't used teleportation. We can probably reach the core area in 10 days at our own speed. Qian Hongzi smiled. But we don't need to rush. In the past, the Bloodwave token only appeared 1 month after the Bloodwave realm opened. We have plenty of time. Jian Wushuang nodded. Because they had plenty of time, they did not need to rush. That was why they left casually and did not use teleportation. But at this moment... Boom! 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 A series of intense energy rumbles were suddenly transmitted over from the void in front of them. These rumbles continued to ring out. It was very obvious that there were people fighting in front of them. What's going on? This isn't the core region of the Bloodwave realm. Furthermore, that Bloodwave token has yet to appear. The battle has yet to begin. Why are there people fighting now? Qian Hongzi looked ahead in astonishment. It shouldn't be for the Bloodwave token. Perhaps there is a personal grudge between us, and we just happened to bump into each other here. That's why we took action, Fei Xue said. It's rare for us to meet someone who is fighting fiercely. Should we go over and take a look? Yu Ye's eyes were emitting light. Haha, go, of course, well go. Qian Hongzi laughed. Immediately, the 6 of them headed directly toward the void where the battle was taking place. As soon as they appeared in the void near the battleground, they were immediately attracted by the battle ahead. There were a total of 5 cultivators on one side of the battle, and all 5 of them were extremely powerful. 3 of them were invincible saints, and the remaining 2 were also extremely powerful peak saints. As for the other side, there were only 3 cultivators, and they were only invincible saints, while the other 2 were peak saints. The difference in strength and lineup between the 2 sides was obviously huge. Because of this, the side of the 3 cultivators had already been defeated, and they were in a terrible situation. That person, Qian Hongzi, Fei Xue, Duan Lang, and the others stared at the black-haired handsome young man who had the strongest and most dazzling aura at the center of the battle. The black-haired handsome youth held a long spear in both of his hands, and both spears were covered in dark purple lightning. He was like the ruler of lightning, and he was extremely domineering. The spear in his hand stabbed out again and again, and the invincible saint who was fighting with him was completely suppressed by him. Thunder God! It's the Thunder God of the Destruction Saint realm! Ranked 6th on the True Saint ranking! Qian Hongzi, Fei Xue, Duan Lang, and Yu were all shocked. Even Jian Wushuang's pupils shrank. He had read Qian Hongzi's information carefully, so he could recognize the man in front of him. Thunder God, ranked 6th on the True Saint list, was born in the Thunder Beast clan, a peak clan in the Divine Beginning realm. He was born to be the favorite of Thunder. He had incredible talent in Thunder principles, and later joined the Destruction Saint realm. He was the strongest immortal saint in the Destruction Saint realm. His strongest battle record was that he fought against 4 invincible saints by himself, and defeated them head-on. This was even more shocking than Di Hao's battle record. People from the Destruction Saint realm. Jian Wushuang stared at Thunder God in the distance, with a hint of killing intent in his eyes. In the Divine Beginning realm, there were 3 saint realms: the Destruction Saint realm, the Saint realm of life and death, and the Saint realm of fire. The 3 saint realms were named after the 3 masters of the saint realm, and they were mortal enemies with Jian Wushuang. Now that he saw the people from the Destruction Saint realm, Jian Wushuang was filled with killing intent. Chapter 32:10 Attack. Thunder God, the 3 of us don't have any personal grudges against you. Our Zhui divine sect has always been in awe of the Destruction Saint realm. Why do you have to be so aggressive? The long-haired old man who was fighting with Thunder God shouted in a low voice. You and I don't have any personal grudges, but your Zhui divine sect has always been in awe of my Destruction Saint realm, but that doesn't seem to be the case, does it? Don't forget, 100,000 years ago, the last time the Blood Wave realm opened, there was an invincible saint of our Destruction Saint realm. It was because of the defeat of your Zhui divine sect that he died, Thunder God said coldly. The last time the Blood Wave realm opened? The long-haired elder was startled, then, he said angrily. That was because both sides fought over the Blood Wave token. There was no fair background to speak of. Even if you died in the battle, you can only blame yourself for not being strong enough. You can't blame anyone else, but you, the Destruction Saint realm, actually used this matter to make a fuss? Humph, I, who destroyed the Saint realm, can't die in vain, Thunder God said coldly. Stop struggling and accept your death. The battle immediately became even more intense. In the void not far from the battlefield, Jian Wushuang and the other 3 heard the conversation between Thunder God and the long-haired elder. Thanks, this Destruction Saint realm is really overbearing. The fight for opportunities in the Blood Wave realm is extremely crazy. Countless experts from various forces will participate in the fight, and it is reasonable to accidentally kill them in the fight. Under normal circumstances, if an expert from their side is killed in the fight for opportunities, the force behind the expert will not take revenge. They can only blame themselves for not being good enough. Although the forces of the Divine Beginning realm have never agreed on this point, they have long formed a tacit understanding. Only in this way can the experts of the forces of the Absolute Beginning Divine realm fight for that opportunity without any scruples. But this Destruction Saint realm is still holding a grudge. Qian Hongzi sneered. The 3 saint realms have always been overbearing. This point has long been known to the world. However, perhaps they still have some misgivings about the forces of the divine beginning realm. This destruction holy region didn't directly take revenge on the Ziwei divine sect on the surface. They only attacked when the blood wave realm opened this time, Duan Lang said. In any case, the 3 people from the Ziwei divine sect are unlucky to be targeted by Thunder God and the others, Yu said, but suddenly, his expression changed. Guys, it's rare to meet people from the Destruction Saint realm. Should we directly attack them and teach them a lesson? Directly attack them? Teach them a lesson? Jian Wushuang was stunned. However, Qian Hongzi, Fei Xue, and Duan Lang were quite enthusiastic. Brother Heavenly Marquis, I'm afraid you don't know that in the divine beginning realm, the 3 great saint realms are high and mighty. Only the 3 great freedom alliances are qualified to challenge the 3 great saint realms directly. Because of this, the 3 great freedom alliances and the 3 great saint realms have been fighting for a long time. Whether it is on the surface or in the dark, there are many battles. Both sides have long been like fire and water. In this blood wave realm, the competition between the 3 great saint realms and the 3 great freedom alliances is also very fierce, Qian Hongzi said with a smile. Yes, Temple Master Bai Xing has already told us that if we meet people from the 3 saint realms, we don't have to be polite with them, Yu said with a smile. In that case, what are we waiting for? Jian Wushuang's eyes were shining. He was worried that he could not find a reason to attack the 3 saint realms. Di Hao, what about you? Qian Hongzi glanced at Di Hao. Thunder God, leave it to me, Di Hao said coldly. Haha, if that's the case, then let's do it. Qian Hongzi laughed, and instantly, 6 figures charged towards the battlefield. On the battlefield, the 3 from the Ziwei divine sect were in a precarious situation. But at this moment, 6 figures charged toward them at an astonishing speed. The faces of the 5 from the Destruction Saint realm all changed. That person is Di Hao? Thunder God's eyes darkened. Not good, it's the Temporal Temple. Careful! Thunder God immediately let out a low shout. The 6 from the Temporal Temple were all experts in the principles of space and time, and they were astonishingly fast. In an instant, they had charged into the battlefield. The leader, Di Hao, was emitting an endless destructive aura. As he approached, the huge axe on his back appeared out of thin air in his hand. Boom! The huge axe suddenly slashed out. Just the power of this earth-shattering axe was enough to make ordinary peak saints despair. However, Di Hao was facing Thunder God, who was ranked 6th on the True Saint rankings. In terms of ranking, he was even higher than Di Hao. Get lost! Di Hao let out a roar. The 2 long spears in his hands were filled with endless dark purple lightning. The moment he stabbed out, a huge dark purple thunder dragon instantly roared. Bang! With a loud sound, the thunder dragon collapsed and the axe shadow dissipated. Di Hao and Thunder God both retreated rapidly. However, the next moment, they rushed out again and fought fiercely. While Di Hao and Thunder God were fighting, Qian Hongzi, Yu, Duan Lang, Fei Xue, and Jian Wushuang also found their opponents. Jian Wushuang's opponent was a beautiful woman in a plain robe. The beautiful woman wore a pair of crystal gloves, which were suffused with rich principles power. When she saw Jian Wushuang rushing toward her, she was stunned. The beautiful woman was stunned. A mere rank 6 true saint dares to enter the blood wave realm? You're courting death. The beautiful woman raised her right hand. Under the gathering of endless divine power, her right hand instantly enlarged and then directly struck toward Jian Wushuang. Come on! Jian Wushuang smiled slightly. When he approached the beautiful woman, the divine power aura on his body also began to rise at an alarming speed. 7-star secret skill, divine punishment, and 9 brilliant star armor. In just a short moment, Jian Wushuang had displayed all 3 secret skills at the same time, and his battle strength had reached its peak. Wushuang Sword Manual, Shi Xiang! Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold as he slashed down with the Blood Mountain sword in his hand. Along with a mournful beast roar, an astonishing ruthless aura spread out. A blood-red sword light, like a blood-red thunderbolt, struck the beautiful woman's crystal-clear palm in an instant, then a terrifying power suddenly erupted. What? The beautiful woman clearly did not expect that the power contained in Jian Wushuang's swordsmanship would be so strong. In an instant, she felt her palm go numb, and a majestic impact came. It caused her to take several steps back before she came to a stop. How is this possible? He's only a rank 6 true saint. How can he be so powerful? He's actually stronger than me? The beautiful woman's face was filled with disbelief. Chapter 32:11. Killing a person. The beautiful woman did not know that although Jian Wushuang was only a rank 6 true saint, he was a perfect chaotic creature with a high level of life. Even though he was only a rank 6 true saint, his divine power was still as powerful as many peak saints. Once he used the 7-star secret skill, the Divine Punishment God, and the 9 luminary star armor, his divine power would rise to the level of an invincible saint. Of course, the judgment power of an invincible saint was much stronger than that of a peak saint like this beautiful woman. Fei Xue, leave suing to me. Go help Duan Lang, Jian Wushuang said. This beautiful woman, Su Ying, was an extremely powerful peak saint. She was one of the experts that Qian Hongzi had told him about. Jian Wushuang could recognize her at a glance. Okay. Fei Xue was also charging toward the beautiful woman. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, she immediately turned around and headed toward the battlefield. Jian Wushuang relied on his divine power, which was stronger than her, and his swordsmanship to fight head-on with Su Ying. In a short period of time, he had the absolute advantage in terms of strength. Su Ying was obviously weaker than Jian Wushuang. The 6 from the Temporal Temple had already fought with the 5 from the Destruction Saint Realm. As for the 3 from the Purple Myrtle sect, they seized the opportunity to escape. They did not join hands with the Temporal Temple to fight against the 5 from the Destruction Saint Realm, so Jian Wushuang and the others were not surprised. The Purple Myrtle sect was only a relatively large force in the second heaven. They did not have the courage to challenge the Destruction Saint Realm. Even if the Destruction Saint Realm attacked them first, they would not dare to fight back until the critical moment. They still did not dare to fight back. At this moment, buzz! A pitch-black axe shadow suddenly condensed in the center of the battlefield. An unprecedented destructive aura also spread out from the axe shadow. The moment the axe shadow took shape, everyone on the battlefield was instantly attracted by the axe shadow. This axe? Jian Wushuang's pupils suddenly shrank. This axe shadow gave him a feeling that he could not block it. It was invincible. The surroundings of the Thunder God had already turned into a giant thunder prison. In this thunder prison, he was the ruler. He controlled the power of millions of thunderbolts. In an instant, the endless power of thunderbolts gathered and formed a terrifying thunder beast. The thunder beast opened its mouth, wanting to swallow the axe shadow. But in the end, bang! The axe shadow split everything in front of it. That huge thunder beast was also split into 2 halves by this axe shadow. The mighty axe shadow descended, and even the Thunder God was unable to block it. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. With a loud bang, the Thunder God's body was sent flying. It took a long time before he regained his balance. This axe! Di Hao! Thunder God's eyes flashed with a terrifying light as he stared at Di Hao. Then, he looked at the other battlefields around him. On the other battlefields, the Temporal Temple had the absolute advantage. After all, the Temporal Temple had one more person than the Destruction Saint Realm. Moreover, in terms of quality, Di Hao was fighting against him. Qian Hongzi was fighting against another invincible saint of the Destruction Saint Realm. Both sides were evenly matched. The last invincible saint of the Destruction Saint Realm was entangled by Duan Lang and Fei Xue. Duan Lang used the Black Demon Realm and his battle strength barely reached the level of an invincible saint. Together with Fei Xue, he was not afraid of the invincible saint of the Saint Realm of Destruction. As for the remaining 2 peak saints of the Destruction Saint Realm, One was fighting with Yu, who was suppressed by his tyrannical strength. The last one was the beautiful woman, Su Ying, who was fighting against Jian Wushuang. According to reason, the two people with the biggest gap in strength had been at a disadvantage in the battle between Su Ying and Jian Wushuang. The entire situation was obviously disadvantageous to the Destruction Saint realm. Retreat! Thunder God had already recognized the situation in front of him. He did not want to continue fighting with the people of the Temporal Temple and directly gave the order to retreat. Immediately, the people of the Destruction Saint realm used their means to get rid of their opponents and leave this place. You want to escape? It's not that easy. Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, Yi Yu, and Fei Xue were all trying to stop them. Jian Wushuang's eyes suddenly turned cold. It's not easy to attack the people from the Destruction Saint realm. How can we let them escape so easily? At least one or two of them should stay. Jian Wushuang's eyes were filled with killing intent. He glanced at Su Ying, who had already turned around and was about to retreat, but his body swayed slightly. Buzz! Jian Wushuang disappeared. At least in the perception of the surrounding people, he had completely disappeared. Su Ying was ready to meet up with the Thunder God. She was not slow, and she was very close to the Thunder God. But suddenly, a cold sword light appeared out of thin air behind her and instantly pierced toward her heart. This sword light appeared too suddenly, and its speed was incredibly fast. Most importantly, there was not a single trace of power or movement, and it was completely silent. Su Ying did not have the time to react at all. Ah! A shrill scream suddenly sounded out from Su Ying's mouth. Su Ying lowered his head with great difficulty, only to discover that a blood-colored sharp sword had already pierced through her chest, and at the same time, it fused into the 3 drops of cold blood venom within the sword. It immediately began to work. Bzzz! Su Ying's divine body instantly collapsed. Not good! Junior sister Su Ying! The faces of Thunder God and the remaining 3 from the Destruction Saint realm all changed drastically. They were preparing to leave this place, while the Temporal Temple was chasing after them. At this critical moment, Su Ying was actually caught up by them, and his divine body was directly destroyed. Although Su Ying's divine body had only collapsed, he had not died yet. One had to know that while his divine body was reassembling, he could not move. At this moment, the members of the Temporal Temple had already crazily pounced on Su Ying. Kill her! Haha, we can't escape, right? Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, Yi Yu, and Fei Xue all attacked without hesitation. Su Ying's divine body had not had the time to reassemble before it was dealt a devastating blow. Even Thunder God and the others did not have the time to rescue him before they were directly killed. Damn it! Thunder God and the other 3 from the Destruction Saint realm looked extremely upset when they saw this, but they could do nothing. Let's go! Thunder God shouted in a low voice, and the 4 of them rushed into the void in front of them. Jian Wushuang and the others did not chase after them. The huge battlefield quickly calmed down. Jian Wushuang stood there and looked at the void where Su Ying died, but his face was extremely cold. As expected of an expert from the 3 Saint realms, his divine power is much more abundant than that of an ordinary peak saint. My Blood Mountain sword can fuse 3 drops of cold blood poison at the same time. These 3 drops of cold blood poison are enough to erode more than half of the divine power of an ordinary peak saint. Under normal circumstances, I can kill an ordinary peak saint with 2 strikes. As for Su Ying, I just noticed that he was defeated by my sword, and only lost 30% of his divine power. Chapter 32:12 Heavenly Sword Marquis? 30%. Less than 1/3. In other words, Jian Wushuang needed at least 3 or even 4 strikes to kill Su Ying. Fortunately, Qian Hongzi and the others had just swarmed over, so they could kill Su Ying. Brother Heavenly Marquis, your shadowless escape skill is too terrifying. Su Ying is an extremely powerful peak saint, but she didn't have time to react before her divine body was destroyed by you. If you hadn't destroyed her divine body and left her behind, we would have watched the people from the Destruction Saint realm escape, you said with a smile. This move is indeed abnormal. Even I have a headache facing this move, Qian Hongzi added. After killing Su Ying, everyone seemed to be quite happy. Everyone, is it okay for us to kill people from the Destruction Saint realm? Jian Wushuang asked with a frown. No problem. What can be wrong? Qian Hongzi smiled. It has been a long time since the Temporal Temple fought with the three Saint realms. In the Blood Wave realm, the Temporal Temple has killed people from the three Saint realms. Similarly, the three Saint realms have killed cultivators from the Temporal Temple here, so both sides are used to it. Temple Master Bai Xing has told us that we must not show mercy to people from the three Saint realms. If we can kill them, we must not let them live. That's good. Jian Wushuang nodded slightly, but he was quite happy. The Temporal Temple's actions meant that as long as he was capable, he could kill the people from the three Saint realms without any scruples. However, the three Saint realms have always been overbearing. We killed a Peak Saint from the Destruction Saint realm right away, so the Destruction Saint realm will probably hold a grudge against us. We must be careful when we travel in the Blood Wave realm. Maybe the Destruction Saint realm will plot against us, Qian Hongzi added. Yes. Everyone nodded in unison. The Purple Myrtle sect, for example, had joined hands to kill an expert from the Destruction Saint realm during the opening of the Blood Wave realm. The Destruction Saint realm had taken revenge on the Purple Myrtle sect. During the opening of the Blood Wave realm, they had taken revenge on the Purple Myrtle sect. Jian Wushuang and the others had killed an expert from the Destruction Saint realm. It would be strange if the Destruction Saint realm did not seek revenge. Just be careful. There's no need to be too afraid. There are only 10 experts from the Destruction Saint realm and 2 on the True Saint list. Now that we've killed Su Ying, there are only 9 people from the Destruction Saint realm left in the Blood Wave realm. Even if all 9 of them join hands to kill us, we don't have to be afraid of them, Qian Hongzi added. Hearing this, everyone laughed. Indeed, the Temporal Temple seemed to only have 6 cultivators, but all of them were extremely powerful and their techniques were extremely brilliant. Especially Di Hao. During the battle just now, everyone could see that he had the upper hand in the battle against Thunder God. With the 6 of them working together, even if they were to face the remaining 9 from the Destruction Saint realm head-on, they would at least be able to protect themselves. Of course, there was no need to be too afraid. Let's go. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. The 6 of them continued to move toward the core area of the Blood Wave realm. Whoosh! 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 The 4 figures stopped, and their expressions were extremely ugly. She's dead. Junior sister Su Ying was killed. We just arrived at the Blood Wave realm, and we already lost 1 person. That damn Temporal Temple and that rank 6 True Saint from the Temporal Temple deserved to die as well. If he hadn't destroyed Junior Sister Su Ying's divine body, she definitely wouldn't have died. Low roars spread out one after another. 3 of the 4 had ashen faces. They had seen Su Ying being killed just now, so there was nothing they could do. At that critical moment, they really could not go and save her. That rank 6 True Saint is indeed very strange, Thunder God said in a cold voice. He is only a rank 6 True Saint, but he is able to fight with Junior Sister Su Ying. He even has a slight advantage. And what did he do in the end? Did you see how he defeated Junior Sister Su Ying's divine body? No. The other 3 shook their heads. They had been trying to get rid of their opponents and escape from the battlefield. They had not noticed Su Ying, so they had not seen how Jian Wushuang attacked. Who is he? When did such a genius appear in the Temporal Temple? Thunder God frowned and asked. He was a rank 6 True Saint, yet he had the upper hand against a Peak Saint. Of course, he was a genius. I think of someone, a silver-haired youth suddenly said. Who? Thunder God immediately looked over. Heavenly Sword Marquis. 300 years ago, he killed a rank 7 True Saint as a rank 4 True Saint. His name is known throughout the Divine Beginning realm. The silver-haired youth said in a low voice. Although I've never seen the battle between Heavenly Sword Marquis and that rank 7 true saint, I've heard that Heavenly Sword Marquis specializes in the Tao of the sword. His comprehension of the principles of space and time is exactly the same as the rank 6 true saint we just saw. Heavenly Sword Marquis? Thunder God's gaze was cold. Regardless of whether this rank 6 true saint is the Heavenly Sword Marquis or not, the people of the Temporal Temple attacked us in the Blood Wave realm and even killed Junior Sister Su Ying. We can't let this matter go just like that. And that Di Hao. At the mention of Di Hao, Thunder God's expression sank. In their previous battle with the Temporal Temple, Thunder God had fought with Di Hao head-on. Logically speaking, Di Hao was ranked 8th on the True Saint rankings, while Thunder God was ranked 6th. Just based on the ranking alone, his strength should have been stronger. But in the real battle, Di Hao was obviously stronger than him. Especially that last axe, Thunder God was extremely shocked. That Di Hao's strength is much more terrifying than the introduction on the True Saint ranking. I'm sure he has the strength of the top 5 on the True Saint ranking. With him around, it's impossible for the 4 of us to take revenge on the Temporal Temple alone. We have no choice but to report this matter to the higher-ups of the Destruction Saint realm. Thunder God made up his mind. He immediately contacted the higher-ups of the Destruction Saint realm. Although the Blood Wave realm was extremely special in the Divine Beginning realm, the space-time of the Blood Wave realm was not completely cut off from the outside world. In other words, it was still easy to get in contact with the outside world in the Blood Wave realm. 3 heavens, inside a magnificent palace. Buzz buzz, a hazy figure slowly condensed. This hazy figure was surprisingly the consciousness incarnation of the Thunder God. Chapter 32:13 Orders. Thunder God pays his respects to the Lord. Thunder God's consciousness avatar stood there and respectfully bowed to the person in front of him. It was a thin and frail old man dressed in a black robe with small eyes that looked like those of a mouse. This thin and frail old man's body was also suffused with a faint layer of green light, making him look like a green ghost. Thunder God, do you know why you have appeared here and met me? The thin old man looked down at Thunder God, his voice cold. I don't know. Thunder God shook his head. He indeed did not know. He had just reported what had happened in the Blood Wave realm to a manager of the Destruction Saint realm, the Principal's master, and had also made his own guess. He had guessed that the rank 6 true saint of the Temporal Temple was Heavenly Sword Marquis. In the end, that Principal's master had directly told him that Sky Nether Master wanted to see him. Sky Nether Master was a supreme existence in the Destruction Saint realm. If one were to put aside that Supreme Saint Realm Master, Sky Nether Master's power in the Destruction Saint realm could definitely be ranked in the top 3. Normally, Thunder God did not even have the right to meet such a supreme existence. But now, Sky Nether Master came to find him. I'm looking for you because of Heavenly Sword Marquis. Sky Nether Master's voice was cold. You said that one of the 6 immortal saints who entered the Blood Wave realm is Heavenly Sword Marquis? That's just my guess. I can't be sure, Thunder God said. There's a mirror image here. It was left by Heavenly Sword Marquis when he fought with a rank 7 true saint when he was a rank 4 true saint. See if it's him. Sky Nether Master waved his hand. Immediately, a huge mirror image appeared in the hall. In the mirror image, it was Jian Wushuang fighting with the rank 7 true saint Bai Yuan of the Purple Cloud Pavilion. Thunder God only took a glance at the mirror image and instantly confirmed it. It's him. The rank 6 true saint of the Temporal Temple is him. Although there are some slight changes in his appearance, the sword in his hand, the sword technique he used, and even his appearance and temperament are all exactly the same. In addition to the ability he displayed in the Blood Wave realm, there is absolutely no one else in the Divine Beginning realm who can think like this. It's fine as long as it's him. Sky Nether Master nodded slightly and ordered. You wait here for a moment. After saying that, Sky Nether Master's figure flashed and disappeared. In another palace, this palace appeared rather simple and crude. However, no matter how simple it was, it could not conceal the dignity of the person at the top of the palace. The Sky Nether Master from before was currently standing below the palace with incomparable respect. He did not even dare to raise his head to look directly at the person above. Heavenly Sword Marquis, has he gone to the Temporal Temple? A cold and emotionless voice was emitted from the figure above. Yes, he has already reached the rank 6 true saint and his battle strength is comparable to a peak saint, Sky Nether Master said seriously. Peak saint battle strength? As expected, his improvement is still so fast. He is indeed worthy of being chosen by that old fellow. The figure smiled indifferently. Following that, he fell silent for a long while before speaking again. The Blood Wave realm is too special. Since Heavenly Sword Marquis is staying in the Blood Wave realm, even the Heavenly Tao cannot do anything to him. It is impossible to send an expert above the Principal's Master to kill him. After all, even I cannot force my way into that place. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. As for waiting for Heavenly Sword Marquis to come out of the Blood Wave realm before attacking, he's now a member of the Temporal Temple. Once he comes out of the Blood Wave realm, the Temporal Temple will definitely have experts to assist him. At that time, he will inevitably have a head-on battle with the Temporal Temple. And the Temporal Temple is not to be trifled with. Heavenly Nether Master listened respectfully from below, but did not dare to say anything. The Temporal Temple was one of the 3 freedom alliances of the Divine Beginning Realm. Although the 3 Saint Realms dared to fight with the Temporal Temple, no matter how fierce the fight was, it was still a fight. And to directly start a war, even the 3 Saint Realms had to carefully consider it, and did not dare to take such a risk. There's nothing we can do. The best way to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis is to kill him in the Blood Wave realm. There should be many outstanding fellows in the Blood Wave realm during the era when I destroyed the Saint Realms, right? The figure asked. There are. As in the past, there are 10 outstanding little fellows in my era of destruction. The strongest one is a little fellow called Thunder God. However, Thunder God has already met with the people from the Temporal Temple and suffered a loss. It's not realistic for these little fellows from my era of destruction to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis in a head-on collision with the Temporal Temple, Sky Nether Master said. If it's not enough for me to destroy the Saint Realm, don't we still have the Life and Death Saint Realm and the Flame Saint Realm? Go, tell those little fellows who destroyed the Saint Realm to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis at all costs in the Blood Wave Realm. I will also inform the Life and Death Saint Realm and the Flame Saint Realm, and they will also attack with all their strength. In short, the little fellows of the 3 Saint Realms have only one purpose in the Blood Wave Realm, and that is to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis. As for the opportunities in the Blood Wave Realm, tell them that as long as they can kill Heavenly Sword Marquis, I guarantee that all of them can become Principal's Masters. The figure said indifferently. Yes. Sky Nether Master immediately turned around and left. In the void space of the Blood Wave realm, Thunder God and the other 3 were gathered here. At this moment, their faces were filled with shock. He actually wants us to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis at all costs? The silver-haired youth widened his eyes. How can this be? Although Heavenly Sword Marquis is extremely talented and has unlimited potential, he is still just an immortal saint. How can he make me, the higher-ups of the Destruction Saint Realm, take him so seriously? I don't understand either. Thunder God said seriously. However, this order was passed down from the mouth of the Nether Sky Master. The Nether Sky Master seems to have received an order from the Saint Master. The Saint Master even said that if we can kill Heavenly Sword Marquis, he will guarantee that each of us will become the Principal's Masters. The silver-haired youth and the other 2 were stunned. The Saint Master had personally given the order? No matter what, since Sky Nether Master said it, it can't be false. In other words, our main mission in the Blood Wave realm isn't to fight for the Blood Wave token, but to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis instead of obtaining the opportunity in the Blood Wave Palace. Not only us, but the other 2 Saint Realms seem to have received the same order. We 3 Saint Realms must kill Heavenly Sword Marquis this time. Chapter 32:14. Everything was ready in the calm void. Thunder God and the other three stood there, waiting quietly. Not long after, 5 figures rushed over from the void in front of them. The leader was a muscular brown-haired middle-aged man. Thunder God, I heard that you guys suffered a great loss at the hands of the Temporal Temple? The brown-haired middle-aged man appeared in front of Thunder God. Yes, junior sister Suing also died at the hands of the Temporal Temple. Thunder God nodded slightly. Let's cut to the chase. Wan Xian, you should have received the order from Sky Nether Master, right? Wan Xian was ranked 17th on the True Saint list. Just like Thunder God, Wan Xian also came from the Destruction Saint realm. The Destruction Saint realm was one of the 3 great saint realms after all. It had overwhelming power and countless experts. Every time they entered the Bloodwave realm, Destruction Saint realm had a total of 10 spots. This time, Destruction Saint realm had a total of 10 peak saints entering the Bloodwave realm. However, these 10 immortal saints were split into 2 teams. One team was led by Thunder God, and the other team was led by Wan Xian. I've already received an order from the Sky Nether Master. He wants us to work together and kill a cultivator called Heavenly Sword Marquis in the Temporal Temple at all costs. But I still don't understand. Where did that Heavenly Sword Marquis get the ability to make the Sky Nether Master give such an order? Wan Xian said with a frown. I don't know the reason, but since the order has been given, we naturally have to do our best to complete it. Heavenly Sword Marquis must die, Thunder God said. If you want to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis, you have to face those people from the Temporal Temple. Are you confident? Wan Xian asked. Including Heavenly Sword Marquis, there are a total of 6 people from the Temporal Temple who entered the Bloodwave realm this time. Among them, there are 2 invincible saints. 2 of them are not invincible saints, but their combat strength is not much weaker than ordinary invincible saints. The last 2 are also extremely powerful peak saints. Among these 6 people, the strongest is Di Hao. This Di Hao, I fought with him before. To be honest, his strength is a little stronger than mine, Thunder God said. Di Hao is stronger than you. Wan Xian was stunned. Thunder God was ranked 6th on the True Saint ranking. How could he be inferior to Di Hao? We don't have absolute confidence to kill Heavenly Sword Marquis by joining hands with the Temporal Temple. After all, the people of the Temporal Temple are not fools. They know that they can't defeat him and can escape. With their attainments in space-time, it will be difficult for us to stop them. Thunder God's voice was cold. But it doesn't matter. I've already asked someone to come and help. Let's wait here for now. Once they arrive, we'll have a high chance of success. Wan Xian nodded slightly, and the group continued to wait in the void. After waiting for 4 hours, another 5 figures finally flew over from the void. Ha, Thunder God, Wan Xian, long time no see. Hearty laughter rang out. The one who spoke was the leader of the 5, a sloppy girl. This girl looked very thin and weak. She looked like she could be blown down by the wind, but her personality was very forthright. Sus, yeah, we've been waiting for you for a long time. Thunder God looked at this sloppy girl. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Sus, yeah, ranked 24th on the True Saint rank, came from the Illusory Moon Sky sect. I've already sent a message to you. What do you think? Thunder God asked. I've already rushed here personally. What do you think? The sloppy girl, Susie, glanced at Thunder God. That's good. With the help of your Heavenly Phantom sect, this matter is almost certain. Also, Taoist Bing, did you bring your array formation with you? Thunder God looked at a strange old man behind Susie. Hearing Thunder God's words, the strange old man lifted his head, revealing his white teeth. Don't worry. In terms of power, my Taoist Bing isn't as strong as you guys. However, in terms of formations, there aren't many immortal saints in the divine beginning realm who are stronger than me. At that time, you guys can just watch. Once my formation is activated, I guarantee that no one in the Temporal Temple can escape. However, my formation can only seal space and time, but it can't completely seal a space and time. And I've heard that one of the most powerful space-time divine arts of the Temporal Temple cannot even affect space-time's seal when used. If someone in the Temporal Temple has mastered that move, then I can't do anything about it. Taoist Bing, you're talking about space-time teleportation, right? Wan Xian looked over. I've heard from my master that this move is indeed a great life-saving method. It's even more terrifying than teleportation. Unless space-time is completely sealed, no one can stop him from leaving. However, the space-time divine art is an extremely transcendent divine art. Even in the Temporal Temple, there are pitifully few who can comprehend the space-time divine art. Moreover, those who have cultivated the space-time divine art can only master the first and second styles. As for the third style of space-time teleportation, as far as I know, even the principles masters find it hard to master it. There are so many cultivators who are good at the space-time principles in the Temporal Temple, but there are less than 10 people who have mastered the space-time teleportation, and almost all of them have reached the principles master. And the 6 people we're going to deal with this time are only immortal saints. It's impossible for anyone to master this move. Wan Xian was very confident. He had heard it from his master. The truth was similar to what Wan Xian had said. The space-time divine art of the Temporal Temple was too difficult to master. The first and second styles were fine, but there were still some people in the Temporal Temple who had comprehended it. However, the third move. There were only a handful of people in the Temporal Temple who could master the third move, space-time teleportation. Unfortunately, what Wan Xian did not know was that Jian Wushuang was one of the people who had mastered space-time teleportation. Everything is ready. Now we just need to find the location of those people in the Temporal Temple, Su Xia said. On this point, Sky Nether Master has already ordered those forces that are on the same side as our 3 great saint realms to search. Moreover, they are going to do it quietly. We will definitely not alert them. We just need to wait here for the news, Thunder God said. The group of people waited in the void for another 2 days. Finally, there is news. We have found out the location of the 6 people from the Temporal Temple. We will set off immediately, Thunder God said. Instantly, 9 people from the 2 squads of Destruction Saint Realm and 5 people from the Fantasy Moon Sky sect set off toward the location of the 6 people from the Temporal Temple. Among the 14 people, there were 6 unrivaled true saints, and the remaining 8 were all powerful peak saints who were quite famous in the Divine Beginning Realm. There were also Thunder God, Wan Xian, and Su Xia, the 3 top experts on the True Saint list, and Jinren Bing, who was an expert in formations. This lineup could be described with one word: terrifying. Chapter 32:15 Ambush in the vast void of the Bloodwave realm. Jian Wushuang and the other 3 slowly moved forward. Along the way, except for the first collision with the Saint Realm of Destruction, they encountered many experts, but they did not fight each other. According to our speed, we will arrive at the center of the Bloodwave realm in half a day. There are many experts there, and all the top immortal saints who enter the Bloodwave realm will gather there. Before the Bloodwave token is born, there will be a period of peace. During this period, many immortal saints will spar with each other and challenge each other, especially the experts on the True Saint list. Many people will fight to challenge them. Di Hao, when you fought with Thunder God previously, you clearly had the upper hand. In terms of strength, you should be able to rank in the top 5 of the True Saint ranking. When you reach the Central Region, don't you want to challenge those who are ranked in the top 5 of the True Saint ranking? Qian Hongzi looked at Di Hao with interest. The Central Region of the Bloodwave realm had too many experts gathered. Naturally, all kinds of challenges became very frequent. There's no rush. If there's a chance, they'll take action, Di Hao said coldly. These words caused Qian Hongzi's brows to furrow. It was very clear that Di Hao also wanted to fight for a spot on the True Saint rankings. Moreover, he indeed had the strength to do so. Qian Hongzi, you're an unrivaled True Saint after all. Moreover, your strength isn't ordinary. Don't you want to get a spot on the True Saint rankings? Even if you're ranked last, you can still be famous throughout the world, right? Yu teased. Everyone on the true saint list is a monster. I don't have the ability to challenge them. Qian Hongzi shook his head. The 6 people were talking casually as they flew. The atmosphere was good. At this moment. Well, is there someone? Qian Hongzi suddenly raised his head. Jian Wushuang had also seen 5 figures standing in the void in front of him. 5 people. The leader is Su Xie of the Illusory Moon Sect. Qian Hongzi's eyes focused. Su Xie? Jian Wushuang immediately recalled the information he had read about Su Xie. Su Xie was ranked 24th on the True Saint list. He used a long whip as a weapon and had a strange whip technique. He had once easily defeated 2 invincible saints by himself. Although he is ranked 24th and is considered to be at the bottom of the True Saint list, as long as he is ranked on the True Saint list, he will be extremely powerful. Jian Wushuang thought. They are coming, Qian Hongzi said. Jian Wushuang immediately saw that Su Xie and the other 3 were already rushing toward him. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang and the other 3 immediately stopped, but they did not retreat. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. After all, the Temporal Temple did not have any conflict with the Illusory Moon Sect. Moreover, the 5 members of the Illusory Moon Sect were obviously much weaker than the Temporal Temple. Naturally, the Temporal Temple did not fear them. Su Xie, what are you doing? Di Hao's voice was cold as he looked at Su Xie and the others. Nothing. I just came to say hello to everyone from the Temporal Temple. Su Xie gave a strange smile. As she spoke, her eyes moved slightly. She looked at Jian Wushuang and the others. After a while, her eyes were completely focused on Jian Wushuang. If I'm not mistaken, that's Heavenly Sword Marquis, who was famous in the Divine Beginning world 300 years ago, right? Su Xie asked. It's me. Jian Wushuang nodded and did not deny his identity. Thanks. 300 years ago, you were able to kill a rank 7 True Saint with a rank 4 True Saint realm. Now that you've reached the rank 6 True Saint realm, you actually dare to wander in the Bloodwave realm. You really have guts. Su Xie praised. Su Xie, if you have anything to say, just say it. If you have nothing to say, then don't block our way. Qian Hongzi said in a low voice. Of course. Well, leave immediately. As Su Xie said this, her body also seemed to be about to retreat. However, as she retreated, a fierce light flashed in her eyes. Attack. With the word attack, Taoist Master Bing, who had long since prepared behind Su Xie, immediately took out a round plate. Buzz, a majestic energy wave burst out from the disc. In an instant, a huge cyan magic array swept out in all directions, covering the entire space and time. In the blink of an eye, the space and time where Jian Wushuang and the others were sealed. Space and time sealed? Magic formation? No. Jian Wushuang and the others' expressions changed. Su Xie, are you courting death? Di Hao's voice was cold. Courting death? I'm afraid we won't be the ones to die. Su Xie sneered. As his laughter fell, several figures rushed over from both sides of the void and appeared beside Su Xie in an instant. Seeing these figures, Di Hao, Qian Hongzi, Jian Wushuang, and the others all had ugly expressions on their faces. Thunder God. Saint Destruction Realm. They were the people from the Saint Destruction Realm led by Thunder God and Wan Xian. Together with Su Xie and the other 5 experts from the Illusionary Moon Sect, a total of 14 experts appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and the others. Everyone from the Temporal Temple, we meet again. Thunder God's body was covered with dark purple thunderbolts, and an endless violent aura spread out. His cold eyes also swept over Jian Wushuang and the others. That person is Heavenly Sword Marquis, right? Wan Xian stared at Jian Wushuang with a sinister smile. I'm quite curious about him to be able to make Heavenly Sword Marquis Master give such an order. He's going to be a dead man soon. What's there to be curious about? Thunder God smiled. The 2 of them talked to each other without paying any attention to the 6 people from the Temporal Temple. The 6 people from the temporal temple were looking at each other with serious expressions. There are 14 immortal saints in total, including 6 invincible saints and 8 peak saints. Thunder God, Wan Xian, and Su Xia are experts on the true saint list. We're in big trouble. I knew that the Destruction Saint realm wouldn't let this go so easily. It seems like it's true. The gap in strength is so big. What should we do? What can we do? The space-time has been completely sealed, and the array used to seal the space-time is extremely powerful. I'm afraid that even Di Hao might not be able to break the space-time seal with his full strength. We have no choice but to fight. With the strength of the 6 of us, even if the Destruction Saint realm and the illusionary moon sky sect join hands, it won't be so easy to take us down. Yes. The 6 of them looked at each other and reached an agreement. Everyone. At this moment, Jian Wushuang suddenly spoke. Di Hao, Qian Hongzi, and the others immediately looked at Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's voice was cold as he said, "Kill Moxin first." Di Hao and the others were stunned, but they immediately understood. Chapter 32:16 The Ultimate Axe. Attack! Kill! Di Hao, Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, Yu Yu, Fei Xue, and Jian Wushuang all attacked. Haha, the people of the Temporal Temple really overestimated themselves. The people of the Destruction Saint realm and the illusionary moon sect laughed. Leave the Heavenly Sword Marquis to me. They'll go kill him. Su Xia smiled indifferently. Wan Xian, let's join hands and teach Di Hao a lesson, Thunder God said. He did not dare to say that he would kill Di Hao directly. After all, the invincible saint was very difficult to deal with if he risked his life. On the true saint list, only the top 3 had killed the invincible saint alone. Di Hao was so powerful that he was ranked in the top 5 on the true saint list. They did not dare to leave him here. It was already good enough to teach Di Hao a lesson. The people from both sides moved together and soon collided. Heavenly Sword Marquis, die! Su Xia let out a strange howl. She easily passed through the crowd and appeared in front of Jian Wushuang like a ghost. Then, she swung the long jade-green whip in her hand like a jade-green flood dragon, her agile body directly lashed toward Jian Wushuang. She was so fast and powerful that the sound of air cracking could be heard when the whip passed through the void. Di Hao, Qian Hongzi, and the others had already fought with their opponents, so no one could help Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang had to face Su Xia alone. An expert on the true saint list! Jian Wushuang's face was solemn. At the moment the battle broke out, he had already used the 7-star secret skill, the divine punishment skill, and the 9 luminaries star armor. His battle strength had reached its peak. When the jade-green whip lashed toward him, his body surged with majestic divine power. It was the peerless sword technique, Shixiang. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Whoosh. The most powerful sword move of Jian Wushuang's sword technique swept out. The scarlet sword shadow collided with the green whip. With a crisp sound, a terrifying power swept over. The Blood Mountain sword almost fell out of his hand, but Su Xia twisted his wrist casually. Swish! Swish! 2 more whips swept toward Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang could only barely swing his sword to block them. Bang! Bang! Another 2 crisp sounds rang out. The first whip directly defeated Jian Wushuang's sword style. At the same time, the whip hit Jian Wushuang's body directly, severely injuring his divine body in an instant. His body also retreated rapidly, and the second whip continued to attack. Without any hindrance, it directly shattered Jian Wushuang's divine body. Buzz! Jian Wushuang's divine body quickly regenerated. He stood in the void and looked at Su Xia in shock. So powerful! Is this the battle strength of the true saint list? Jian Wushuang's heart was in turmoil. He knew that he was not weak. When he used his full strength, he could barely fight against an ordinary invincible saint. However, when he fought with Su Xia only casually waved 3 whips, the first whip directly crushed him in terms of power. The second whip heavily injured him, and the third whip caused his divine body to collapse on the spot. The gap was too big. Moreover, Su Xia was only ranked 24th on the True Saint list, and he was still at the bottom. One could imagine how strong Di Hao, Thunder God, and the other top 3 on the True Saint list were. How strong were the 3 experts who could kill the invincible saint? As soon as Jian Wushuang's divine body was reconstituted, Su Xia had already attacked again. But at this moment, buzz! A terrifying power suddenly burst out from the center of the battlefield. At this moment, the world around them darkened. The world was dark as if it had fallen into a void space. Even the sound had completely disappeared. On the battlefield, many experts from both camps looked in the same direction in shock. At that spot, in the middle of the darkness, a cold figure stood there. In his hand was a huge axe. That huge axe was 2 meters long. At this moment, this huge axe was slowly swinging downwards. The process of swinging the huge axe shocked everyone present. This axe? Jian Wushuang also looked at the axe in astonishment. He could sense an extremely terrifying power from this axe. Most importantly, he also sensed the power of the destruction and space-time laws. This axe technique contains both the principles of destruction and the principles of space-time? 2 principles at the same time? How is this possible? The principles are fused? Everyone was stunned. Even Thunder God and Wan Xian were trembling. One had to know that this terrifying axe was aimed at them. Be careful! Thunder God let out a shrill cry, and endless thunderbolts covered his body. Wan Xian's aura also soared. The 2 of them were going all out at this moment. However, when that axe was swung down, everywhere it passed, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood. When the axe shadow missed, everything fell into silence. Boom! Boom! 2 extremely miserable figures shot out from the center of the battlefield like cannonballs. These 2 people were surprisingly the Thunder God and Wan Xian, who was fighting against Di Hao. However, at this moment, both of their bodies were trembling slightly. During the collision just now, one of their divine bodies had collapsed by nearly 40%. The other had collapsed by nearly 70%. After all, this was the battle between the 2 of them when they joined hands to resist that axe. In the end, their divine bodies had collapsed by so much. If they were to face that axe alone, their divine bodies would probably completely collapse. Di Hao! Thunder God's eyes flickered with a fierce light, and his heart was also in a state of extreme shock. However, suddenly, the figure of Di Hao, who had used an earth-shaking axe attack and sent Thunder God and Wan Xian flying at the same time, suddenly swayed and strangely appeared beside a silver-haired old man on the battlefield. The huge axe in his hand also directly fell down. What? The silver-haired old man was a peak saint of the Destruction Holy Region. He had been working together with others to deal with Yu. Although he had noticed the battle between Di Hao and Thunder God, he did not dare to get involved, but he never thought that Di Hao would take the initiative to find him. Boom! Although the mighty axe was not as terrifying as the earth-shaking axe, its power was strong enough to make a peak saint despair. At the very least, the silver-haired old man did not have the ability to resist. Bang! With a loud sound, the silver-haired old man's divine body instantly collapsed. Moreover, the giant axe contained a vast destructive power, which instantly destroyed more than half of the silver-haired old man's divine power. Chapter 32:17 Disappeared without a trace. My divine power has been reduced by 70%. After the silver-haired old man's divine body was reassembled, he was terrified. Fortunately, Di Hao only attacked him once and was immediately entangled by the Thunder God and Wan Xian. Otherwise, Di Hao would have killed him with just one more blow. I only have 30% of my divine power left. My divine body can only be reassembled once more. If I meet Di Hao or other invincible saints attacking me again, I will definitely die. I cannot interfere in this battle anymore. I will retreat to the outside of the battlefield first. The silver-haired old man had already made up his mind. However, just as he was about to move, a figure appeared behind the silver-haired old man without any warning. This is... The silver-haired old man's pupils constricted. He had already sensed it. But sensing it did not mean that he would be able to react in time. A soundless sword light instantly pierced through the void, then directly pierced through the silver-haired old man's divine body. Aye! The silver-haired old man's eyes were wide open, and there was still shock and disbelief in his eyes. However, the remaining 30% of his divine power had already been completely corroded by the cold blood poison. Even before he died, the silver-haired old man still could not figure out why the temporal temple wanted to kill him first when there were 14 cultivators from the Destruction Saint realm and the illusory moon sky sect present. Moreover, it was very obvious that they had planned it. They had made him their first target to kill. Why? With doubts in his heart, the silver-haired old man finally died. Junior brother Moxian! Moxian! The people of the Destruction Saint realm were shocked to see this scene. At the same time, they also saw the figure that appeared in the void where the silver-haired old man was. It was Jian Wuxuang. It's Heavenly Sword Marquis! When did he go there? The people from the Destruction Saint realm and the illusory moon sect were stunned. At the same time, they all looked at Su Xie. But at this moment, Su Xie was also puzzled. What did this kid do? Su Xie frowned. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. She was indeed fighting with Jian Wuxuang just now, and she had completely crushed Jian Wuxuang and destroyed his divine body. But when Dihao used that shocking axe and everyone was attracted by it, Jian Wuxuang disappeared right in front of her eyes. Yes, he disappeared right in front of her eyes. When Su Xie realized what had happened, she did not know where Jian Wuxuang had gone. It was not until Jian Wuxuang flashed and killed Moxian that she knew his real location. Now that Moxian is dead, the next thing will be easier. Jian Wuxuang stood in the void where the silver-haired elder Moxian was and looked around the battlefield, but a cold smile appeared on his face. Destruction Saint Realm, Illusion Moon Sect, didn't you want to kill me? Now I want to see who will kill who. Jian Wuxuang's voice was cold, it reverberated between heaven and earth. As soon as his voice fell, the endless power of ice and fire suddenly swept up and spread in all directions at a terrifying speed. In the blink of an eye, the entire battlefield was covered by this power of ice and fire. Then, the people from the Destruction Saint realm and the illusory moon sky sect who were in the domain of ice and fire instantly sensed a majestic pressure from the domain of ice and fire. This pressure was like a huge mountain weighing hundreds of millions of kilograms that was pressing down on them. Everyone felt heavy. This is a domain? What a terrifying domain! I, an invincible saint, feel a huge pressure in this domain. My strength has been reduced by at least 20%. A supreme treasure, this is definitely a domain-type supreme treasure. Heavenly Sword Marquis has a domain-type supreme treasure? Everyone looked at Jian Wuxuang with shock and greed. True treasures were extremely precious. Even rule masters valued them and would fight for them. If a domain-type true treasure was added to the list, it was enough to drive principals masters crazy. They obviously did not expect Jian Wuxuang to have such a treasure. Even Dihao and Qian Hongzi of the Space-Time Temple did not expect this. Brother Heavenly Marquis, he has a domain-type supreme treasure. It was useless when he fought with me. Duan Lang had a complicated look on his face. At this moment, Jian Wuxuang, who was in the center of the ice and fire domain, had become the focus of the battlefield. Under everyone's gaze, he slowly disappeared. It's the same move again. Su Xie's pupils constricted. The experts from the Destruction Saint realm and the illusionary moon sect immediately spread their soul power, trying to find Jian Wuxuang's location. But in the end, he can't be found? No, he doesn't exist in my soul perception. Where did Heavenly Sword Marquis go? The experts from the Destruction Saint realm and the illusionary moon sect were puzzled. Suddenly, Qi A cold sword light pierced into the divine body of a woman in green. Her divine body collapsed at once, and 40% of it was consumed by the cold blood poison, then her divine body reassembled again. Be careful. Heavenly Sword Marquis is hiding around us and trying to assassinate us. His sneak attack is very terrifying. I just barely sensed his presence, but I didn't have time to attack. The woman in green shouted. The woman in green was from the Illusory Moon sect and was a very powerful peak saint. However, she was silently defeated by Jian Wushuang. Everyone from the Destruction Saint realm and the Illusory Moon sect was shocked by this scene. Ah! A scream suddenly sounded. This time, it was a peak saint from the Destruction Saint realm. His divine body was also pierced by Jian Wushuang's sword. Although he did not die on the spot, his divine power was instantly consumed by more than 50%. Chi! Chi! Two more sounds sounded. This time, it was from the Destruction Saint realm. The divine bodies of two peak saints had been destroyed once. This strange assassination technique caused the people from the Destruction Saint realm and the Illusory Moon sect to panic. Damn it, where is he hiding? Strange, his concealment technique is too strange. It's so strange that even our soul senses can't sense it. Now I finally know why the Temporal Temple decided to kill Junior Brother Moxian at all costs. Junior Brother Moxian is the only one among us who specializes in the soul. His soul senses are much stronger than all of us. With him around, we can definitely sense the position of the Heavenly Sword Marquis. But now that Junior Brother Moxian is dead, the rest of us can't find the Heavenly Sword Marquis at all. He is hiding around us and ambushing us time and time again. We can't do anything to him. Chapter 32:18 Retreat. What should we do? Everyone from the Destruction Saint realm and the Illusionary Moon sect was shocked and furious, but there was nothing they could do. They could not sense Jian Wushuang's location at all. Although I have only cultivated the shadowless escape skill created by the Bloodblade Master to the initial success stage, no one can sense my existence unless he is a soul expert at the peak of the Saint realm or above. The only soul expert in the Destruction Saint realm and the Illusionary Moon sect, Moxian, has been killed. The rest of them cannot sense my existence at all. They can only become my living targets. Jian Wushuang hid in the void, but his eyes were full of killing intent. With his strength, the use of shadowless evasive technique, together with the sword of no breath, can absolutely have a fatal threat to the peak saint. Of course, the powerful peak saints present could barely sense it when he attacked, just like when Jian Wushuang and Duan Lang fought. Before Duan Lang used the Black Demon Realm, and barely withstood Jian Wushuang's attack. However, when Jian Wushuang fought Duan Lang, he did not use his full strength, and he did not use his realm at that time. Now that the Ice-Fire realm was suppressing the experts of the Destruction Saint realm and the Illusory Moon sect, it was very difficult for them to block Jian Wushuang's attack. Chi! 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 Jian Wushuang appeared behind the peak saints on the battlefield, and then used his killing moves again and again. The peak saints could hardly react in time. Jian Wushuang had launched 9 sneak attacks and destroyed the divine bodies of 6 peak saints. 3 of them had been destroyed twice. Among the 3 peak saints whose divine bodies had been destroyed twice was the one who had used the magic formation, Immortal Being. My divine body has been destroyed twice, and I have less than 30% of my divine power left. If Heavenly Sword Marquis attacks me again, I will definitely die. Immortal Being was completely panicked. Run, run! Su Xie, protect me. Immortal Being did not dare to do anything. He ran out of the battlefield crazily. While running, he also needed Su Xie to escort him, afraid that Jian Wushuang would catch up. He was not the only one. The peak saints of the Destruction Saint realm and the Illusionary Moon sect also started to run away. They had been beaten up by Jian Wushuang's sneak attack. This Thunder God and Wan Xian stood in the middle of the battlefield and looked at the surroundings. They did not know what to do. Alas! After a long while, Thunder God sighed. I didn't expect Heavenly Sword Marquis to have such a terrifying escape skill. He is hiding in the surrounding void. We can't do anything to him, and it's impossible to kill him. Instead, our people have become his living targets. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Let's retreat, Thunder God said. Then he, Wan Xian, and the other invincible saints of the Destruction Saint realm protected those peak saints, and rushed toward the distant void. Soon, the people of the Destruction Saint realm and the illusionary moon sect completely disappeared from Jian Wushuang's sight. Jian Wushuang slowly appeared in the void until the people of the Destruction Saint realm and the illusionary moon sect left. Di Hao, Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, and the others immediately came over to greet him. Everyone, are you okay? Jian Wushuang looked around at the people around him. I'm fine. Fortunately, they were scared away by your escape art. Otherwise, Qian Hongzi did not continue. Indeed, the difference in strength between the two sides was too great. Moreover, the surrounding space and time were completely sealed, so it was difficult for them to escape. In such a situation, if Jian Wushuang's shadowless escape art and the breathless sword art were not used, the people from the Destruction Saint realm of destruction and the illusory moon sect had been intimidated. If they continued to kill, some of the 6 people from the temporal temple would definitely die, and not just one. It's a pity that my escape skill and sword skill can only threaten a peak saint. Moreover, I have to sneak attack a peak saint at least 3 or 4 times before I can kill him. Although I attacked as fast as I could, I didn't really kill one of them. Jian Wushuang felt a little regretful. He had launched 9 sneak attacks and achieved great results. However, except for Mo Xian in the beginning, he did not really kill the second peak saint. The main reason was that the other party retreated quickly and did not give him a chance. In any case, it's already good enough that we didn't injure them and force them to retreat. Qian Hongzi sighed, and then he looked at Jian Wushuang. Brother Heavenly Marquis, from the looks of the Destruction Saint realm and the illusory moon heaven sect, it seems that they are here for you. Did you have some enmity with the Destruction Saint realm before? Di Hao, Duan Lang, and the others also looked at Jian Wushuang. Yes. Jian Wushuang nodded and admitted. Not only the Destruction Saint realm, but I also have a huge enmity with the 3 saint realms, and it's the kind that will not rest until one of us is dead. What? Qian Hongzi and the others were shocked. One person had provoked the 3 saint realms at the same time, and it was the kind that would not rest until one of them was dead? What kind of ability was that? After their surprise, they fell silent again. They were in the Blood Wave realm together with Jian Wushuang. The grudge between Jian Wushuang and the 3 saint realms was so big that the 3 saint realms would definitely come to find trouble, just like the assassination just now. Obviously, if they continued to stay with Jian Wushuang, they would be more or less implicated. Jian Wushuang knew this, so he directly admitted it, giving the 5 people of the Temporal Temple a chance to choose for themselves. Jian Wushuang was waiting for the 5 people in front of him to decide whether to separate from him or to continue to move with him regardless of the consequences. After a long while, Duan Lang was the first to raise his head and smile indifferently. So what if there are 3 saint realms? The Temporal Temple has clashed with the 3 saint realms countless times over the years. What's there to be afraid of? Yes, the 3 saint realms can only scare ordinary forces. It's still far from scaring the Temporal Temple, Qian Hongzi added. Humph, we don't have many experts, but the reason why our Temporal Temple is still one of the 3 freedom alliances in the Divine Beginning realm is that we are united. If the 3 saint realms want to kill the Heavenly Marquis brothers, they have to go through us. You snorted. Of course they'll go with you. Fei Xue also smiled. In a short while, 4 out of 5 people expressed their opinions. They were all willing to continue adventuring with Jian Wushuang, and were not afraid of being implicated by Jian Wushuang. Only Di Hao, who was the strongest, remained silent. Chapter 32:19 Fusion of Principles. Di Hao, what do you think? Qian Hongzi looked at Di Hao. I don't care. Dihao was still very cold. For him, it was not much different from whether he moved with Jian Wushuang or not. Because no matter what kind of attack it was, even if all the experts of the three Saint realms came at the same time, they could not really threaten him. After all, his strength was there. For example, even though the Destruction Saint realm had trapped everyone in the Temporal Temple with a magic formation, neither Thunder God nor Wan Xian had thought of leaving Dihao behind. At most, they just wanted to teach Dihao a lesson, but in the end, they were taught a lesson by Dihao. With his strength, it was almost impossible to kill Dihao in the Blood Wave realm. Even if he met Light King, who was ranked first on the True Saint list, even if Dihao could not defeat him, he could at least survive. Thank you, everyone. Jian Wushuang looked at the 5 people around him gratefully. In fact, he did not have much friendship with these 5 people. They just belonged to the same faction of the Temporal Temple. However, just as Palace Master Bai Xing had said when he first entered the Temporal Temple, although there were not many experts in the Temporal Temple, they were extremely united. Indeed, the Temporal Temple was very united. Just from the current situation, Dihao and the other 3 people did not abandon him even though they knew that the 3 Saint realms had a feud with him, and would probably kill him at all costs. It was obvious. 5 of you, since you are willing to continue exploring the Blood Wave realm with me, there is something I must tell you in advance, Jian Wushuang said seriously. What is it? Qian Hongzi and the other 3 Saint Realm experts looked at him. The 5 of you are not aware of the grudge between me and the 3 Saint Realm experts. It is not convenient for me to tell you about it before. But I can tell you that the grudge is so great that as long as I am still in the Blood Wave realm, the 3 Saint Realm experts will go crazy and kill me. They will even ignore the opportunities in the Blood Wave realm. That is not the main thing. At the critical moment, the 3 Saint Realm experts might pay a great price to invite some experts to help them. In other words, we might encounter a situation that is 10 times more difficult or even 100 times more difficult than before. So you must remember that if it really comes to that, I will ask you to run away. At that time, don't hesitate and just run as I say. Don't pay attention to me, Jian Wushuang said seriously. Ignore you? What are you going to do? Duan Lang frowned. Don't worry. I told you this in advance to tell you that I have my own life-saving means. No matter how powerful the 3 Saint Realms are, I'm confident that I can leave. But if you stay, it will only make me more worried, Jian Wushuang said. Is that so? Qian Hongzi raised his eyebrows. Brother Heavenly Marquis, do you really have a powerful life-saving skill? Duan Lang glanced at Jian Wushuang. Yes, I can swear it, Jian Wushuang said with certainty. He was not lying. He had a life-saving skill, which was time-space teleportation. Once time-space teleportation was used, no one could stop him unless there was a top expert who could use time-space imprisonment. There were only a dozen or so people in the Divine Beginning realm who was qualified to use time-space imprisonment. All of them were top principles masters, and only the Immortal Saint was qualified to enter the Blood Wave realm. Of course, no one could use this move. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Therefore, he did have a 100% chance of survival. After hearing Jian Wushuang's affirmative answer, everyone nodded. Oh, Dihao! Jian Wushuang suddenly looked at Dihao. If I'm not mistaken, the axe you just performed contains both the destruction and space-time principles. How could you use both principles at the same time? Could it be that you've already merged the 2 principles? Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang Yu, and Fei Xue also looked at Dihao immediately. They had also seen Dihao's shocking axe attack, which had forced Thunder God and Wan Xian back with heavy injuries. It had shocked everyone, especially the 2 principles contained in the axe attack. After all, it was impossible to use different principles at the same time. For example, Jian Wushuang had comprehended space-time principles and reincarnation principles at the same time. However, he could not use the 2 principles in one move at the same time. Therefore, he usually used the rules to perform his swordsmanship, while the reincarnation principles, most of the time, he used the Samsara sword formation. One was swordsmanship, and the other was a sword formation. The two did not interfere with each other. However, Dihao had completely merged the two principles of destruction and space-time into one principle. In such a situation, only experts who had merged the two principles could do it. Merge the principles? How is that possible? Dihao shook his head directly. From what I know, the fusion of two different principles is an extremely difficult process even for principles masters. Out of 100 principles masters, it is extremely difficult for one to fuse two different principles. Those who are able to do so are definitely peak existences amongst principles masters. I am merely an immortal saint. How can I be qualified to do many things that principles masters are unable to do? The reason why I was able to use two different laws into one axe is that I once cultivated a unique secret technique. In addition, my giant axe has been specially refined. It can only be used when the principles of destruction and space-time are superimposed. If the two principles are combined together, the power of the two principles would be less than 1/10 of the power of the two principles. Hearing Dihao's words, Jian Wushuang immediately understood, and was even more shocked. Dihao's axe is so powerful just by combining the two principles. How powerful would it be if it could combine the two principles perfectly? Jian Wushuang could not help thinking. It's too difficult to perfectly merge the two different principles. Even the principles master is having a hard time. As for the immortal saint, as far as I know, there's only one person in the divine beginning realm who can perfectly merge the two principles at the immortal saint realm, and that's the number 1 on the true saint list, Light King. Dihao's face was solemn. The Radiant King has perfectly fused the principles of light and wind together. His comprehension of these two principles has reached perfection, and he is only one step away from mastering them completely. In addition, he also has extremely high attainments in the aspect of the soul. In other words, he is studying the principles of light, wind, and soul at the same time. He is simply a huge monster. Chapter 32:20, Central Region. Light King? Even Jian Wushuang could not help exclaiming in his heart when he heard the name. With his current strength, any invincible saint could easily suppress him, and an expert like Su Xie, who was ranked on the true saint list, could easily crush him. As for Light King, he was number 1 on the true saint list, the most powerful immortal saint in this era. He was indeed far from the Light King. To be able to combine the two principles at the immortal saint realm and cultivate the soul at the same time, the Light King is really amazing, Jian Wushuang thought. Well, let's continue. Soon, the 6 of them continued to fly toward the center of the Blood Wave realm. In the void not far from the battlefield, the people from the Destruction Saint realm and the Illusionary Moon sect gathered there, their faces extremely ugly. Thunder God, I'm sorry. Under such circumstances, we can only leave, Su Xie said seriously. I understand. Thunder God nodded without any intention of blaming him. It was true that the Illusory Moon sect had retreated first, but he also knew that they had to leave at that critical moment. Although there were 5 people in the Illusory Moon sect, Su Xie was the only invincible saint, and the other 4 were only peak saints. The 4 peak saints had no ability to resist Jian Wushuang at all. In just a short moment, their divine bodies had been destroyed, and the divine body of the Ice Master had been destroyed twice. If they did not run away and continued to stand, none of the 4 peak saints would survive. Moreover, the main purpose of this assassination was to kill Jian Wushuang. However, with Jian Wushuang's escape skill, they could not kill him, so they had to leave. Although Heavenly Sword Marquis is not very strong and any invincible saint can easily suppress him, his escape art is too terrifying. Thunder God, if you want to attack him, you must find a way to restrict his escape art. Otherwise, no one can kill him. As for us, we will leave first, Su Xie said. Thank you, Thunder God said and watched the 5 people of the Illusory Moon sect leave. After the people of the Illusionary Moon sect left, Thunder God immediately contacted the higher-ups of the Destruction Saint realm. In the Grand Hall. Failed? The eyes of Sky Nether Master flashed with coldness as he stared at Thunder God's consciousness incarnation. Yes, everything was expected. I didn't expect that Heavenly Sword Marquis to have mastered an extremely strange escape technique. He can escape the soul detection of the invincible saint. He can hide in the dark and assassinate us time and time again, but we can only watch helplessly. We have no choice but to retreat temporarily, Thunder God said. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Escape art? What kind of escape art can hide from your soul detection? Do you have a mirror image of him performing the escape art? The Nether Sky Master asked. Yes. Thunder God waved his hand, and a mirror image immediately appeared in the hall. This mirror image was the scene of Jian Wushuang performing the shadowless escape art and ambushing the Peak Saints time and time again. Nether Sky Master's pupils shrank after looking at it for a while. Even the soul of the invincible saint couldn't detect it. This escape art should be the shadowless escape art of the Blood Blade Master, Nether Sky Master said in a low voice. I didn't expect that Heavenly Sword Marquis had mastered the famous means of the Blood Blade Master. No wonder you couldn't do anything to him. Blood Blade Master? Thunder God was puzzled. Many years ago, an extremely terrifying existence was a top-notch assassin. At that time, his assassination methods were so terrifying that even I felt a little scared when facing his assassination methods, Sky Nether Master said. Hearing this, Thunder God was greatly shocked. He knew very well what kind of supreme existence Sky Nether Master was. He stood at the top among the principal's masters. However, he himself admitted that the assassination methods of Blood Blade Master were extremely terrifying. From this, one could imagine how powerful the assassination methods of the Blood Blade Master were. This Heavenly Sword Marquis is only at the level of a true saint, and he is only a rank 6 true saint. Even if he has mastered the shadowless escape technique, he has only just entered the rudiments. I'm afraid that he hasn't even reached the initial stage. As long as it is a peak saint who specializes in the soul, he should be able to sense his position with just the rudiments of the shadowless escape technique, said Sky Nether Master. Among all the saints we went to kill, Junior Brother Moxian is the only one who specializes in the soul. Unfortunately, he was killed by Heavenly Sword Marquis and Dihao from the very beginning. That's why the following scene happened, Thunder God said. I understand. You can go, Sky Nether Master said. Lord Sky Nether, that Heavenly Sword Marquis. Thunder God frowned. I have my own plans. Just wait for my news in the Bloodwave realm. Before I send you a message, don't act rashly, and don't go looking for trouble with Heavenly Sword Marquis, Sky Nether Master said. Yes. Thunder God responded, and his consciousness avatar quickly disappeared. Bloodwave realm. After traveling continuously, the 6 people of the Temporal Temple finally arrived at the central area of the Bloodwave realm. Once they reached the center, there were obviously more experts. Countless peak saints gathered in the Bloodwave realm. They would arrive at the center as soon as possible and wait for the birth of the Bloodwave token. Jian Wushuang and the others came early, but even so, there were still many people waiting in the center. Jian Wushuang and the others found a random place in the center and stopped. Many experts nearby had noticed their presence. These 6 people should be from the Temporal Temple, right? Yes, they are from the Temporal Temple. The leader of them is the cold man with a giant axe on his back. He is Dihao, ranked 8th on the True Saint list. I heard that Dihao is very powerful. Apart from Dihao, Qian Hongzi, Yu, and Fei Xue are also quite famous. I've never heard of the other 2. Many experts were secretly discussing. Among the 6 people of the Temporal Temple, Dihao was the most famous, followed by Qian Hongzi, Yu, and Fei Xue. As for Jian Wushuang and Duan Lang, they were not very famous. Jian Wushuang only attracted people's attention because he emitted the aura of a rank 6 true saint. At this moment, whoosh! A figure suddenly shot out from the void not far away and stopped in front of the 6 people of the Temporal Temple. The person who came was a young man wearing a blood-red robe and carrying a blood-red battle saber on his back. His entire person looked extremely demonic. The eyes of this demonic man flickered with a trace of blood-red light. After arriving, he directly looked toward Di Hao. Chapter 32:21 Challenging Di Hao. You are Di Hao? The demonic man stared at Di Hao. Who are you? Di Hao glanced coldly at the demonic man. My name is Sui, but I prefer to be called Wen King. The demonic man laughed coldly. I knew there were countless experts in the Blood Wave realm. Unfortunately, I haven't met a decent opponent in the Blood Wave realm for a few days. Now, I finally meet an expert on the True Saint ranking. Di Hao, I want to challenge you. The voice of the demonic man, Sui, reverberated through the entire void, causing the experts hiding in the surroundings to hear it clearly. They had all heard Sui's name, and at the same time, they had also heard Sui's challenge. Who is this Sui? Wen King Sui? I've never heard of him. He's probably a reclusive expert. However, since he dares to directly challenge Di Hao, he should have some ability. The surrounding people were all looking forward to it. The Blood Wave realm had only opened for a few days, and there was still some time before the Blood Wave token came into being. Before the Blood Wave token came into being, there were so many experts gathered in this central area, and there were definitely some who wanted to spar with each other. This was especially so for the challenges on the True Saint list. Many previously unknown experts with extremely powerful strength wanted to become famous by challenging the experts on the True Saint list. And this Sui was now directly challenging Di Hao. To challenge me, you must first be prepared to die, Di Hao said coldly. Haha, since I dare to challenge you, I will naturally be mentally prepared. If you really have the ability, you can directly kill me. Sui laughed heartily. Cut the crap, look at the saber. Sui did not waste any more words. After Di Hao accepted the challenge, he directly pulled out the blood-colored battle saber on his back. Clang! The saber was unsheathed, and a trace of blood light instantly lit up the sky. As Sui raised the saber, a large amount of blood light instantly swept out and occupied the void, making the entire world seem to sink into a blood-red world. And in this blood-red world, a shocking killing intent suddenly rose. This Sui, what a strong killing intent! Jian Wushuang stood around and watched. When he saw Sui waving the saber, a trace of shock flashed in his heart. This terrifying killing intent alone showed that Sui's strength was extraordinary. He had definitely grown up from a bloody storm. However, for some reason, he was not famous at all. Whoosh! If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. A saber light suddenly descended. The moment it descended, the shocking killing intent and the surrounding blood-red color all gathered in the saber, making the blood-red saber light exceptionally dazzling and bright. Humph! The blade light attacked, but Di Hao only let out a cold snort as he swung the huge axe in his hand. It was a clean and neat strike, but the instant it was swung out, the world rumbled. The huge axe shadow seemed to have split apart the world as it appeared in front of the resplendent blood-red blade light. After that, the two collided head-on. Bang! With a loud bang, endless divine might formed waves of shock waves that swept wildly in all directions. After the loud bang, Sui's figure instantly shot out. Clearly, in this head-on collision, Sui was at an absolute disadvantage. Bang! With a loud bang, Di Hao was like an unrivaled demonic god, easily tearing through the air and killing his way out. He once again appeared in front of Sui, and then the second axe descended. This axe seemed to be able to split the sky and split the earth. It was incomparably domineering. All the surrounding spectators could sense an unstoppable force and might from this axe. Sui's pupils suddenly shrunk. Immediately, a bloody glow erupted from his body. Demon Slaughterer! Sui let out an explosive cry. He held the blade with both hands. The blood-colored battle blade in his hands suddenly expanded to 100 feet in length. A monstrous might swiftly gathered within the battle blade, after which he swung it once again. Clang! Another low collision sound rang out. This time, Sui was still directly sent flying. However, Di Hao's body also trembled slightly, and then he took 2 steps back. Di Hao's expression changed slightly. Clearly, he did not expect that he would be forced back by his opponent. A fierce glint could not help but flash past his eyes, and in the next moment, he abruptly took a step forward. Space exploded and Di Hao appeared in front of Sui once again. Following that, he raised the huge axe in his hands. Buzz! A pitch-black axe shadow suddenly condensed in the middle of the battlefield. An unprecedented destructive aura also spread out from this axe shadow. The moment this axe shadow formed, the gazes of all the surrounding experts who were watching the battle were instantly attracted by this axe shadow. This axe shadow gave him a feeling that he could not block it. It was invincible. Jian Wushuang, Qian Hongzi, and the others looked at each other in dismay. They knew this axe. Although it was not Di Hao's strongest axe, which combined the 2 principles of destruction and spacetime, when they first met Thunder God, Di Hao had used this axe to knock him back. Even Thunder God, who was ranked 6th on the True Saint ranking, would be in a sorry state when faced with this attack, but this Sui. Boom! Although Sui tried his best to use his strongest attack in an attempt to block this attack, his blade light was instantly destroyed by that axe shadow, and then his entire body was drowned by that shocking axe shadow. 1-1! A terrifying power exploded in the center of the battlefield, and only after a long time did it regain its calm. When everything calmed down, the crowd looked over and saw Sui standing in the center of the battlefield, his body slightly trembling. His body was covered in a layer of blood-red armor. However, at this moment, a crack appeared in the middle of the blood-red armor. As for the god power aura on his body, it had been reduced by 10%. You received 3 strikes from me. Your divine body hasn't collapsed yet. Your strength isn't bad. Di Hao coldly glanced at Sui, but he had already put the giant axe back on his back. Apparently, he did not plan to attack again. As for Sui, his expression was somewhat unsightly. He deeply glanced at Di Hao and did not say anything else. He directly turned around and left. The moment Sui left, the surrounding void instantly became noisy. He lost. This Sui still lost. It's normal for him to lose. After all, he challenged the ranked 8th on the True Saint list, Di Hao. This Di Hao is too strong. Especially that final strike he used. I feel that his strength isn't as simple as the 8th ranked on the True Saint list. He might even have a chance to break into the top 5. Although that Sui was defeated by Di Hao, he was able to take 3 of Di Hao's strikes head-on, yet his divine body didn't collapse. He can be considered extremely powerful. Many experts were discussing this quietly. Not many people were surprised by the result of this battle. But the 5 people from the Temporal Temple stood together with a playful smile on their faces. Chapter 32:22, Inviting People. This Sui is actually quite strong, said Qian Hongzi. He is indeed very strong. Conservatively speaking, he should be able to rank in the top 30 of the True Saint list. Compared to Su Xie, who was ranked 24th, there shouldn't be much of a difference. Unfortunately, he picked the wrong opponent, said Yu with a smile. That's right. With his strength, if he were to challenge those ranked at the bottom of the True Saint list, there would really be a competition. Who would win or lose would still be unknown. Even if he were to challenge those ranked at the top, even if he couldn't win, he would at least be able to hold on for a period of time. However, he is challenging Di Hao. Duan Lang also smiled faintly. Di Hao was ranked 8th on the True Saint list. But this was a ranking from a long time ago. After entering the Bloodwave realm, the few of them had seen with their own eyes that Di Hao had directly suppressed Thunder God, who was ranked 6th. His strength could definitely be ranked in the top 5 of the True Saint list. And once he used the strongest axe made of the 2 great principles, Di Hao even had the combat strength of the top 3 of the True Saint list. Sui had no chance of struggling against Di Hao. He was defeated with only 3 strikes. There are too many experts in the central area. Before the competition for the Blood Wave token begins, there will be many challenges. If you see a suitable opponent nearby, you can also fight. Qian Hongzi smiled. Jian Wushuang and the others looked at each other with smiles on their faces. In the following time, they quietly waited in the open space. As time passed, more and more experts rushed to the central area, so the central area became more and more lively. All kinds of challenges and competitions were more frequent. But after all, it was just a challenge. Most people knew their limits and did not really kill. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, another 5 days had passed. At this time, it was already the 12th day since the Blood Wave realm opened. There was still some time before the Blood Wave token appeared. However, those top immortal saints who were qualified to enter the Blood Wave realm had almost all gathered in the central area. In the vast blood-colored world. Whoosh! 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 3 figures quickly streaked through the air and arrived in front of a bald blood-colored mountain. We're here! The leader of the 3 was a graceful and extremely charming woman wearing a silver robe. This woman's face was extremely beautiful and could be said to be peerless in the world. Her every action was enough to cause one to dream about her. This was definitely a peerless beauty that could make many people go crazy over her. Not long after, there was news that someone saw that person rush into this mountain with his own eyes. With his temper, as long as he came to this central area, he shouldn't wander around. It would be best if he chose a quiet place to wait for the Blood Wave token to appear. The silver-robed woman said with a smile. Is that guy in this mountain? The 2 people beside him looked at the mountain in front of them with extremely solemn expressions. To be honest, your mission this time is just to deal with a person who isn't even qualified to enter the true saint list. It's more than enough with the 3 of us. Are you sure you really want to enter this mountain and invite that person out? The silver-robed charming woman said strangely. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. The 2 of us also think it's more than enough, but this is an order personally given by the top existences behind us. We don't dare to disobey. A golden-haired muscular man said coldly. That's right. Perhaps the person we are going to kill has some extremely special reason. That is why the top existences behind us pay so much attention to it. They are afraid that he might escape if they appear. Another man with the appearance of an elegant young master also spoke. Since that is the case, all right. The 3 of us will enter together. The silver-robed enchanting woman spoke. After which, the 3 of them directly walked into the mountain. The expression of the silver-robed lady changed the moment they approached the mountain. He is indeed here. I have already sensed him. The silver-robed lady opened her mouth. However, she continued. He is here. Swoosh! A breeze blew over. Soon after, a human figure appeared in front of the 3 of them. The person who had appeared was wearing a loose long robe. He carried a green-colored long rod on his back. His face was handsome. His 2 sword-like eyebrows made him appear mighty even though he was not angry. 9 Palace Saintess, Silverwolf, and Guzhenzi, the 3 of you actually came to my place together? Do you want to have a big fight with me? The long-robed man carrying Brother Beast's long rod looked coldly at the 3 people in front of him. Hearing the long-robed man's words, the hearts of the 3 people who had come all went up. The 3 of them were all extremely famous. The silver-robed woman, the 9 Palace Saintess, was ranked 3rd on the True Saint list. She was ranked in the top 3, and she had even killed an invincible saint. The man who looked like a young master was even the Silver Wolf who was ranked 5th on the True Saint list. As for the golden-haired muscular man, Guzhenzi, he was ranked 10th on the True Saint list. One was ranked 3rd, one was ranked 5th, and one was ranked 10th. The 3 of them worked together, but they were still a little afraid of the long-robed man before them. There was nothing they could do because the man in the long robe was the Light King. He was ranked 1st on the True Saint list, the most powerful person in this era, and the only immortal saint in this era who could combine the two principles. Just thinking about how terrifying he was made people shudder. Although the 9 Temple Saintess, ranked third, had also killed the invincible saint, she had spent a lot of effort to kill him. However, the Light King had killed the invincible saint. It was detailed on the true saint list. The Light King had killed the invincible saint with only one stick. Yes, with just one stick, the invincible saint's divine body had been shattered, and he did not even have the chance to regenerate his divine body. Because of this, even if the 9 Temple Saintess, Silverwolf, and Guzhenzi joined hands, they did not have much confidence in fighting the Light King. Among the immortal saints of the divine beginning realm, perhaps only the son of Saint Devil could fight this pervert in a head-on battle. The 9 Temple Saintess thought. She knew that she could not compete with the Light King. However, although the son of Saint Devil, who ranked second on the true saint list, did not fuse the two principles, the son of Saint Devil was a special life form with a huge innate advantage. With this advantage, perhaps he could have a face-to-face battle with the Light King. Light King, the three of us came here with no ill intentions. We're here to ask for your help, Silverwolf said. Ask for my help? The Light King's lips curled up. I'm all alone. I don't have any dealings with you two saints. You want my help? I'm afraid you've come to the wrong person. Chapter 32-23 Proposed of the 30 experts on the true saint list. Most of them were genius experts nurtured by some top organizations. However, there were also a few who were lone rangers. The Light King was one of the few lone rangers on the true saint list. Moreover, his personality was quite arrogant. He rarely interacted with those top organizations in the divine beginning realm. As for Silverwolf and Guzhenzi, one of them came from the life and death divine realm, while the other came from the flame divine realm. Clearly, they were from the 3 great divine realms. Light King, don't be in a hurry to refuse. Take a look at this first. Silverwolf waved his hand and threw a token toward the Light King. The Light King took the token and pondered for a moment. Then, he began to investigate the information inside the token. Silverwolf and the other 2 were waiting there quietly. Do you think the Light King will agree? The 9 Temple Saintess asked curiously. I don't know. Silverwolf shook his head. To be honest, I don't know what's inside the token. However, one of the higher-ups of my life and death saint realm asked me to give the token to the Light King. He also said that as long as the Light King sees what's inside the token, he won't refuse. Oh? The 9 Palace Saintess raised her eyebrows. In front of them, the Light King went silent after reading the message inside the token. This silence lasted for a long time. After a long time, the Light King raised his head again, and a fierce light flashed in his eyes. Tell me, what do you want me to do for you? Hearing this, Silverwolf, the 9 Palace Saintess, and Guzhenzi laughed. It seems that the Light King really can't refuse the item in the token. 9 Palace Saintess smiled. Light King, Silverwolf said seriously, we need you to help us kill someone. With the strength of the 3 of you working together, there aren't many people in the Bloodwave realm who can't be killed. Who do you want to kill? Is it Saint Devil's son? The Light King frowned. Not the son of Saint Devil. This person doesn't even have the qualifications to enter the true saint list. However, he has mastered an escape technique and is extremely difficult to deal with. In addition, he is a subordinate of the Temporal Temple. This time, the Temporal Temple has also sent 6 people into the Bloodwave realm. Among them, Di Hao is extremely powerful. Thunder God and Wan Xian, who are from the Destruction Saint realm, were forced back by him. If I'm not mistaken, this Di Hao already has the strength of the top 3 on the true saint list. Silverwolf said. Is that so? The Light King nodded slightly but then smiled. In other words, under the protection of the Temporal Temple, killing that person shouldn't be too difficult. When do we set off? Let's go now. We'll go to Thunder God's place first and meet up with them, Silverwolf said. Soon, the group of 4 set off. If you have problems with this website, Please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. In the calm void, the remaining 8 members of the Destruction Saint realm gathered together. Thunder God and Wan Xian stood at a high place, staring straight ahead. At this moment, 4 figures suddenly charged forward. They're coming. Thunder God and Wan Xian's eyes lit up. In the blink of an eye, the 4 figures had appeared in front of them. 4 figures appeared one after another. However, upon seeing these 4 people, everyone from the Destruction Saint realm was stunned. This is Silver Wolf, ranked 5th on the True Saint list, and Gu Jinzi, ranked 10th. This woman is the 9 Temple Saintess, and the last one. The Light King! Oh my God! The experts from the Destruction Saint realm widened their eyes and looked at the 4 people in front of them in shock. Even Thunder God and Wan Xian were completely stunned. They had just received news from Sky Nether Master that experts from the other 2 Saint realms would rush over to join them, and then kill Heavenly Sword Marquis together. However, he did not know who would come. They had thought that at most 2 people from the 2 Saint realms would come at the same time. But they did not expect, other than the 2 most powerful Saint realms, Silver Wolf and Gu Jinzi, the Light King and the 9 Palace Saintess, who were ranked 1st on the True Saint ranking and 3rd on the True Saint ranking, had also come? Thunder God, I don't need to tell you the purpose of our arrival. You already know it clearly. I'll ask you now, do you know the location of the Temporal Temple's 6 people? Silver Wolf asked directly. Yes, of course I do. Thunder God nodded heavily. A few days ago, they had joined forces with the illusionary Moon Sky sect to kill the Temporal Temple's 6 people, but they were forced to retreat. Since then, although they no longer dared to cause trouble for the Temporal Temple, they had been keeping an eye on the Temporal Temple's 6 people. Of course, he knew the location of the Temporal Temple's 6 people. That's good. There's no time to lose. Let's set off now, Silver Wolf said. Okay. Thunder God nodded, and the people from the Destruction Saint realm stood up one after another. The group instantly flew in the direction of the Temporal Temple. And on the way, everyone, before we fight with the Temporal Temple's people, there are 2 things I have to tell you. The first thing is that the Temporal Temple's people have all comprehended the principles of space-time, and each of them has mastered teleportation. Heavenly Sword Marquis should have mastered it, so before we attack, we must completely seal the space-time where they are, to prevent them from using teleportation to escape. Thunder God said. Leave this to me, Gu Jinzi said directly. I have a treasure in my hands that can instantly seal space-time. It covers an extremely wide area. I can activate this treasure before they even notice me. I can definitely seal the space-time they are in before they notice me and use teleportation to escape. In that case, the first thing can be solved. Now, the second thing is that Heavenly Sword Marquis' escape art is very strange, Thunder God said with a frown. The reason they had failed to kill the Illusion Moon sect was because of Jian Wushuang's escape art. They had suffered a loss because of Jian Wushuang's escape art. It's not difficult, 9 Palace Saintess said with a faint smile. I've heard of Heavenly Sword Marquis escape art. It was created by the Bloodblade Master many years ago. It's indeed very strange, but he's only a rank 6 true saint. I guess he has just started learning this escape art. Under normal circumstances, a peak saint who is good at soul can sense his existence through soul perception, and his escape art is even more so in front of me. The 9 Palace Saintess was extremely confident. After all, the 9 Palace Saintess was best at the soul. Her soul technique was widely recognized as the best among the immortal saints of this era. Jian Wushuang's shadowless escape skill could not be hidden from her. In addition to me, the Light King also has high attainments in the soul. He can also sense the existence of Heavenly Sword Marquis. The 9 Palace Saintess said with a smile. Since these 2 troublesome problems have been solved, Heavenly Sword Marquis will definitely die. Thunder God smiled. At this time, Silver Wolf suddenly said, Everyone, I have a suggestion. Since we are going to kill the people of the Temporal Temple, why don't we just kill all 6 of them? Chapter 32-24, Golden Array. Kill all 6 members of the Temporal Temple? Everyone was stunned. Thunder God and Guzhenzi looked at each other, and a strange look flashed in their eyes. The 3 Saint Domains and the Temporal Temple were in a heated battle. Over the years, many experts from both sides had died in each other's hands, and they were used to fighting each other. This time, they were going to attack Heavenly Sword Marquis. If they could kill Heavenly Sword Marquis and the other 5 at the same time, that would be great. However, even though they had such thoughts, the Light King and the 9 Palace Saintess were not happy. I refuse, the Light King said directly. I refuse too, the 9 Palace Saintess said. Silver Wolf, the 3 Saint Realm are already powerful enough to fight against the Temporal Temple. It's fine for you to kill the Temporal Temple's people, but I'm different from the 9 Palace Saintess, the Light King said coldly. The Temporal Temple is, after all, one of the 3 great freedom alliances in the Divine Beginning Realm. Moreover, they are extremely united. If we offend the Temporal Temple too harshly, not to mention an undying saint like me, even the Principal's Master might not be able to withstand the anger of the Temporal Temple. The Light King knew very well that although he was the number 1 on the true saint ranking, the publicly acknowledged strongest immortal saint of this era, he was just a little kid in front of a behemoth like the Temporal Temple. Not only did the Temporal Temple have many experts, but most importantly, each of them had a very high level of application of the space-time principles. If he was really targeted by the Temporal Temple, he would not even have the chance to escape. Therefore, he would at most help the 3 Saint Realms kill Jian Wushuang. As for killing all 6 members of the Temporal Temple, he was not so bold. Although the Temporal Temple is angry about killing Heavenly Sword Marquis alone, they won't deliberately target us. But once they kill all 6 members of the Temporal Temple here, they will become enemies with the Temporal Temple. Light King, and I don't have as big a background as you, the 9 Palace Saintess also said. Haha, I'm just saying. Silver Wolf could not help but laugh, but he felt a little regretful. The group continued to fly for a while. Everyone, we are about to arrive at the location of the 6 Temporal Temple people, said Thunder God. Guzhenzi, I'll leave it to you. Silver Wolf glanced at Guzhenzi. Okay. Guzhenzi nodded slightly and took out an object with a flip of his hand. It was a square-shaped gold stone, which was surrounded by a strange power. With a thought from Guzhenzi, a burst of bright golden light burst out from the stone. It covered the surroundings at an incredible speed, instantly covering the surrounding space and time. In an open space, Jian Wushuang, Di Hao, Qian Hongzi, Yu Yu, and Fei Xue gathered together, while Duan Lang, who was in the void, slowly rushed toward them. Duan Lang, good job! With the cultivation of a peak saint, you can directly fight against an invincible saint. After this battle, your reputation will definitely improve a lot. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. It's a pity that you couldn't defeat Lu Qing. Otherwise, your reputation would be even greater. Qian Hongzi and the others laughed casually. Just now, Duan Lang took the initiative to challenge an invincible saint, Lu Qing, but in the end, either side could do anything to the other, so they had to give up. Don't make fun of me. Lu Qing is at the bottom among the invincible saints. Moreover, when he fought with me, I clearly felt that he didn't use his full strength. If he used his full strength, I'm afraid I would lose, Duan Lang said with a smile. That's true. Lu Qing has comprehended the dark principles and is best at sneak attacks. Fighting head-on is not his strong point, Qian Hongzi said. Jian Wushuang stood aside with a strange look on his face. He had witnessed a fight between Duan Lang and Lu Qing. Lu Qing was also good at sneak attacks. During the fight with Duan Lang, he also used some sneak attacks, which also touched Jian Wushuang. Before entering the Blood Wave realm, Jian Wushuang had been comprehending the Blood Blade sword art in the true martial mystic realm. He had almost comprehended the Blood sword art, but he still felt that something was missing. However, this battle had made him more enlightened. It has only been 10 days since the Blood Wave realm opened, and it will still be some time before the Blood Wave token is born. Maybe I can comprehend the blood sword art before the blood wave token is born and the competition begins. Jian Wushuang thought. Once he comprehended the blood blade sword art, his assassination skills would reach a whole new level, and his overall battle strength would also soar. I hope I can make it in time, Jian Wushuang muttered. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. Buzz! A burst of golden light suddenly lit up in the distant void. When everyone noticed and looked over, the golden light had already spread out and completely covered the surrounding space and time. A magic array? Oh no! Jian Wushuang and the people of the Temporal Temple were shocked. There were at least hundreds of experts in this space and time, and they were also shocked to see this scene. What's going on? Who used a magic array to seal this space and time? The fight for the blood wave token hasn't started yet, right? Why is he using a magic array to seal the space and time now? More people were at a loss. They did not know who had activated the golden array, nor did they know why they had activated it. After the array was completely formed, more than 10 figures rushed over from the source of the golden light. These 10 figures all emitted an extremely powerful divine power aura. Even the weakest one was a peak saint, and there were many invincible saints, especially the ones in the lead. Any one of them was enough to cause a stir in the blood wave realm. It was enough to cause a sensation in the blood wave realm. Over 100 experts in this space-time had already sensed the arrival of these 10 people, and when they clearly saw their faces and knew who was behind them, they were all shocked. The 9th Palace Saintess ranked 3rd on the True Saint rankings, Silver Wolf of the Life and Death Saint realm, Gu Jinzi of the Flames Saint realm, and Thunder God and Wan Xian of the Destruction Saint realm. These 5 people are all experts on the True Saint ranking, and their rankings are extremely high. Why are they all gathered together? If these 5 people join forces, who in the blood wave realm can stop them? Exclamations sounded one after another. The 5 experts on the True Saint ranking were all ranked near the top. Such a lineup was naturally shocking. Hey, look at that person. The one walking at the back. Is that the Light King? At this moment, a voice filled with fear suddenly sounded. Hearing this, everyone's eyes were all focused on one person. Chapter 32:25 Death Silence. When the man in a long robe with a green staff on his back appeared at the end of the crowd, it was completely silent. A deathly silence. Everyone's eyes widened as they looked at this person in shock. If the lineup of the 9 Palace Saintess, Silver Wolf, Thunder God, Gu Jinzi, and Wan Xian had shocked them, then the appearance of this long-robed man made everyone shudder from the depths of their hearts. The Light King, number 1 on the True Saint rankings. The publicly acknowledged number 1 expert among the invincible saints of this era. He actually came personally. And it was very obvious that he also belonged to the camp of the 3 great saint domains. The lineup of the 9 Palace Saintess, Silver Wolf, Thunder God, Gu Jinzi, Wan Xian, and the already incomparably terrifying 5 people, plus a Light King? What did it mean? In the void, the 6 people of the Temporal Temple stood together and saw the people coming. When they saw the lineup, even Jian Wushuang and Di Hao, who were in the state of mind, felt a surge of emotions. The top immortal saints of the 3 saint realms are all here, plus the more terrifying Light King and 9 Palace Saintess. Qian Hongzi widened his eyes and looked terrified. Are they coming for us? Duan Lang was also shocked. As for Jian Wushuang, his face was extremely gloomy. He had guessed that once the 3 saint realms knew that he was in the blood wave realm, they would definitely try to kill him. However, the blood wave realm was too special. Even the 3 saint realms could not send experts with the battle strength above the principal's master realm. Therefore, the biggest possibility was for the immortal saints of the 3 saint realms to attack him in the blood wave realm. He was mentally prepared for these experts of the 3 great saint realms. Even if all the experts of the 3 great saint realms charged at him, he would not be surprised. However, the appearance of the Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess was indeed beyond his expectations. Especially the Light King. Even he admired this expert who had fused two different principles at the level of the immortal saint and had a certain level of attainments in the soul. But now, the other party had charged in front of him. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. What should we do? We can't fight against such a lineup, Qian Hongzi said directly. Everyone in the temporal temple fell silent, including Di Hao. Indeed, if they had the chance to fight against the combined forces of the Destruction Saint Realm and the Illusionary Moon Sect, then the lineup in front of them was not something they had a chance to fight against. Just the Light King alone brought them incomparable pressure. Everyone, do you remember what I said before? Jian Wushuang glanced at the 5 people around him. The 5 people were stunned. Of course, they remembered. Jian Wushuang had said before that once the opponent's lineup was so strong that they had no chance to fight back, he would let the 5 of them escape first and leave them alone. Later, do as I say. As long as there's a chance, you should leave quickly. Don't hesitate, Jian Wushuang said in a low voice. Understood. The 5 of them nodded silently. At this time, the people from the 3 Saint Realms had also appeared in front of Jian Wushuang and the other 6. The 2 sides were less than a few hundred meters away from each other, facing each other from a distance. Seeing this scene, the hundreds of experts in this space-time immediately understood. The top experts of the 3 Saint Realms, including the Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess, are coming to the Temporal Temple. That's right. In this Temporal Temple, no other force has such an incredible lineup. The top experts of the 3 Saint Realms alone are terrifying. With the Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess, the people of the Temporal Temple are doomed. Many people secretly sighed. Heavenly Sword Marquis. A cold voice came out of Thunder God's mouth. His eyes were cold as he stared at Jian Wushuang and said, You were lucky to escape from the previous battle. But this time, try to escape from us again. Ha ha, Thunder God, you must be joking. The 3 Saint Realms spent so much effort this time, especially invited Light King and 9 Temple Saintess, and Gu Zhenxi's magic array to seal the time and space. If he, a rank 6 true saint, escapes, the 3 Saint Realms will become a joke. Silver Wolf smiled. It was obvious that Silver Wolf had absolute confidence in this attack, so he was still in the mood to joke around. He was not the only one. The other experts of the 3 Saint Realms were also in the same situation. There was no other way. In the current situation, not to mention Jian Wushuang was only a rank 6 true saint, even a powerful expert on the true saint list would find it difficult to survive. While the 3 Saint Realms were chatting and laughing, Jian Wushuang also spoke. I have indeed underestimated the 3 Saint Realms. I didn't expect that you could even invite the Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess. I heard that the Light King is arrogant, while the 9 Temple Saintess is high and mighty. She seldom deals with the various forces, but now it seems that this is not the case. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you are wrong. It's true that the Light King and I rarely interacted with other forces, but nothing is absolute. The 3 Saint Realms offered conditions that neither I nor the Light King could refuse, so naturally, we will also help. The 9 Temple Saintess said with a faint smile. Is that so? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and then nodded secretly. Indeed, in this world, profit was the most important thing. The top experts of the 3 Saint Realms who are ranked on the True Saint list have all arrived. In addition to the 2 Saintess, Light King and 9 Temple Saintess, it seems that it's impossible for me to escape from you today. Jian Wushuang sighed. It seemed that he already knew that he was going to die, but at this moment, he suddenly changed the topic. I'm the only one you want to kill. It doesn't matter if I die, but the 5 people around me should have nothing to do with this. I wonder if you can let them leave first. Hearing Jian Wushuang's words, Silver Wolf, Thunder God, and Gu Zhenxi looked at each other. Sure. Silver Wolf nodded directly. Their real target was Jian Wushuang. As for Di Hao and the others, they wanted to kill them, but Light King and 9 Temple Saintess were not willing to do so, so they had no choice. Since they could not leave Di Hao and the others behind, they might as well let them go. It would save them a lot of trouble. 5 of you, please leave first. Jian Wushuang glanced at the 5 people beside him. Brothers of the Heavenly Marquis. Qian Hongzi, Duan Lang, Yi Yu, and Fei Xue all had ugly expressions on their faces. They looked at Jian Wushuang deeply and thought of what Jian Wushuang had said before. The 4 of them turned around and left. As for Di Hao, he did not move. Chapter 32-26, Di Hao and Light King. Di Hao? Jian Wushuang looked at Di Hao with a frown. They can just leave. As for me, Di Hao's face darkened. It's rare for me to meet Light King, the first on the true saint list. How can I leave so easily? Jian Wushuang was stunned. Light King also looked at Di Hao. Di Hao, do you mean you want to challenge me? Yes. Di Hao nodded. Everyone in the divine beginning realm thinks you're the #1 immortal saint. I'd like to know how big the gap is between you and us. Okay, I'll help you. Light King smiled calmly. Hearing their conversation, everyone present was stunned. Di Hao wants to challenge the Light King? Challenge the #1 on the true saint rank? He wants to challenge the strongest immortal saint. This Di Hao is only ranked 8th on the true saint rank. Where did he get the courage to challenge the Light King? Many experts in the sealed space started to discuss. Most people felt that Di Hao was too bold. Not to mention that he was only ranked 8th on the true saint ranking. Even the top 5 or even the top 3 ranked 9 temple saintess would not dare to challenge the Light King, but Di Hao did it. This Di Hao. Thunder God and Wan Xian looked at each other, their pupils constricting. Since no one thought highly of Di Hao, the 2 of them did not think that he was arrogant. After all, the 2 of them had fought with Di Hao before. Moreover, both of them were defeated by Di Hao. In their eyes, although Di Hao was only ranked 8th on the true saint ranking, in terms of strength, he was definitely much stronger than Silverwolf, who was ranked 5th on the true saint ranking. In fact, he might even be ranked in the top 3. Such a terrifying expert was qualified to challenge the Light King directly. Originally, the people of the 3 saint realms had come to kill Jian Wushuang. But now, because of Di Hao's challenge, everyone's attention was focused on Di Hao and the Light King, so no one paid attention to Jian Wushuang for the time being. Anyway, this space-time had been completely sealed, so the people of the 3 saint realms were not worried that Jian Wushuang would escape or something would happen. In their opinion, no matter what happened, it would not change the outcome of Jian Wushuang's death. In the void, Di Hao and Light King were facing each other from a distance. Di Hao, use all your skills, or you won't have a chance, Light King said in a low voice. As you wish. Di Hao's eyes turned cold, but he suddenly took a step forward. Boom! If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. The void under Di Hao's feet exploded as if it was going to collapse completely. He had already rushed to the front of Light King and swung his giant axe. It carried a world-shaking destructive aura as if it wanted to split the world in half. Seeing Di Hao make his move, the Light King did not have any intention of moving at first. It was not until Di Hao's axe swung down and appeared in front of the Light King, he pulled out the green long staff behind him, then, he simply stabbed forward. This stab was simple and casual, but it contained a strange force. When the long staff stabbed out, a blinding light appeared out of nowhere. The long staff came into direct contact with the huge axe. Just as the 2 forces started to collide, the Light King suddenly twisted his wrist. The green long staff was like a poisonous snake as it directly rushed toward Di Hao's head. Under the endless light, Di Hao could not even open his eyes, and could only barely block the huge axe in front of him. Bang! A low sound of collision rang out, and a terrifying power passed through the huge axe to Di Hao's divine body, causing his divine body to tremble slightly, and his body could not help but retreat. Ha ha! The Light King let out a hearty laugh, and the green long rod in his hand was like a green thunderbolt, casually smashing out. This kind of smashing was like an adult hitting a child. There was no technical content, it was just an incomparably tyrannical crushing. Di Hao's forte was the principles of destruction and the principles of space-time. The power of the principles of destruction was incomparably tyrannical. He also used a huge axe. Logically speaking, in terms of power, he should be the best. However, facing this incomparably tyrannical rod technique of the Light King, he actually appeared to be in an incomparably miserable state. Bang! 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 After exchanging blows, Di Hao was clearly at an absolute disadvantage. However, at this moment, whang! A heaven-shaking destructive aura suddenly surged out from Di Hao's body. This destructive aura formed streams of destructive chi currents that gathered around Di Hao's body. In the blink of an eye, they actually formed a gigantic destruction beast. This beast of destruction was incomparably savage. It was purely born for destruction. And the moment this beast of destruction made a move, the divine power aura on Di Hao's body suddenly soared by a large chunk. Break for me! Di Hao exploded. The huge axe in his hand suddenly swung out, and in an instant, that destructive aura soared to the extreme. Everyone around the battlefield felt an unparalleled and unstoppable destructive power. This power seemed to be able to destroy everything. Facing this axe, even the Light King's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. But then, he held the staff with both hands. Pa! A clear sound of air being torn apart rang out. The staff that contained boundless light power smashed onto the huge axe like lightning. With a bang, the void trembled. In the next moment, under everyone's shocked gazes, the Light King's figure actually retreated explosively. It was only after a long while that his figure came to a halt once again. Haha, Di Hao, looks like everyone has underestimated you. Your strength is definitely not only ranked 8th on the True Saint rankings. You can at least rank 5th, or even 4th. I reckon that you are only slightly inferior to the 9 Temple Saintess. The Light King laughed heartily. His eyes also flickered with a dense radiance. Di Hao's expression was still cold. Although his axe had indeed repelled the Light King, at the same time, he also knew that the reason why he was able to repent the Light King was because the latter had not used his full strength. Di Hao, I will use the fusion power of the 2 great principles next. You have to be careful. If you are accidentally killed by me, don't blame me, the Light King said again. When these words were said, everyone present felt a shock in their hearts. The Light King had fused the 2 great principles at the level of the Immortal Saint. However, when the Light King and Di Hao fought earlier, he had only used the principles of light. However, he had never used the principles of wind, much less the fusion power of the 2 great principles. Until now, the Light King was finally going to use his full strength. Di Hao, take this move of mine, earth-shattering staff. The Light King continued to laugh loudly as he held the green long staff in one hand. His might suddenly soared, and he immediately smashed it forward without any fancy moves. Chapter 32-27, Ending One's Own Life. Boom! Green rod shadows appeared out of thin air. These green rod shadows overlapped each other and completely gathered together. In addition, these green rod shadows also contained 2 different types of principles energy. The principles of light and the principles of wind, 2 different types of principles energy, perfectly fused together. It was because of the fusion of these 2 different types of principles energy that this staff strike was incomparably terrifying. Looking at this staff strike, Di Hao's pupils constricted. In the next moment, the destructive aura around his body rose explosively, and the huge axe in his hand was also raised high up. At the instant he raised it, a shocking might started to gather within the huge axe, and 2 different types of principles energy pervaded from it. These 2 types of principles energy were the destruction principles and the space-time principles. This axe, it also has 2 great principles? Heavens, could it be that this Di Hao has fused 2 great principles as well? The surrounding spectators were all stunned. The 9 Temple Saintess, Silverwolf, Guzhenzi, and the others were all shocked. The Light King's staff technique contained 2 great principles at the same time. This was within everyone's expectations. After all, they knew that the Light King had fused two great laws. But Di Hao, no one had ever heard of him fusing two principles? But this axe clearly contained the power of two different principles. It's this axe! Thunder God and Wan Xian looked at each other. They knew this axe. Previously, when they joined hands, they were forced back by Di Hao's axe. In the center of the battlefield, under everyone's gaze, Di Hao's axe had finally arrived. 1. A terrifying might suddenly erupt from the center of the battlefield. The surrounding heaven and earth also darkened at this moment. The heaven and earth were covered in darkness, as if they had sunk into a void of space and time. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Even the sound had completely disappeared. In this boundless darkness, this unparalleled axe came into direct contact with the shocking staff of the Light King. At the instant of contact, an explosive boom reverberated in the air. The sound was deafening, causing many people's hearts to tremble. Not long after the collision, the difference between the two forces was revealed. The matchless axe, which contained the principles of destruction and space-time, began to crumble. The huge axe was smashed in a different direction. While Di Hao's figure shot backward in a sorry state, he did not stop until he reached the edge of the battlefield. After he stopped, Di Hao's face darkened, and blood trickled down from the corner of his mouth. Apparently, his divine body had suffered a lot of damage from this collision. He lost! Di Hao lost in the end. Didn't his axe contain the power of two principles at the same time? He also fused two principles. How could he lose? The surrounding spectators exclaimed in shock. There were also many people who were puzzled. When Di Hao used that axe just now, many people subconsciously felt that he could contend against the Light King. However, they did not expect that in a head-on battle, such a huge gap appeared in an instant. However, some experts who were strong and had a high vision immediately saw through it. That's not right. Although Di Hao's axe contains two principles, it doesn't feel like the two principles have perfectly fused together. They haven't perfectly fused together. It's just that they complement each other. It's still far from the true fusion of principles. No matter what, for this Di Hao to be able to use such an axe is already very impressive. Everyone sighed. In the center of the battlefield, the Light King laughed out loud. Ha ha, Di Hao, it seems like I have to take back what I said. I thought that your strength could only be ranked third on the true saint ranking and was still a little far from the 9 temples saintess. However, that axe of yours, although it wasn't a perfect fusion of the two laws, it could still be superimposed. To be able to do this, your strength isn't weaker than the 9 temple saintess, it's even stronger. Yes. Then you can be ranked third on the true saint ranking, just behind me and the Saint Devil's son. The Light King had clearly recognized Di Hao's strength in front of everyone. He even thought that Di Hao could be ranked third on the true saint ranking, ahead of the 9 temple saintess. This made the 9 temple saintess frown slightly, but she did not refute him. Indeed, Di Hao, who had used that axe earlier, was slightly stronger than her in terms of strength. However, after hearing the Light King's words, Di Hao said in a low voice, I only managed to superimpose the two great principles. I can't compare to you perfectly fusing the two great principles together. I didn't intend to defeat you in the first place. I just wanted to know how much of a gap there was between us. But now, it seems that the gap is ridiculously large. If I'm not wrong, you shouldn't have used the power of the fusion of the two great principles to the maximum, right? Haha, smart. I only used about 50% of the power of the fusion of the two principles. The Light King laughed. Hearing this, Di Hao smiled bitterly. The surrounding spectators were all shocked. They did not expect that the move that the Light King used just now, which easily suppressed Di Hao's strongest move, did not even go all out. He had only used 50% of the power of the two principles? If he had used 100% of the power of the two principles, how strong would he be? Just thinking about it made them shudder. Well, this battle has come to an end. Now, it's time to get down to business. Silver Wolf's voice suddenly sounded. Then everyone turned to look at Jian Wushuang. The battle between Dihao and the Light King was just a sudden change. However, the real purpose of the three Saint Realms' painstaking effort to kill their way here was ultimately Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis, everyone from the Temporal Temple has left except Dihao. Now you can die in peace, Thunder God said coldly. Before Dihao and Light King fought, Qian Hongzi and the other three had already left the space-time zone. They left probably after Gu Jinzi opened a space passage around the Golden Array. Gu Jinzi sealed the passage again, but Jian Wushuang still had no chance to escape. Heavenly Sword Marquis, you have no chance to survive in front of us. Since you are also a world-shaking genius, it'll give you a chance to kill yourself, Silver Wolf said. Kill myself? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and a strange smile appeared on his face. Do you think you are qualified to kill me? Chapter 3228 The Battle Between Trapped Beasts Do you think you are worthy of me killing myself? Jian Wushuang's mocking voice reverberated in the air. As he spoke, the divine power aura around his body suddenly surged, and the Blood Mountain sword, which was emitting a faint cold light, appeared in his hand. A surge of fighting spirits soared into the sky. This scene made the people of the three Saint Realms chuckle. It seems that he intends to fight a cornered beast, Silver Wolf said with a smile. He's really stubborn. Well, since he doesn't want to kill himself, we can only waste some effort, Gu Jinzi said. He'll do it. Thunder God's eyes were filled with killing intent. I had 2 encounters with the Temporal Temple in the Destruction Saint Realm. Because of Heavenly Sword Marquis, I lost 1 person each. I should kill Heavenly Sword Marquis myself. Silver Wolf and Gu Jinzi looked at each other. Neither of them had any objections. However, Heavenly Sword Marquis' escape technique is quite strange. The 9 Temple Saintess, how about giving me a hand? Thunder God looked at the 9 Temple Saintess. Sure. 9 Temple Saintess did not refuse. In that case, let's kill him, Thunder God said. A large amount of dark purple lightning suddenly appeared on his body. With a flash of his body, a bolt of lightning suddenly burst out. The moment Thunder God moved, 9 Temple Saintess suddenly looked at Jian Wushuang. Heavenly Sword Marquis, look, am I beautiful? 9 Temple Saintess opened her mouth slightly, and raised her hand slightly, showing her charm. 9 Temple Saintess was a peerless beauty. Her every move was enough to make many people dream about her. But now, her casual gesture made many people's eyes become fiery. As for Jian Wushuang, his pupils suddenly shrank. He had already sensed a unique power coming toward him. This power was constantly affecting his state of mind and consciousness. In the end, it even intended to completely occupy his consciousness. This is charm. Jian Wushuang was shocked, and at the same time, he immediately recalled the scene he had seen. It was a long time ago, when he had just been born in this life, he had met a mysterious woman, Mu Xiao, who was Miss Shower. Back then, he had seen Miss Shower make several cultivators commit suicide with a simple word and a look. At that time, Miss Shower did not use soul control, but seduction. Just like the seduction technique used by the 9 Temple Saintess. With a single move, she would completely occupy the other party's consciousness and make her listen to his arrangements. Humph, you want to control me with a mere charm? If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. Jian Wushuang's expression was cold, but there was a fierce glint in his eyes. With just a slight shake of his body, he immediately dispelled that power. Eh? He actually blocked my charm so easily? This Heavenly Sword Marquis has quite a strong state of mind. The 9 Temple Saintess was surprised. She did not know that Jian Wushuang had lived 2 lives and had grown up through endless trials and blood. His heart had long been like a rock. Although the charm of 9 Temple Saintess was amazing and it was not easy for an ordinary peak saint to resist his charm, it was not realistic for it to affect Jian Wushuang. Unfortunately, it's useless to block it, said the 9 Temple Saintess. Jian Wushuang's expression changed because while he was blocking the enchantment skill of the Nine Temple Saintess, the Thunder God had already appeared in front of him, and it was a cold long spear. Under the cover of the dark purple thunder, it had already pierced straight toward Jian Wushuang's chest. Jian Wushuang had just gotten rid of the charm, so he had no time to defend against the spear. Bang! With a loud sound, the spear pierced Jian Wushuang's divine body and instantly penetrated the golden armor on his body. It almost penetrated Jian Wushuang's entire divine body. After the spear pierced his divine body, the large amount of thunder power contained in the spear destroyed everything. At that moment, not only did it directly destroy Jian Wushuang's divine body, but it also destroyed a lot of Jian Wushuang's divine power. Buzz! The majestic divine power churned, and Jian Wushuang's divine body reassembled again. He stood in the void and looked at the Nine Temple Saintess and Thunder God in front of him, frowning slightly. Nine Temple Saintess, ranked third on the True Saint list, is extremely good at the soul, and knows seductive techniques. My shadowless escape technique is useless in front of him. As for Thunder God, he is also very powerful. I can't even withstand a casual attack from him. When the two of them join hands, I have no chance to fight back. Jian Wushuang murmured, but in the next moment, a hint of determination flashed in his eyes. Since I can't fight him head-on, I'll use my trump card. 6 Paths of Reincarnation. Jian Wushuang moved slightly, but immediately, a surge of power of the principles of reincarnation swept up. A large amount of divine power surged, instantly forming a huge divine power sea, but the divine power in the divine power sea was being consumed at a crazy rate. Hell Dao, extremely hot hell. 1. The originally vast divine power sea that filled the sky actually evaporated in an instant. Under the influence of the power of reincarnation, the heaven and earth began to change. In the blink of an eye, the entire heaven and earth became completely red, as if it was completely in a furnace, and the temperature of this furnace, incredibly high. Zzz. The void was crazily emitting hot air. The entire heaven and earth, and the endless void seemed to be melting directly. The 6 Paths of Reincarnation was an ultimate secret skill that Jian Wushuang had comprehended in the heaven-cleaving mystic realm. This secret skill was also one of Jian Wushuang's strongest trump cards. When he was a rank 4 True Saint, he had used this trump card to kill a rank 7 True Saint. But now, this secret technique was once again used from his hands. But in the end, the temperature is quite high. Even I need to use my divine power to resist this scorching heat. Thunder God was deep in the extremely hot hell, but his expression was quite cold. Clearly, this extremely hot hell did not affect him too much. If even he was like this, then the Nine Temple Saintess, who was stronger than him, could easily resist the temperature of this extremely hot hell. Seeing this, Jian Wushuang was not surprised. Hell Dao, extremely cold hell! Jian Wushuang clenched his teeth and shouted. Buzz! The scorching red heaven and earth suddenly disappeared and was replaced by ice cold. The vast world, time and space suddenly frozen up. Chapter 32-29. The Lonely Hell. It was extremely cold. Crack! Crack! A large amount of mist appeared in the air as if it was about to crack. The Nine Temple Saintess and Thunder God, who had entered the extremely cold hell from the extremely hot hell, were immediately eroded by this shocking coldness. This chill is several times stronger than the previous heat. Although I can resist it, my divine power is being used up very quickly. Thunder God frowned slightly, but he did not feel too uncomfortable. As for the Nine Temple Saintess, she looked at Jian Wushuang in surprise and said, Although Heavenly Sword Marquis realm is very low, he has a lot of tricks. The secret skill he is using now is very powerful, but his comprehension of reincarnation principles seems to be too low. Otherwise, it would be difficult for me to resist this move. Indeed, the 6 Paths of Reincarnation was a very powerful and terrifying secret skill. However, the power of this secret skill was closely related to his comprehension of the reincarnation principles. The higher Jian Wushuang's comprehension of the reincarnation principles, the more terrifying this move would be. Jian Wushuang had been studying the space-time principles for 300 years on the time-space island. His comprehension of the space-time principles had greatly improved, but he had also made some progress in the reincarnation principles. However, the progress was relatively small. His comprehension of the reincarnation principles was still at rank 3, which was still far from rank 4. This level of comprehension was at most comparable to that of a rank 7 true saint, but it was not enough in front of a peak saint, or even an invincible saint, because the level of this secret skill was too high. Now, he could only cause some trouble for the 9 temple saintess and thunder god by using these 2 hells, but only a little trouble. The extreme heat hell and the extreme cold hell alone can't do anything to them. In that case, I can only rely on the last move. Jian Wushuang's eyes were cold as he looked at the extreme cold hell, the 9 temple saintess and thunder god, who still did not show much discomfort, glanced at him. The next moment, he pointed at them again. The 3rd stage of the Hell Tao, the solitary hell. Buzz. The endless power of reincarnation suddenly swept out. The extreme cold hell disappeared in an instant, and was replaced by boundless darkness. Darkness. Yes, it was darkness. The darkness was boundless and there was no light at all. It was like a boundless void. The 9 temple saintess and thunder god had completely fallen into the boundless dark void. As for Jian Wushuang, he stood outside the boundless dark void and quietly watched the scene inside. At first, the 9 temple saintess and thunder god appeared quite calm in the boundless dark void. However, after a short while, thunder god's expression began to change slightly. After a while, a trace of irritation appeared on thunder god's face. Moreover, this irritation was becoming more and more intense. In the end, if you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Numerous maniacal roars were suddenly emitted from Thunder God's mouth. Blood also appeared in Thunder God's eyes. He crazily rushed about in the endless dark void. At the same time, he repeatedly waved the long spear in his hand and stabbed at the surrounding void. However, he did not touch anything. His condition was clearly becoming more and more violent. What's going on? What happened to the Thunder God? Why did the Thunder God become like this? The surrounding spectators were all puzzled. They did not understand why the Thunder God became like this. What exactly did he encounter in the endless dark void? Something's not right. Silver Wolf's expression sank. I can see it. Why don't we attack directly? Guzhenzi said. Don't be anxious. Let's take a look first, Silver Wolf said. At this moment, the 9 temple saintess, who had also fallen into the boundless dark void, suddenly raised her beautiful eyes. The instant she did so, a green light suddenly shone in the surroundings. After that, all the fog that appeared in front of the 9 temple saintess disappeared. So that's how it is. What a terrifying method. Even I have fallen into it for such a long time. The 9 temple saintess smiled coldly. After that, she directly looked toward the almost crazed thunder god. Humph! With a cold snort, the 9 temple saintess' eyes once again shot out a green light toward thunder god. Under the green light, thunder god also began to break free. After breaking free, thunder god felt a lingering fear. What a terrifying illusion! Thunder God was a little shocked. No, this is not an illusion, but a unique secret skill of reincarnation. If I'm not wrong, we just fell into a world of reincarnation, which is endless. If we can't break free from this world of reincarnation, then we can only continue to walk forward and endure the endless loneliness. In the short term, it's fine, but in the long term, more than 10 people will probably go crazy. 9 temple saintess said. Thunder God's body trembled slightly. He stared at Jian Wushuang and said, This kid has such a terrifying skill. Fortunately, 9 temple saintess helped me. Otherwise, I would have been killed by him. Thunder God knew how dangerous his situation was. He was so close to losing his mind. Jian Wushuang felt a little regretful when he saw that 9 Temple Saintess and Thunder God had escaped from the lonely hell. It's a pity that although I can deal with Thunder God, I'm still far from being able to deal with 9 Temple Saintess, who is good at soul and charm skills. Jian Wushuang shook his head secretly. 6 paths of reincarnation, the 3rd level of Hell Dao, Lonely Hell, and even the most terrifying move in Hell Dao. The Lonely Hell had the same meaning as its name, which was the word lonely. Once he fell into the Lonely Hell, if he could not rely on his powerful state of mind to break free from the Lonely Hell, then he would stay in the Lonely Hell for an extremely long time. Just now, it looked like it was just a moment. But in reality, the 9 Temple Saintess and Thunder God had already stayed in the Lonely Hell for tens of thousands of years. After all, they had been alone in the endless darkness for tens of thousands of years, and they could not see a single ray of light or hear a single sound. They could only walk forward aimlessly. This kind of feeling was not something an ordinary person could bear. Even Thunder God almost lost his state of mind and almost fell into a crazy state after tens of thousands of years of absolute loneliness. Fortunately, at the last moment, the 9 Temple Saintess saved him. Chapter 3230, Endless Divine Power _ In the end, my understanding of the principles of reincarnation is too low. Jian Wushuang sighed quietly. The move of the solitary hell was absolutely extraordinary, but he could only use it with great difficulty. He could not use its full power at all. That was why the 9 Temple Saintess could easily break out of the lonely hell. But if he had a better understanding of the reincarnation principles and reached the 4th stage, the lonely hell he used would be several times stronger than the one he used now. Under such circumstances, maybe the 9 Temple Saintess could still stubbornly break out of the reincarnation hell, but she definitely could not help Thunder God. And Thunder God, who was trapped in the lonely hell, would become a crazy demon after a short while. Heavenly Sword Marquis! Thunder God's eyes were filled with unprecedented killing intent as he stared at Jian Wushuang. He never expected that he had just walked through the gates of hell, and the one who forced him into a dangerous situation was only a rank 6 true saint. Naturally, Thunder God was angry. His anger could only be appeased by Jian Wushuang's blood. Die! Thunder God did not give Jian Wushuang any chance to use any more tricks. His body turned into a flash of lightning and flashed out again. The moment Thunder God moved, Jian Wushuang also immediately flashed and disappeared in front of Thunder God. Is it the escape skill again? Thunder God frowned. There he is. The 9 Temple Saintess pointed in a direction. Thunder God immediately stabbed the lightning-covered spear in the direction that the 9 Temple Saintess had pointed. Whoosh! The lightning flashed and cut through the air. The spear instantly appeared in front of Jian Wushuang. Jian Wushuang's face darkened. With the 9 Temple Saintess around, his shadowless escape skill could not be of much use. Now, he could only use all his strength to defend against Thunder God's spear. Bang! When the sword light came into direct contact with the spear, the terrifying power directly pressed down on Jian Wushuang. At the same time, the unbridled dark purple thunder directly covered Jian Wushuang's divine body. With a series of crackling sounds coming from Jian Wushuang's divine body, his divine body collapsed again. Continue! Thunder God was full of killing intent. Before Jian Wushuang's divine body reassembled, he had already attacked Jian Wushuang again. Jian Wushuang also tried his best to resist, but unfortunately, the gap between his strength and Thunder God's was too big. Thunder God held 2 long spears. Any one of them contained the power of thunder, and could easily crush him. Basically, when Thunder God thrust his spear, Jian Wushuang's divine body would immediately collapse. There was no room for struggle. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBoxNovel. Thanks. It seems there is no suspense. There is no suspense, but the technique that Heavenly Sword Marquis used just now was quite impressive. Even Thunder God was almost killed. The difference in strength is too big. When Heavenly Sword Marquis faced Thunder God, his divine body would be destroyed again and again. How many times can a rank 6 true saint have his divine body? He is doomed. The spectators sighed one after another, as if they had already seen Jian Wushuang being killed by Thunder God. Di Hao frowned slightly. Although he was worried about Jian Wushuang's current situation, he could only shake his head secretly after taking a glance at Light King. He wanted to help Jian Wushuang, but he did not have the ability. After all, Light King was not a decoration. If he attacked, Light King would definitely stop him. In just a moment, Thunder God had attacked 10 times, and Jian Wushuang's divine body had been destroyed 10 times. Under normal circumstances, if a true saint's divine body had been destroyed 10 times, he would have died, but Jian Wushuang. When Thunder God saw Jian Wushuang's divine body reassembled again, his expression finally changed a little. What's going on with Heavenly Sword Marquis? Thunder God stared at Jian Wushuang. His divine body has been destroyed 10 times. If it were an ordinary person, even a powerful invincible saint, his divine power would have been exhausted and he would have died. However, not only did he not die, but his divine power aura also did not seem to be weakened. He was not the only one who noticed this. The spectators also noticed this. Heavenly Sword Marquis is still alive? Not only is he not dead, but his divine power aura seems to be very abundant as well. What's going on? The spectators were extremely shocked. One had to know that a cultivator's divine power aura was also related to the divine power he possessed. If the cultivator's divine power aura was extremely abundant, then his divine power aura would naturally be at its peak. If a cultivator consumed a lot of divine power, his divine power aura would be weakened. But now, Jian Wushuang's divine body had been reconstructed 10 times, but his divine power aura was not weakened at all. How can his divine power be so vast? Silver Wolf and Gu Zhenzi, who were watching the battle, were shocked. At this moment, Thunder God looked at the 9 Temple Saintess. 9 Temple Saintess, this kid is very strange. His divine power seems to be endless. Although I have destroyed his divine body time and time again, it is very difficult to kill him. So, I will have to rely on you. Please use your strongest move and destroy his soul. I don't believe that he can survive after his soul is destroyed. Thunder God's eyes were full of murderous intent. Hearing Thunder God's words, the 9 Temple Saintess frowned, but she did not refuse. Since I've agreed to help you 3 Saint Realms, I'll do my best. Just leave Heavenly Sword Marquis to me. The 9 Palace Saintess had absolute confidence. It was not strange. After all, she was the immortal saint with the strongest soul in the divine beginning realm. In the void, the 9 Temple Saintess was still as charming as before. However, at this moment, a green light surged out from her beautiful eyes. This green light was extremely dense. It was as though energy was crazily gathering in the sky. This was indeed the case. The 9 Temple Saintess was accumulating her strongest killing move. Buzz! Dense green light gathered in the eyes of the 9 Temple Saintess, making her 2 sides look like 2 huge green suns. Looking at these 2 green suns, everyone around the battlefield, I can almost feel the shudders in my soul. These 2 green suns are for the soul. Kill it! 9 Temple Saintess gently spit out 2 words. These 2 words say is so light. As soon as she finished speaking, the 2 green suns in her eyes instantly turned into 2 green arcs of light and shot toward Jian Wushuang. The 2 green arcs of light were so fast that Jian Wushuang could not resist them at all. They immediately entered his divine body and easily destroyed the exquisite pagoda in his sea of consciousness. Then, they directly destroyed his soul. Chapter 32-31 Nemesis. The 9 Temple Saintess was the strongest soul expert among the immortal saints in the divine beginning realm. Like the Light King, although he had fused the principles of light and wind while also studying the soul, his attainment in the soul aspect was not as good as the 9 Temple Saintess, and the most powerful move of the 9 Temple Saintess, which was aimed at the destruction of the soul, was something that few of the immortal saints could resist. Moreover, the 9 Temple Saintess had used this most powerful move to kill an invincible saint, which ranked third on the true saint list. In other words, her most powerful move aimed at the destruction of the soul was something that even an ordinary invincible saint could not resist. However, Jian Wushuang was only a rank 6 true saint. Although his soul was relatively tough, and he had the exquisite pagoda, he still could not block the move of the 9 Temple Saintess. After the green light entered Jian Wushuang's body, almost everyone present could sense that Jian Wushuang's soul had been annihilated and disappeared. Once his soul was annihilated, he would naturally die. Thanks, what a pity! A top-notch genius died just like that. It is said that Heavenly Sword Marquis could kill a rank 7 true saint at the level of a rank 4 true saint, but he is only a rank 6 true saint now. We have all seen how powerful he is. Even Thunder God almost died at his hands. If such a top-notch genius did not die, he would definitely be a super expert in the future, but unfortunately, I wonder what he did to make the 3 saint realms spend so much effort to kill him? The hundreds of experts watching the battle were all discussing. There were some who felt pity, some who praised, and some who were gloating over Jian Wushuang's death. But at this moment, Jian Wushuang, who had been dead, suddenly opened his eyes, and his majestic divine power swept out again. What? Thunder God was shocked. How is it possible? 9 Temple Saintess was shocked. What's going on? The surrounding experts who were watching the battle were even more shocked. Apart from being shocked, there was also disbelief. They had just seen Jian Wushuang's soul being destroyed by 9 Temple Saintess' most powerful move, and even his soul aura had completely disappeared. Under normal circumstances, he was already dead. But now, judging from the soaring divine power aura emitted from Jian Wushuang's body, he was clearly still alive, and his soul aura had returned to its peak. His soul had clearly been destroyed, but it had returned to its peak in the blink of an eye. This scene was beyond everyone's understanding. What kind of monster is this kid? Thunder God could not help but shout in a low voice. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBox Novel. Thanks. No wonder the top officials of the 3 saint realms would pay such a high price to kill a rank 6 true saint. It seems that Heavenly Sword Marquis does have a big secret, and even the 3 saint realms are afraid of it. The 9 Temple Saintess' face turned cold. On the side, the Light King, Silver Wolf, Gu Jinzi, Wan Xian, and the others from the 3 saint realms also looked very serious. Jian Wushuang, on the other hand, looked at 9 Temple Saintess with interest. 9 Temple Saintess, that was your most powerful move, right? It was indeed powerful. My soul couldn't resist it, but unfortunately you found the wrong person. What do you mean? 9 Temple Saintess stared at Jian Wushuang. It's simple. I, Heavenly Sword Marquis, am not afraid of soul attacks because your soul attacks have no effect on me. If you don't believe me, you can try again, Jian Wushuang said with a cold smile. Few people knew that soul attacks were ineffective against him. However, today, the 9 Temple Saintess destroyed his soul in front of so many people, but he did not die. Therefore, his trump card was naturally exposed. He was too lazy to hide this trick. After hearing Jian Wushuang's words, the 9 Temple Saintess' face completely darkened. She was the immortal saint with the strongest soul in the divine beginning realm, but Jian Wushuang was completely immune to soul attacks. Did this mean that Jian Wushuang was her nemesis? Thunder God, and the 3 saint realms, I have no choice, the 9 Temple Saintess said in a low voice. The experts of the 3 saint realms looked extremely ugly, while Silver Wolf looked directly at Light King. Light King, this Heavenly Sword Marquis' methods are too strange. I'm afraid that it will be very difficult to kill him just by relying on the saint realms of the 3 saint realms. Therefore, I can only ask you to act. You have fused 2 great principles. The power of the fusion of these 2 great principles is enough to destroy heaven and earth. Even divine power can be destroyed. If you act, this Heavenly Sword Marquis might not be able to withstand it. I can try. Light King did not refuse. With a whoosh, he appeared on the battlefield and swung the green long staff in his hand. It looked simple, but this staff had perfectly combined the two principles of light and wind, making it several times more terrifying. Even an expert like Dihao, who was qualified to be in the top 3 on the true saint list and could barely superimpose the two principles, could not resist this staff. But now, this strike was directed at Jian Wushuang. Buzz! The mighty strike came straight at Jian Wushuang. The moment Jian Wushuang saw the strike, he immediately felt that he could not resist it. Is this the power formed by the fusion of the two principles? Jian Wushuang stared at the long staff in front of him. He carefully felt the power contained in the strike until the strike was less than 3 meters away from him. Then, he waved the long spear in his hand. A trace of violent aura swept up. It was the peerless sword technique, Shixiang. Although he knew that his sword could not withstand a single blow from the staff shadow of the Light King, Jian Wushuang did not want to sit still and wait for his death. Bang! The terrifying power instantly destroyed Jian Wushuang's sword form and completely covered Jian Wushuang's divine body. Jian Wushuang's divine body collapsed at the first moment, but the power of the two fused principles contained in the staff shadow was still wantonly destroying Jian Wushuang's divine power. It must be noted that when the Light King killed the invincible saint, he only used one staff to kill him, which prevented him from regenerating his divine body because the power of the integration of rules contained in the King of Light's staff skill could directly destroy a cultivator's divine power. The invincible saint's divine body was destroyed at the same time. His divine power was also completely destroyed by the principle's fusion power contained in the staff skill. But now, the principle's fusion power faced Jian Wushuang. Buzz! In just a moment, Jian Wushuang's divine body was rebuilt again. Chapter 32 Risk Your Life in the Void. Jian Wushuang stared at Light King. As expected of Light King, who is ranked first on the true saint list. His fusion power of the two principles is really strong. Not only did he destroy my divine body, but he also destroyed my divine power, causing me to lose 1/30 of my divine power. Jian Wushuang sighed in his heart. 1/30. Do not underestimate this number. Because he was a perfect chaotic creature, his divine power was more than 100 times greater than that of an ordinary cultivator. Like before, Thunder God had defeated his divine body 10 times, but he did not use up much of his divine power. But now, with just one strike, the Light King had used up 1/30 of his divine power. With his current realm, 1/30 of his divine power was much greater than the divine power of many invincible saints. No wonder Light King can kill invincible saints with one strike, Jian Wushuang exclaimed. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Jian Wushuang. He's not dead? No, but his divine power aura seems to be slightly weaker than before. Yes, it's weakened. Although it's very weak, as long as his divine power aura is weakened, it means that his divine power is not infinite. As long as he keeps attacking and destroying his divine power, he can be killed completely. Yes. The eyes of the experts from the 3 saint realms flashed with a fierce light. Let's attack him together. Silver Wolf shouted and then directly attacked Jian Wushuang. After Silver Wolf attacked, Thunder God, Gu Jinzi, Wan Xian, and the invincible saints and peak saints from the Destruction Saint realm all attacked at the same time. In addition to Light King and 9 Temple Saintess, many top experts used their destruction divine bodies and divine power to crazily attack Jian Wushuang. This scene shocked the surrounding spectators. What a guy! He just wants to kill a rank 6 true saint, but he wants the 3 saint realms, Light King, and 9 Temple Saintess to work together to kill him? Heavenly Sword Marquis is not very strong, but he is too strong and difficult to kill. The 3 saint realms probably can't do anything about it. In any case, Heavenly Sword Marquis is able to force the 3 saint realms, Light King, and 9 Temple Saintess to join hands to kill him. Even if he dies, he should be proud. The people on the scene discussed animatedly. Jian Wushuang, who had become the target of many experts, suddenly burst into laughter. There was a hint of madness in his laughter. Ha ha! If you want to kill me, then come at me! If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. At the same time, Jian Wuxuang flipped his palm, and a drop of golden water appeared in his hand. The faces of the people from the three saint realms changed when they saw the golden water drop. God's power? God's power was condensed by the Principal's Masters, and it contained part of the power of the will of the Principal's Masters. Some immortal saints who were at the peak level could absorb God's power to guide the power of the will contained in the period, which would increase their strength in a short period of time. However, the power of the will of the Principal's Masters was not so easy to control. If they were not careful, they would be doomed. Therefore, under normal circumstances, no one would easily consume divine power. However, when it was a matter of life and death, no one would care about it. For example, Jian Wuxuang took out a drop of divine power and immediately swallowed it. Of course, the reason why he swallowed it was not because it was a matter of life and death. However, his physique was too special. After consuming divine power, he was not worried about the backlash from the power of the will. Naturally, there was no need to worry about the divine power. Is this the willpower power controlled by the Principal's Master? Although it's just a trace, it still feels very strong. Jian Wuxuang clenched his hands. After he swallowed the divine power, he could control the trace of willpower power for a short period of time, and he could clearly feel the strength of the trace of willpower power. Get lost! Jian Wuxuang's voice shook the sky. He held the sword with one hand and suddenly waved it. The moment the sword light was waved, the endless power of ice and fire swept out, forming a huge ice and fire domain that suppressed the surrounding people. At the same time, a wave of space-time power was released. Rumble! The endless space-time pressure was crazily applied to the void in front of him. Peerless sword technique, Emperor's blood massacre. Under the pressure of space and time, it was a peak saint from the Destruction Saint realm. Facing the shocking sword light, this peak saint felt an incredible pressure. He could only raise his heavy sword with difficulty, but in the end, bang! With a low and loud sound, this peak saint's divine body was directly destroyed. Be careful! Heavenly Sword Marquis is going to risk his life. Humph, so what if he swallowed the divine power? His battle strength is only at the peak saint realm. After swallowing the divine power, with the help of the power of his will, his battle strength can at most be upgraded to the invincible saint realm. In addition to the suppression of his domain, he is probably only slightly stronger than the invincible saint. He can't even touch the true saint list. What does his battle strength count for in front of us? Thunder God looked at Jian Wuxuang with disdain. Light King, 9 Temple Saintess, Silver Wolf, Gu Jinzi, and Wan Xian, who were experts on the true saint list, did not care about Jian Wuxuang's strength at all. They swarmed forward and used their monstrous skills to easily crush Jian Wuxuang, who was fighting desperately. Then, they continued to attack Jian Wuxuang's divine body in a frenzy. Under the siege of these people, Jian Wuxuang's divine body was destroyed, again and again, especially the attack of Light King, which contained the two powers of integration. Each attack greatly destroyed Jian Wuxuang's divine power. Just like that, they surrounded and attacked Jian Wuxuang for a long time. During this time, Jian Wuxuang's divine body was destroyed countless times. The divine power aura on Jian Wuxuang's body finally became extremely weak. On the battlefield, the people from the three saint realms had also stopped fighting. Many experts stood together and stared at Jian Wuxuang. Jian Wuxuang looked extremely miserable at the moment. His divine power aura had been weakened to the lowest point. If it were to be calculated, his divine power aura was only 10% of his peak. In terms of divine power, he indeed had less than 10% of his divine power left. This kid can't hold on anymore? Thunder God stared at Jian Wuxuang. He has held on for so long under our joint attack. Heavenly Sword Marquis should be proud of himself, Silver Wolf said. Chapter 32-33 Magic Tricks? In the space-time sealed by the Golden Formation, everyone's eyes were fixed on the miserable-looking Jian Wuxuang. They could feel his extremely weak divine power aura, and his nearly dried-up divine power. If there was one word to describe the current Jian Wuxuang, it would be that he was at the end of his rope. It was obvious that he had reached his limit. At least, that was what everyone present thought. Heavenly Sword Marquis. A deep voice rang out, but it was the powerful Light King who spoke. I, Light King, have roamed the divine beginning realm for so many years. Among the immortal saints, there are very few that I like. As for those that I admire, there are none. But today, I have to admire you. I admire the vast divine power you possess. Your divine power is too vast. It's much more vast than any immortal saint I've ever seen. Even a special life form like the Devil Sage can't compare to you in terms of divine power. But unfortunately, in front of absolute power, no matter how thick your divine power is, it can only let you live for a little longer. And in the end, you still have to die. As Light King said this, he secretly praised Jian Wuxuang in his heart. Jian Wuxuang's vast divine power had indeed shocked him. In addition, Jian Wuxuang's terrifying ability to jump levels made him admire Jian Wuxuang. If it were not for the three saint realms giving him conditions that he could not refuse, he really did not want to attack Jian Wuxuang. Unfortunately, it was already a foregone conclusion, so there was nothing he could do. As for the experts of the three saint realms, they were secretly shocked by Jian Wuxuang's incredible divine power. At the same time, they secretly heaved a sigh of relief. There was nothing they could do. Jian Wuxuang was too difficult to deal with. He was only a rank 6 true saint, but he was already so difficult to kill. If he was allowed to grow for a while longer, it would be even more difficult to kill him. Once he became a principal's master, perhaps even the three saint realms would not be able to do anything to him. Fortunately, they had finally pushed Jian Wuxuang to his limit. No matter what, the terrifying guy in front of them was about to die. However, just when everyone thought that Jian Wuxuang was at the end of his rope, a strange smile suddenly appeared on the corner of Jian Wuxuang's mouth. His eyes were filled with amusement as he glanced over the experts of the three saint realms one by one. He also swept his gaze over the Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess. After a long while, he said leisurely, Interesting. It seems that all of you think that I'm dead for sure. Thunder God's pupils constricted. Silver Wolf, Guzhenzi, Wan Xian, and the other experts of the three saint realms, including the other experts, had a bad premonition in their hearts. Under their gazes, Jian Wuxuang suddenly closed his eyes. In the next moment, the extremely weak divine power aura on his body suddenly began to increase at a terrifying speed. Yes, it was increasing crazily. Not only the divine power aura but also the nearly exhausted divine power on his body surged up again at this moment. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Waves of astonishing divine power suddenly swept out from Jian Wuxuang's body and swept in all directions in an instant. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, in just a moment, Jian Wuxuang's divine power, including the divine power aura emitted from his body, had completely recovered. In just a moment, he had returned to his peak condition. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. Are you kidding me? Oh my God, am I dreaming? How could this be? The experts present were all stunned and even dumbfounded. The people from the three saint realms also opened their mouths wide and looked at this scene in disbelief. Even the 6 super experts on the True Saint list, including Light King, 9 Temple Saintess, Silver Wolf, Thunder God, Guzhenzi, and Wan Xian, were stunned by the sudden scene. They had worked together to exhaust Jian Wuxuang, but in the blink of an eye, Jian Wuxuang's divine power and condition were restored to the peak. What was going on? Was it a magic trick? Jian Wuxuang sneered in his heart when he saw the stunned expressions on their faces. If I didn't have enough confidence, why would I waste my time with you? Jian Wuxuang sneered. Yes, he had expected this scene from the beginning. He also guessed that the experts of the three Saint Realms would join hands to kill him and force him into a desperate situation. However, the desperate situation in the eyes of ordinary cultivators was nothing like that in Jian Wushuang's eyes. It was true that he had used up 90% of his divine power and was almost exhausted. But do not forget that Jian Wushuang had once cultivated a special secret skill. This secret skill was the Emperor's Order skill that Shui Bei had taught him. The Emperor's Order skill could be used to refine an Emperor's Order doppelganger, and allowed the doppelganger to store divine power equivalent to his own in case of emergency. Jian Wushuang had already cultivated the Emperor's Order skill. He had also refined an Emperor's Order doppelganger with the help of the corpse of a principal's master that he had obtained from the Shui Bei mystic realm. This Emperor's Order doppelganger contained divine power equivalent to his own. Just now, he had used up more than 90% of his divine power. However, because of the existence of the Emperor's Order clone, he had infused the divine power in the Emperor's Order clone into his own body, so his divine power naturally recovered in an instant. His condition immediately returned to its peak. This method was something that the three Saint Realms had not expected. Three Saint Realms, I've already said that you're not qualified to kill me. Jian Wushuang's indifferent laughter spread throughout the void. The experts of the three Saint Realms were all excited. Even the Light King and the 9 Temples Saintess looked a little pale. Humph, so what if your divine power is restored? At most, it'll kill you again, and you'll be exhausted. I don't believe you can use the same trick again. Silver Wolf said coldly. Oh? Jian Wushuang raised his eyebrows and then smiled. You're right. I can restore my divine power to its peak in an instant. It's already good enough for me to use this trick once. It's impossible for me to use it a second time, but I don't intend to continue fighting with you. It's enough for me to play with you for so long. It's time for me to leave. Ridiculous. This space-time has been completely sealed by my magic formation. Do you want to leave? Where can you go? Gu Jinzi smiled disdainfully. He was very confident in his golden magic formation. Is that so? Jian Wushuang's lips curled into a special arc. Then his figure flashed and disappeared without a trace. Chapter 32-34 had been played. What is this? Teleportation? Seeing that Jian Wushuang had disappeared and that even the Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess could not detect him, the experts of the three Saint Realms were stunned. The next moment, they burst out in exclamations. How is this possible? Impossible! Gu Jinzi shouted on the spot. This space-time is completely sealed by my golden array. How can he teleport in this space-time? This is absolutely impossible. Impossible. It was impossible. Almost all the experts present found it unbelievable. But soon, they thought of a possibility. Could it be that move? Silver Wolf's pupils constricted. The other experts of the three great Saint Realms, including the Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess, also reacted immediately. Space-time teleportation! It's space-time teleportation! The space-time Divine Palace Master created the move with the strongest life-saving ability of the space-time divine technique. He's just an immortal saint. How could he master space-time teleportation? The surrounding experts were amazed. The space-time divine skill was well known in the divine beginning realm, and most of the people present knew about it. Seeing that Jian Wushuang could still teleport away despite being completely sealed in space-time, everyone thought of space-time teleportation. After understanding the situation, the experts watching the battle all had strange expressions. Heavenly Sword Marquis clearly controlled time and space teleportation and could leave at will, but he didn't leave at first. Instead, he fought with the three Saint Realms for so long and left when everyone in the three Saint Realms thought he was cornered. This method, what an interesting scene. As expected, the expressions of the experts of the three great Saints' realms have become very ugly. Many people were gloating. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website MyBoxNovel.com. Thanks. We've been played. We've actually been played by this heavenly sword Marquis? An invincible saint from the Destruction Saint region could not help but shout. Played? Hearing these two words, the three great saint realms, whether it was the Peak Saints, Invincible Saints, Silver Wolf, Thunder God, or Guzhenzi, these top experts on the true saint list, the Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess were also stunned. Yes, they had been fooled. The other party could have used space-time teleportation at the beginning, but he did not do so. Instead, he fought them head-on and used his magnificent divine power to tangle with them. Although Jian Wushuang's vast divine power did make them feel difficult to deal with, his divine power was not infinite and could be continuously consumed. This gave the three saint realms hope to kill Jian Wushuang. That was why they spared no effort later. Everyone, including the Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess, attacked together and finally exhausted Jian Wushuang's divine power. It seemed that Jian Wushuang was in a desperate situation. Suddenly, Jian Wushuang's condition returned to its peak? Forget it. After all, even if his divine power was restored again, they could continue to attack and exhaust Jian Wushuang's divine power again, but it would take more effort. However, who would have thought that Jian Wushuang would tell them at the last moment that he had mastered space-time teleportation? That he could leave any time and anywhere? This time, no one could calm down. It was obvious that Jian Wushuang was deliberately teasing them. He was making them lose face in front of so many experts. The three saint realms had sent so many experts, including Light King and 9 Temple Saintess, and so many people attacked Heavenly Sword Marquis together. After a long time, Heavenly Sword Marquis left their eyes. The three saint realms were humiliated. Not only were they humiliated, but they were also praised as a joke. Heavenly Sword Marquis! The Light King stood there and looked at the place where Jian Wushuang had disappeared with a strange look in his eyes. Facing such a terrifying lineup of experts from the three saint realms, you could have left, but you insisted on staying with us for such a long time and deliberately made fun of us. Haha, you are really bold and smart. Even the Light King had to admire Jian Wushuang's methods. It was not only the nearly endless divine power but also the ability to restore the nearly exhausted divine power to its peak in an instant, as well as the time-space teleportation to leave the battlefield. Any one of these methods was enough to shock people. It was enough to shock people. In such a situation, not only can you leave calmly, but you can also play us for a fool. Heavenly Sword Marquis, I have a hunch that you will have a bright future after escaping this encirclement. I hope you and I can meet again and fight again. The Light King smiled indifferently, then he glanced at Silverwolf. Silverwolf, I have done what I should do, but I still can't kill Heavenly Sword Marquis. I can't do anything about it. Goodbye. The Light King did not want to stay any longer. After saying this, his figure flashed, and he flew into the distance. After the Light King left, everyone, I will leave too. The 9 Temple Saintess also left. The people of the three saint realms watched as Light King and 9 Temple Saintess left. Although they felt a little uncomfortable, they did not stop them. Light King and 9 Temple Saintess were not from the three saint realms to begin with. This time, they only agreed to fight because the three saint realms gave them conditions that they could not refuse. In the battle just now, it was obvious that both the Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess had used their full strength. Especially the 9 Temple Saintess. She had even used her strongest move, but she could not kill Jian Wushuang. Since they had used their full strength, they naturally could not blame the Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess. They could only blame Jian Wushuang for being too heaven-defying and too powerful. A moment later, the people of the three saint realms gathered together. Silver Wolf, Thunder God, Guzhenzi, and Wan Xian all looked extremely unsightly. We can't do anything about it. Heavenly Sword Marquis controlled time-space teleportation. From the beginning, we couldn't kill him. He deliberately stayed just to play with us, Thunder God said in a low voice. Time-space teleportation can even ignore time-space seal. To restrict time-space teleportation, unless someone can use time-space seal, few people in the Divine Beginning realm can use time-space seal. More than half of the top principles masters who are qualified to use it are from the temporal temple, Thunder God said. There is time and space to move this move in. We want to kill him in the Bloodwave realm is simply a fool's dream. Silver Wolf shook his head. Chapter 32-35, with great pleasure. I have no choice. At the thought of Jian Wushuang's boundless divine power and the move of time-space teleportation, the experts of the three saint realms shook their heads and sighed. The move of time-space teleportation alone made them helpless. After all, there were only a group of immortal saints in the Bloodwave realm. They could only seal time-space at most, but they could not use time-space imprisonment at all. Naturally, they could not restrict Jian Wushuang. In other words, Jian Wushuang could leave and come as he pleased in the Bloodwave realm. No one killed him. Report. We can't kill Heavenly Sword Marquis with our ability anymore. Thunder God sighed and took out the token to send a message. In the magnificent palace, when the Nether Sky Master learned what happened in the Bloodwave realm from Thunder God, even the Nether Sky Master was silent for a long time. After a long time, Sky Nether Master finally spoke. That Heavenly Sword Marquis divine power is very vast. This is within my expectations. After all, the levels of life are different. Previously, the sorcerer god Sek sent 3 law masters to kill this Heavenly Sword Marquis. In the end, under the encirclement of these 3 principles masters, he was able to hold on for a very long time, and his divine power did not dry up. However, other than the vastness of his divine power, he has even mastered space-time teleportation. This is beyond my expectations. Lord Nether Sky, the Heavenly Sword Marquis can use space-time teleportation. With the power of us immortal saints, it is impossible to kill him, Thunder God said. I know this. Nether Sky Master nodded slightly. Forget it, Thunder God. You guys continue to explore the Bloodwave realm. As for the Heavenly Sword Marquis, you guys don't need to bother about him. I will think of other ways to kill him. What you need to do is to be as cautious as possible of him and prevent him from attacking you. Also, don't let him get the opportunities in the Bloodwave realm. You must remember this. After all, he is just an immortal saint, yet he is already so difficult to deal with. Once he becomes a Principles Master, it will be even more difficult to kill him. Nether Sky Master reminded. Yes. Thunder God nodded respectfully. Soon, Thunder God left, while Nether Sky Master stood alone in the palace, his gaze slowly becoming misty. If I can't kill him in the Bloodwave realm, they'll have to kill him outside the realm. In that case, the Temporal Temple will certainly intervene. Thanks. It seems that the 3 Saint Realms and the Temporal Temple will inevitably have a big fight. The leisurely voice echoed in the palace and did not disappear for a long time. The Bloodwave realm was near the center of the void. Buzz! Jian Wushuang appeared out of thin air. After he appeared, he let out a long sigh, and then a playful smile appeared on his face. I deliberately fought with them for a long time, and I deliberately let them see the hope of killing me. In the end, I used space-time teleportation and left. I guess the people of the 3 Saint Realms must be mad with anger. In this battle, Jian Wushuang did deliberately make fun of the experts of the 3 Saint Realms. Of course, this was not all. Even making fun of the 3 Saint Realms was not 1/3 of Jian Wushuang's purpose. If you have problems with this website, please continue reading your novel on our new website myboxnovel.com. Thanks. His real purpose was to train himself through this battle. After all, his strength was still too weak, and the previous battle was only at the level of a peak saint. As for the invincible saint, although they had fought before, the time was very short. Jian Wushuang could not fully sense the opponent's strength and the huge gap between them. But this time, Jian Wushuang fought to his heart's content. From the beginning to the end of the battle, he had been crushed and trampled over, but at least he had a great understanding of the opponent's strength. He also felt the strong pressure from the opponent, the gap between his strength and his own. Therefore, he had gained a lot from this battle. The most important point was that this battle gave him a faint sense of an opportunity to make a breakthrough. Yes, it was an opportunity to make a breakthrough. In the 300 years of meditation on the time-space island, his realm had greatly improved, from a rank 4 true saint to the limit of a rank 6 true saint. Jian Wuxuang had thought that he would stay at the 6th rank true saint realm for a long time, but this battle was besieged by the 3 experts of the saint realm, the Light King, the 9 Temple Saintess, and others. He could vaguely sense the opportunity to make a breakthrough. Although the opportunity was not clear, Jian Wuxuang still caught it. It has only been 10 days since the Blood Wave realm opened. There is still some time before the Blood Wave token is born. I can make it in time. Jian Wuxuang clenched his hands, his eyes shining. Now I should find a place to cultivate in seclusion and think of a way to make a breakthrough. Once I make a breakthrough and reach the rank 7 true saint realm, my strength will be greatly enhanced with my secret skills. In addition, there is the Blood Blade swordsmanship. The battle between Duan Lang and Lu Qing has touched me a lot. If I have the chance, I will master the Blood Drop move. When I use the Shadowless Escape skill with the rank 7 true saint realm cultivation and the Blood Drop move, I will be able to kill even an invincible saint. Jian Wuxuang's heart was racing. Without hesitation, he found a quiet place nearby and opened a temporary cave mansion, so he began to cultivate in seclusion. While Jian Wuxuang was in seclusion, the battle in the Blood Wave realm caused a huge wave. Countless peak saints in the Blood Wave realm were shocked by the battle. The 3 saint realms are already very powerful. They even invited 2 experts, Light King and 9 Temple Saintess, just to kill a rank 6 true saint of the Temporal Temple. What a big deal! It is indeed generous, but the key point is that at the end of this battle, the Heavenly Sword Marquis used space-time teleportation in front of so many experts of the 3 saint realms. This is simply a slap to the 3 saint realms' faces. Thanks. Fighting with the 3 saint realms alone for so long, the Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess have already made their moves. With so many experts attacking, they didn't manage to kill the Heavenly Sword Marquis. Instead, they were played by the Heavenly Sword Marquis. The people of the 3 saint realms are really useless. Trash, what a bunch of trash! Hee, the 3 saint realms have lost a lot of face this time. Actually, it's not that the 3 saint realms aren't powerful. You have to know that the Light King and the 9 Temple Saintess are both there. It can only be said that Heavenly Sword Marquis is too powerful. In the central region of the Blood Wave realm, every corner was talking about this battle. You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.